Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Natasha Romanoff is not surprised that the auras of Steve Rogers and Yiu are very similar. From the very beginning when she was with Yiu, Natasha Romanoff knew that there were many and heavy things hidden in Yiu's heart. There are some things and some secrets that can only be carried by one person. Even though it is very tiring, there is no other way. It's as if she can find out that Yiu is also carrying a big secret. However, even if she found out about these things, she never told Schild to the second person. She just silently cared about this younger brother who was just 19 years old but matured and outrageous. Perhaps sometimes companionship is more important than inquiring, at least for one or four people without family members. Family is always the most extravagant and most desired thing. This point she is extremely clear. Drink less alcohol in the future, especially such strong alcohol. With a bowl of boiled soup, Natasha Romanoff sent it to Yiu's bedroom. Seeing Yiu who was joking with Wanda, Natasha Romanoff handed it over and said softly, "Actually, at the very beginning, I didn't even want to drink my treasured spirits." After receiving the hot soup handed by Natasha Romanoff, Yiu said with a smile, "It's just that after drinking a bottle of red wine, I feel that it's not strong enough. Steve can't get drunk, I've tried the same thing and I can't get drunk, so I suggested that I might as well try my treasured spirits." Who knew that as soon as I took out the drink, that guy Tony ran over? Speaking of this, Yiu chuckled when he thought of the video of Tony playing drunk and crazy recorded on his phone. "I originally planned to drink strong wine with Steve and let Tony drink red wine, but Tony is always such a stubborn guy." Then you saw it too. Yiu shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "This guy just drank 2 glasses in a pretentious manner and it became like this. Although I'm not going to post this video on the internet, but when it's okay, let's embarrass Tony still pretty good." "I don't understand you guys." Natasha Romanoff gave Yiu a speechless glance, then sat next to Yiu, looked at Wanda who was as cute as a kitten and asked with a smile, "Are you really going to let Steve Rogers come to the newspaper office and become the head of security? People. To know that he is the famous Captain America. I really want to know what kind of reaction Nick will have when he finds out that this undead legend actually came to the newspaper office to become a security member. Oh, by the way, I guess Phil Coulson will be confused too." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's ridicule, Yiu corrected, "It's not the security personnel, it's the person in charge of directing the security. Don't you think that's a good thing to do?" Yiu looked at Natasha Romanoff and said very seriously, "He has just recovered from the ice, and he is still very strange to this world, so strange that he feels like an outsider. Perhaps find him a job. On the one hand, he can feel that he can integrate into this world. On the other hand, he can gradually get acquainted with the world. At least one job makes him feel meaningful. This may be for him, it is a better choice. As for the muddy water of Schild, it's better not to let him wade into it for now." Yiu looked at Natasha Romanoff and said seriously, You are young, you always like to think for others. Can't you enjoy the happiness of your age like those young people of the same age? This is actually very tiring." Natasha Romanoff looked at Yiu with some distressed eyes. Whenever he talked about Steve's state of being out of the world and at a loss, Natasha Romanoff could always feel that Yiu was actually talking about himself. "Maybe, I don't have this ability." Yiu spread out his hands with a smile and then pampered Wanda's head. "It's good that my Wanda is happy." Hey. Hearing Yiu's brother mentioning herself, Wanda raised her head, showed a big smile to Yiu, then put her head on Yiu's shoulder again and leaned down secretly. He listened to the sound of Yiu's heartbeat. This is her favorite state, and every time this time she will feel that kind of joy bursting out from the bottom of her heart. Think more, just rely on it for a lifetime. The headache is splitting, the inside of the head feels like a paste. I will temporarily update here today, and I will make it up tomorrow. Well, I am thinking now how to deal with the upcoming Loki. I always want to post as much as possible when it fits the character of the original movie. It is so difficult to fill his image more realistically. It can be said that Loki, the upcoming 3 princesses, is the most difficult and the most laborious to describe. 3 days later, inside the Bugle newspaper building. I said, man, that video should be deleted. Tony Stark was sitting in Yiu's office with a roguish look on his face. I don't care anyway, I think that video must be deleted. What video? Yiu looked at Tony with a confused face and asked very puzzled. What are you talking about, Tony? I don't understand at all. Oh, busy mans. Seeing Yiu pretending to be stupid, Tony Stark said speechlessly. It's boring if you do this, we are best friends so you can't do this. How am I? Leaning on the office chair, Yiu asked helplessly. What are you talking about, Tony? I really don't understand. I'm serious, buddy. If you have any request, you can tell me because we are friends, Tony. I can promise you anything. But if you don't tell me, I know you. What do you want me to delete? Yiu spread his hands and asked. Seeing Yiu start to act like a rascal, Tony Stark rolled his eyes vividly. This day is unbearable. After waking up, Tony was very vague about what happened 3 days ago, but he couldn't hold back the images flashing back and forth in his mind. After fully waking up and his head no longer hurting, Tony Stark finally remembered what happened after he drank too much. Tony Stark felt a pang of shame at the thought of himself dancing on the couch, chanting to change the picture of the dance world. Even more shameful. I also asked Yiu to take pictures of myself. Kang busy if this video is sent out and known by others or by Peibo who just promised to be with him then. How are you doing this day? My handsome billionaire Tony Stark don't want to lose face. 20 years of Burgundy. Tony covered his head and said helplessly, don't you have a lot of good wine in your wine cabinet? How about I exchange 20 years of good wine for that video? I cannot understand what you say. Yiu leaned on the office chair, looked at Tony Stark and said with a smile. The 30-year-old bottle, that's all right. After a little hesitation, Tony Stark looked at Yiu and said, hiss, I seem to have a little impression. Yiu stroked his chin, looking like I was trying to remember. The 40-year-old bottle of red wine can't be anymore. I only have a few bottles of 40-year-old wine left. The only bottle of 60-year-old wine will be used when I plan to get married in the future. Seeing Yiu not letting go, Tony Stark became cruel and watched Yiu show his last hole card. Make a deal. Seeing Tony's pained look and even moved out the wedding ceremony, Yiu clapped his hands immediately. Call. After hearing Yiu's agreement, Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief and then said in a speechless voice, what crime did I do in my previous life? How did I become a close friend with you? Haha, maybe I did something wrong in my previous life. Looking at the speechless Tony, Yiu smiled very proudly. Seeing the bickering between the two, Natasha Romanoff, who was playing a game on the side, curled her lips speechlessly. The two guys were mature for a while and they were all like children for a while. It really is. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound from outside, as well as many people's terrified cries. Hearing this, the two subconsciously looked outside, and then the two looked at each other and walked outside one after another. He put down the game console in his hand and looked outside. Oh my god. Natasha Romanoff hastily followed out, fearing that the two would do something irrational. Well, the most important thing is that he is afraid that Yiu will use his ability and be discovered by ordinary people. As soon as he came outside, Yiu saw a man in a black suit, a mature and outrageous Steve Rogers standing on the side of the street of the Bugle newspaper office, looking at the big green man who was rushing towards this side and the overturned cars on the street. My god, is there such a monster in the new world? Steve looked at the big green guy and then said with emotion, I really miss my era. At least I was the only monster in that era. Tony Stark on the side couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this big green man rushing towards this side, destroying many buildings and vehicles on the way, as well as the helicopters that followed him closely. I think that not wearing armor may be the worst decision I made today. Perhaps I should continue to develop a new armor. Natasha Romanoff didn't care about these two people. She just grabbed Yiu's hand, and when she saw Yiu turn to look at her, she shook her head slightly, signaling him not to be brave. Giving Natasha Romanoff a reassuring look, Yiu looked at the big green man who was getting closer, and then glanced at Steve who was clenching his fist and ready to strike at any time. Then he stepped forward. Can't let Hulk come to his side anymore otherwise. His Horn newspaper office is about to be hit. At this moment, Hulk is running away and the gunship behind him is constantly chasing him like a fly. Although these helicopters couldn't hurt him, the rain of bullets fired at him also caused him some pain. He didn't understand why those helicopters flying in the sky like flies would attack him, since he obviously didn't do anything. But they were unwilling to let themselves go, especially the guy who sat on the helicopter with a cigar in his mouth and kept ordering the helicopter to cooperate with the heavily armed people on the ground to arrest him, which made people feel angry. The more he ran, the more the flies behind him followed him, and the sound of the buzzing propeller made him even more upset. He clenched his fists and roared angrily, with some grievance mixed in his voice. He didn't understand why everyone didn't like him. Everyone is afraid of themselves and wants to hurt themselves. The more he thought about it, the angrier Hulk became. Looking at the people on the street who were terrified and screaming and running away, Hulk felt even more aggrieved. I didn't hurt them, I just pushed some unsightly vehicles away. What are you afraid of? Hulk didn't mean to hurt you guys. Hearing the sounds of the helicopters getting closer and closer behind him, Hulk felt that the anger in his heart was getting stronger, and there was still a voice in his heart telling him to stop, but I can't stop myself. Those people want to hurt Hulk. The thought of them constantly hitting themselves with bullets and bombarding themselves with cannonballs made Hulk feel aggrieved. All of them are bad guys. These people are all bad guys. Hulk doesn't like them. Just as he was running at full speed, trying to avoid these bad guys, suddenly, a young man appeared in front of him, directly blocking his way. Seeing this young man, Hulk quickly put his feet on the ground. If the young man in front of him was bumped and stepped on by himself, he would die. Although he didn't know what death was, Hulk knew that it wasn't a good idea. Seeing Hulk stop, he looked at himself with doubts and anger. Yiu raised his hand and pointed in the opposite direction. Run there, big man. There are a series of mountains and valleys over there. As long as you enter the valley, the helicopters in the sky can't attack you. They want to find you. It will take some time. You can take advantage of this time to escape. Hearing what the young man on the ground said, Hulk stared at the angry red eyes, tilted his head slightly, then raised his hand, pointed to the right direction, and asked in a naive voice. Over there, Hulk, don't cheat. Don't worry, how could I lie to you? Listening to Hulk, who spoke intermittently and his words were not expressive, Yiu chuckled lightly. Hulk in the movie universe is actually like a child who can't grow up. Dr. Banner said in Thor Ragnarok that Hulk is growing up bit by bit, and according to the timeline, the current Hulk, it's nothing more than the IQ of a child of a few years old. Listening to Yiyu's gentle tone, Hulk glanced at Yiu, then turned his head to look at the helicopter flying towards this side, and then smashed his fists to the ground. You, Hulk, not afraid. Like it. After expressing his incomprehensible words, Hulk directly followed the direction Yiu was pointing at, and quickly ran over there, almost in the blink of an eye. He ran and jumped more than 10 meters away. Remember to hide in the valley and wait until the helicopter flies by before escaping. Watching Hulk run away, Yiu looked at Hulk's back and then yelled. I don't know if Hulk heard it, but soon, Hulk passed through the steel buildings in the city and gradually disappeared. Seeing Hulk disappear, Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, buddy, I have to say you are so brave. You dare to stop him from running forward. Aren't you afraid of being hit by that big guy? Tony stepped forward and patted Yiyu's shoulder, and then looked at the ground. Hulk punched him just now, and there were 2 more fist marks on the ground. I can't help it. I can't let him crash into the building of the Horn newspaper, otherwise it will cost a lot of money. I don't think the insurance company will pay for it. Yiu shrugged his shoulders and then said indifferently. In fact, Yiu was not sure if Hulk could stop and listen to his own words, and even when Yiu was ready to persuade him to fail, he forcibly interfered with Hulk's actions with mental power. But fortunately, Hulk did not lose control, which is a lucky thing. As for Steve on the side, he put down something he picked up casually. Just now he was really prepared. If the monster didn't stop, then he would rush up immediately to buy time for Yiu and the others to evacuate. Only Natasha Romanoff looked at Yiu with a very dissatisfied face. How dangerous? Why are you rushing ahead of everything? What if something unexpected happens? Really, it seems that I need to nag a little more. If you encounter danger in the future, don't try to be a hero. The best way is to find a safe place to hide. This is the most important thing. Natasha Romanoff doesn't want Yiu to become a so-called superhero. She just wanted to let the person who was like a younger brother in her heart live in peace. This is enough. As for superhero, let others do such a dangerous thing. Asgard. This time, the father seems to be really angry. He actually exiled Thor to the earth. Loki held the wine glass in front of him, looked at the 3 warriors of Sif and Asgard. Loki said softly, Then what should we do now? The bearded Vostag said impatiently. Now is not the time to rush. Sif pressed his hand down to signal Vostag to calm down, then looked at Loki and asked, Loki, you have always been the smartest of us. What can you do? At present, there are only 2 ways to solve this matter. Loki put down the wine glass in his hand, sighed slightly, then looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, First of all, we have to wait until the father calms down. After all, Thor has gone too far this time. It can be said that if the father does not come, I'm afraid we will all die in the land of the ice giants. On a small scale, we caused trouble this time willfully. On a large scale, Thor is provoking a war between the Asgard and ice giants. So Thor will be punished, we can expect it. Now we can only wait until my father calms down. As he spoke, Loki glanced at the 4 of them, taking in all the worried expressions on Thor's faces, so he continued softly. Second, let Thor realize the wrong decision he made this time. Finally, it's good to be able to apologize to my father. But it's a bit difficult. You know Thor's character, so the only way for Thor to return to Asgard is these two paths. Hearing Loki's words, Vostager clenched his fist and slammed the table vigorously, and then said angrily, "These two paths seem simple, but there is no way to do it." The God King is in anger at the moment. How could he forgive Thor so easily? As for asking Thor to apologize, I think it's even more impossible. According to the current development, I'm afraid Thor will stay on Earth for a lifetime. This is just as you wish, Loki. You just want Thor to be exiled to Earth, okay? Let you inherit the position of King of Asgard. Hearing Vosteg's words, the wine glass that Loki was holding made a crisp sound and shattered instantly. And Sif on the side pulled Vosteg a bit. Don't talk nonsense. Although the words seem to be persuading Vosteg, whether it is Sif, Hogan, or Fandral, they can all see the distrust that Vosteg said from their faces. Eyes. Glancing at the faces of the four, Loki took a deep breath and then said softly, "Whatever you want to think, then think what you want, now get out." Hearing Loki's voice was cold, the four of them looked at each other, then stood up one after another and walked outside. While walking, Vosteg muttered dissatisfiedly, as if Thor couldn't come back now, everything was Loki, it's the same wrong. After the four of them left their palace, Loki, who was originally expressionless, suddenly picked up the jug on the table and threw it out. The flagon hit the stone pillar in the room, shattered into pieces. Looking at the flagon, a sneer suddenly appeared on Loki's face. Thor, haha, no matter what I do, I will always live in Thor's shadow. It's been 1500 years, a full 1500 years, my father only has Thor in his heart, and the subjects only remember Thor. No matter how many victories have been fought under my command in the past 1500 years, people will always praise him. Only Thor. It's as if all this has nothing to do with me. You are reckless, rude, and don't know strategy. You only know how to lead the charge. Countless times you have led the Asgard warriors to failure. That time it wasn't me who was behind you and used tricks to help you recover the victory. But everyone only remembers you, the father remembers you, the Asgard warriors adore you, the people support you. And I always live in your shadow. Having said that, Loki's face reveals a trace of madness, a trace of pain. I'm also the Prince of Asgard. How can you be favored by thousands of people, but I will always be forgotten? Why? As if venting, the table in front of him was instantly overturned by Loki, and everything in the room was thrown to the ground by Loki. And the upper wall, some vases and screen walls, were also turned into pieces at this moment. Call. He let out a long sigh of relief, venting all the resentment in his heart, and the madness on Loki's handsome and elegant face gradually faded away. Oh, my stupid brother, this time, I want to show my father. How did I kill the king of ice giants in Asgard without you? I want to show my father who he is, the prince that Asgard can trust. It seemed that he thought of the way his father looked at him, and he seemed to see his father looking at him with satisfaction. Loki smiled. The smile was so elegant, but in the elegance there was a trace of desolation mixed in. Actually, you don't have to go with me. While driving, Yiu looked at the co-pilot Natasha Romanoff and said with a smile, "It's boring to be idle anyway." Natasha Romanoff lay in the co-pilot, looked at the scenery and said, "And that place has been blocked by SHIELD people. If you go by yourself, you will definitely not be able to see the hammer." Who said that? Hearing what the widow said, Yiu said with a smile, "You don't think that a SHIELD blockade will prevent me from getting in? If you can use these abilities, it's best not to use them." When Natasha Romanoff heard what Yiu said, she said very seriously, You should know that in addition to SHIELD, there are people from the World Security Council in this world. So if possible, it's best not to let anyone know your identity." Ability? I'm not worried about your strength, but I'm worried about those who have evil intentions. Just like the big green guy we saw 2 days ago, in fact, it was General Ross who was chasing him. I asked Nick Fury. The big green guy was originally Dr. Bruce Banner, a well-known doctor of physics, but he was affected by gamma rays. As long as he gets emotional, he will turn into that green monster. After Ross found out about this, he ordered people to hunt down Dr. Banner. Although Dr. Banner escaped General Ross's pursuit in the end, I don't want you to encounter this situation. Yiu laughed when she heard the widow sister say that she cared about her in a very serious tone. In fact, Yiu is not a person who doesn't understand anything. He can naturally distinguish who is good to him and who has ulterior motives for him. If at the beginning, the widow sister approached her for a purpose, then now she really cares about herself. Although Yiu didn't know why this happened, but it seemed that many people would favor him after getting in touch with him. Even Steve Rogers, who just recovered from the ice, would accept his invitation without any hesitation after meeting a stranger like himself, even making Nick Fury frown. Sometimes Yiu doubts, do the traversers bring their own benefits and the affinity level is full? Haha, definitely this is just a joke, but to be honest, in this world with no sense of belonging, even after living for 5 years, Yiu still feels that the world is still very cold. It was only after Wanda, Pietro, and Yiu felt a little warmer. Later, Matthew, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Steve Rogers perhaps, they traveled through their previous lives and saved the galaxy. Driving the car all the way around, finally came to the place where the hammer fell. Fortunately, along the way, there was no bloody incident like robbery at the Phil Coulson convenience store. Stop the car, the place where the hammer fell at this moment has already been guarded by the people of Shield. And in just a few days, a temporary station was established. Together with Natasha Romanoff, they headed towards the place where the hammer fell, and it was Phil Coulson with a refined and easygoing smile who walked towards him. Welcome. Phil Coulson smiled and nodded to Natasha Romanoff, and then extended his hand to Yiu. You must be Mr. Yiu, nice to meet you. Overrated. For Phil Coulson, Yiu really has a good impression of him. In fact, Phil Coulson, known as the good old man of Shield, is actually really good. Definitely, he does not refer to strength. Before you came, Director Nick had already greeted me, so Mr. Yi can go directly to see the hammer. Definitely, there are some things I hope Mr. Yi knows. Although many media have reported that a hammer that no one can pick up fell from the sky, it is also for the media. Mr. Yi, you should have noticed it. Those reports quickly turned into rumors, and they all disappeared online so. Clear. Yiu nodded slightly. That's good, this way plays. Phil Coulson held out his hand, motioning for Yiu and Natasha Romanoff to follow him into the temporary camp. Just halfway through, Yiu turned his head in an instant and looked at the high platform not far away. In an instant, Yiu found that someone had locked him. Although it was not malicious, it was still captured by Yiu. Oh, that's Mr. Clint Barton over there, don't worry, Mr. Barton doesn't have any malicious intentions, he's just watching to see if anyone breaks into the camp. Following Yiu's gaze, Phil Coulson took a look, then explained with a smile. However, Mr. Yi's observation skills are really sharp, and he was able to detect the existence of Hawkeye. It's just a coincidence. Yiu smiled and didn't say much. As he walked forward, Phil Coulson had some hesitation, and when he was almost at the place where the hammer was, Phil Coulson finally asked, well, Mr. Yi, I heard that Captain Steve Rogers is currently working at the newspaper you belong to. Are you still adapting to this new world now? Please don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of Captain America, so I just wanted to know how he's doing. Phil Coulson looked at Yiu and explained with a smile. The originally flat land was dug into a circular deep pit. In the deep pit, there was a hammer standing there. Watching Yiu walk in, Phil Coulson hands Natasha Romanoff a wireless headset. As soon as I put on the earphones, I heard Hawkeye's voice coming from the earphones. Natasha Romanoff, the guy you brought here is really good, he was able to lock me in an instant. You should be thankful that you didn't show any killing intent just now. Hearing Barton's words, Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes and replied, you must pay attention to the people I bring here, you don't trust me too much. Ho-hos. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's complaints, Barton laughed aloud and then seriously replied, I just want to know what kind of person makes you pay so much attention. But to be honest, Natasha Romanoff, don't you must fall in love with this person. To be honest, he is really good. He is handsome and has a great temperament. Well, he is also strong. More importantly, he is said to be worth several billion. Such a person is really good, you should grasp it, take the chance. Listening to Barton's teasing with a serious tone, Natasha Romanoff was silent for a while, and then replied equally seriously. You know my past, I can't have my own baby like a normal person, this matter you know the thing. Having a home that can make me feel at ease is already very good. As for emotional matters, I don't want extravagance anymore. What's more, I treat him like my own brother. He deserves a better girl, not someone like me with blood on his hands. Hearing the heaviness in Natasha Romanoff's tone, as a good friend, Barton also felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, let's not talk about this, nah, I think you should prepare a gift. My second child is about to be born. Real or fake? Natasha Romanoff, who was originally in a heavy mood, laughed happily after hearing Barton's words. Congratulations, buddy, is it a boy or a girl? A little girl, I haven't decided what to call her yet. But I'm discussing with Laura these days, and talking about names is the most annoying thing. But you have to give the baby a name, don't you? Yiu, who walked into the pit, didn't know the conversation between Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye. In fact, just after entering the pit, the system that had been pretending to be dead and not talking suddenly jumped out. System prompt, a powerful energy has been detected, may the host absorb it. Note, the huge energy comes from the lightning energy in Mjolnir. The host can obtain a powerful energy source by holding the handle of the thunder hammer. Note, the system cannot determine that the host can lift Mjolnir, but whether it is lifted or not, the host can obtain powerful thunder power. Note, the energies are all derived from the Mjolnir cast by the Death Star Core, which contains the power to annihilate the gods. Note, the power of annihilation. One of the 5 great gods in the Marvel world is as famous as death, eternity, chaos, and the devourer of the planet. Note, because Mjolnir's dead planet core and Ulu metal are cast, there is not much power of annihilation left, but it can improve the strength of the host. Subsequent hosts need to improve the power of annihilation by themselves. Note, the highest level of annihilation power can create, destroy, multi-universe timeline, and can destroy all matter in the universe, including the universe originally. Note, the power of annihilation absorbed by the host will not have any effect on Mjolnir originally. Looking at the system that suddenly appeared and the line-by-line introduction above, a sense of joy came to my heart. Unexpectedly, Mjolnir actually contains a law of annihilation power, and more importantly, it can be absorbed by oneself. I haven't improved my strength for a long time. I didn't expect to want to improve my strength. Now it is not only triggering some key plots, but more importantly, I can absorb the power contained in some artifacts. That, Mjolnir can get the power of annihilation on his own, but what about infinite gems? Can I do it myself? Thinking of this, Yiyu's spirit shook. It seemed that he had discovered something extraordinary. Infinite gems, annihilation power of law, 5 gods, Thanos. The power of annihilation and origin magic power are originally one of the powers of the 5 gods, and they can also be called power of law. The full-blown Wanda Chaos Force can even tear Thanos alive in the later stage, which is even more powerful in the comics. And what about the power of annihilation? Although I didn't mention it, but looking at the introduction on the system, I know that it is an extremely powerful power of law. Thinking of this, Yiu stepped forward and directly grabbed Mjolnir's grip with one hand. The next moment, the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. Countless thunderbolts fell towards Yiyu's direction, and in an instant a powerful electric current flashed directly on Yiyu's body. Inside Asgard, Loki, who was planning how to get rid of the ice giant king, raised his head instantly and looked directly down. Then the whole person stood up directly, walked towards Bifrost with a solemn expression. Seeing the sudden lightning and thunder in the sky, many people were shocked. Natasha Romanoff frowned when she saw that Yiu was covered with lightning all over her body. One must know that Natasha Romanoff had never been so nervous even when she was hunted down by the people from the Red House back then. At this moment, seeing the thunder and lightning Yiu all over her body, her whole heart was in her throat. Yiu, who was in the midst of a thunderstorm, didn't know what Natasha Romanoff was worried about at the moment. Yiu could feel a huge amount of energy pouring into his body. Almost instantly, Yiu felt as if he was in the entire universe. Countless planets suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking at the dark universe, the colorful galaxy is sprinkled with starlight, and countless planets pass by me. Subconsciously raised his hand, a small planet star actually penetrated through the palm. It was at this time that Yiu realized that his body had become so huge. How huge is a small star, but now it is only the same size as my own palm. Just when Yiu was a little confused, suddenly countless planets not far away suddenly began to explode, and soon the explosion began to spread directly. 1, 2, 3, countless planets and fixed stars exploded with huge amounts of, and the huge energy even made the entire Milky Way tremble. Boom. With the sound of huge amounts of explosions in the dark universe, almost in an instant, the Milky Way in which Yiu lived began to collapse rapidly. The specks of starlight turned into countless particles floating in the universe, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just when Yiu didn't know what happened, in the next second, the entire universe turned into nothingness. There is no more fixed star planet, no more light. Seeing the surroundings turned into pitch blackness, Yiu stretched out his hand and groped around. Gradually, almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of light years passed by, and there was a gleam of light in the originally bleak nothingness. Gradually rises. Then 1, 2, and 3 planets appeared constantly, and in the blink of an eye, the universe was formed again. The difference is that after the universe was reformed, 7 gems emitting light of various colors appeared in the universe. After the formation of the universe, the gemstones flew towards each planet in the universe and disappeared in front of Yiu in the blink of an eye. Infinite gems. Seeing the shining gemstones flying around all over the universe, Yiu suddenly understood. This is the rebirth scene after the Big Bang, and the shining gems should also be the infinite gems that symbolize the Marvel world. Only, Isn't infinite gems 6? Why is there a seventh one? The seventh of infinite gems, self-gem, well, dig a hole and fill it later. Just when Yiu was surprised, he suddenly felt dizzy in his mind. And then his whole body fell rapidly, as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit of void. When he opened his eyes again, Yiu found that he had returned to the earth, and he was still holding the handle of Mjolnir in his hand. The thunderstorm still covered his body, but he could feel that he absorbing these powers of the thunder and lightning. Letting go of Mjolnir's grip, looking at Mjolnir on the ground, and then turning his head to look at Natasha Romanoff with a worried face, Yiu suddenly felt that everything he saw just now seemed to be a hallucination. Are you okay? Watching Yiu loosen the grip of the hammer and the lightning on his body gradually disappeared, Natasha Romanoff jumped down immediately and then immediately came to Yiu's side. Asked with a concerned face. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who was constantly checking herself for injuries with a worried expression on her face, Yiu shook her head lightly. I'm fine, nah, but I feel that I just saw something extraordinary. Thinking of the seventh infinite gems that was shining strangely just now, Yiu felt a little doubt in his heart, and always felt that all of this seemed to be controlled by a pair of big hands. Maybe I thought too much. Opening the system panel, Yiu began to check his current strength. Host Yiu. Age 19 years old. Identity, founder of Bugle newspaper, founder of Bugle publishing house. Abilities, mental power level 10 psychokinesis, level 10 physical fitness 10 times the peak of a normal person's body, fire ability high level, self-healing ability top level. Added abilities, lightning ability high level, annihilating powers level 1. The power of annihilation. The initial level of annihilation power has integrated all the abilities of the host, and all the energy has been improved, and the self-healing ability has reached the effect of immortality, and the severed limbs can be regenerated. As long as the soul is immortal, the host can be resurrected. Seeing the rapid increase of various abilities on the system panel, Yiyu's eyes instantly revealed a hint of joy. Psychokinesis, mental power, and physical fitness have all reached level 10, and the fire ability has also reached high level, and the power of thunder has been added, which gives Yiu an extra ability to protect himself. More importantly, his healing ability has reached the top level. As long as his soul is immortal, even if his body is crushed into molecules, he can be resurrected. This ability is too important. After one step up, it can truly be called an immortal physique. But, for some reason, Yiu always felt that the seventh infinite gems that suddenly appeared seemed to be inextricably linked with him. Maybe I think too much. Shaking his head, looking at the empty place behind him, the corners of Yiyu's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, I moved Mjolnir and summoned him. Are there any spare rooms here? Yiu turned his head, looked at Phil Coulson and said, I have a very important friend to meet, so please give me a room where no one is there. Hearing Yiyu's words, Phil Coulson nodded and said, yes, please follow me here. As they spoke, Phil Coulson led the way, leading Yiu and Natasha Romanoff to a room in the camp. Entering the room, Yiu looked around and then said softly to Natasha Romanoff, Nah, help me look outside, don't let anyone disturb me. No problems. Although he didn't know who Yiu was going to meet, but seeing Yiyu's serious expression, he nodded slightly. After taking Phil Coulson out and closing the door, Natasha Romanoff stood guard at the door. Seeing this, Phil Coulson on the side asked curiously, Natasha Romanoff, do you know who the person Mr. Yi is going to meet? Also, it seems that the matter of the thunder and lightning just now can't be hidden. Everything has been recorded. It doesn't matter. Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Natasha Romanoff shook her head and said, if you can't hide it, you can't hide it. Nick will know how to deal with it. As for who Yi wants to meet, I don't know. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed mind, no matter who I meet, I have a hunch that it seems that this matter is not simple. Yi is not a person who shoots aimlessly, never has been, so I think he must know something about this hammer that fell from the sky. I hope so. Phil Coulson shrugged his shoulders, then grinned and said, I hope things end soon, I don't want to stay in this ghost place any longer. By the way, why is the temperature here so high? I don't like too hot weather. I think you want to go back in a hurry, go and see your idol Steve. Natasha Romanoff dismantled Phil Coulson's words, and then joked with a smile. Don't worry, Steve is here with us, he will have a good life, at least we will take good care of him. But it still makes me a little worried. Phil Coulson nodded but still said worriedly, I don't know if he can adapt to this new world now. You have to know, as a diehard fan of Captain America, how excited I am after seeing his recovery. It's just that dazed and full of nostalgia for the past and Miss Peggy's eyes, it makes people feel distressed. Taking a look at Phil Coulson with a sad face, Natasha Romanoff decided not to continue this topic. Iron powder or something, the most speechless. Inside the room, Yiu looked at his hands, then raised them slightly. His left hand burst into flames in an instant, and his right hand also burst into thunder in an instant. Since you're here, please sit down. Don't worry, this is a good place to talk. Moreover, I checked with my mental strength and there is no trace of monitoring facilities here. Looking at the flame in his left hand and the thunder in his right, Yiu smiled, retracted the two abilities instantly, and then said softly to the empty room. As Yiyu's voice fell, a white light flashed in the originally empty room, followed by a man wearing a black suit and holding a cane. A man with a very elegant figure appeared in the room with a wicked smile. Don't worry, I don't intend to do anything to you, so you don't have to show me your strength like just now. After the man appeared, he sat on a chair, put his cane beside him and said with a smile, I'm not sure about that. Yiyu looked at the man sitting on the chair in front of him, then sat on the opposite chair with the same smile and said softly, Prince of Asgard, Loki, the god of intrigue and trickery. Your thoughts are changing all the time, therefore. I have always been very cautious when facing people who do not know whether they are enemies or friends for the time being. That's right, the person who suddenly appeared in front of me was Loki, the third princess of Asgard. Although in my own world, Loki in the movie looked like a villain, but in fact he was loved by many people, including Yiyu own. However, the Loki in front of him is not the Loki behind who fought side by side with Thor. In the first part of Avengers alone, Loki killed more than 80 people when he invaded the Earth with Chitauri, so the people on Earth may be what he said to Loki. It's just ants. Does anyone care about the lives of ants? Yiyu doesn't know, but facing Loki, Yiyu is still very cautious even though he can't die. You're weird. Looking at Yiyu in front of him, Loki showed that charming smile. You are different from other ants on the Earth. You know, anyone who dares to pick up the hammer without authorization will bring disaster to himself. At least, I will personally kill anyone who can pick up the hammer. After all, this is the artifact of our Asgard, which symbolizes the future domination of Asgard. Such a person must not be a person on Earth. But what's strange is that I don't have any killing intent towards you, even if you absorb the energy in the hammer. Loki looked at Yiyu. Besides the charming smile on his face, there was even more curiosity. In fact, regarding what Loki said, Yiyu himself once thought about this problem. It seems that many people have no way to raise any trace of hostility towards themselves. When I met Tony Stark for the first time, you must know that Tony Stark at that time was not only a tsundere, but also that no one would look down on him. When the Wanda siblings met for the first time, they believed in themselves very much just by saying a few words. This is very inconsistent with the character design that their homes were destroyed, their parents died, and they wandered for more than 3 years. You know, people like Wanda and Pietro who have been wandering around for 3 years must have a little hostility towards anyone or a sense of defensiveness. However, they trust themselves very much. Jin Bing, the big villain in the Marvel world, the Dark King of New York, saved his son unconsciously back then, but he had already repaid the favor, but he still had a hint of goodwill towards him. Steve Rogers, a man who is full of confusion and curiosity about the new world, and at the same time wary of unknown things and people, is also very defenseless against himself. Natasha Romanoff, an elite-level agent, was born in a red house. She was used to all the ugliness of the incident and her hands were covered with blood. It was for himself, and for himself he directly killed Obadiah Stan. Just because Obadiah wanted to send someone to assassinate him. This doesn't make sense at all. If a person has a strong affinity, maybe others will have a good impression of him, but he himself, such good feelings are probably too much. Including Loki in front of him, the Prince of Asgard. Like he said, if someone can lift Mjolnir, then it is equivalent to having the right to inherit the throne of Asgard. How can such a person, Loki, let him live? You must know that Loki has always been very proud. Not only because he is the Prince of God's domain, this is already his original character, which has been integrated into his bones. But even so, after knowing that he can absorb the power in Mjolnir, he still has no malice towards himself. That doesn't make sense. It is absolutely impossible for him to allow an outsider to obtain the right to inherit the throne of Asgard. Even if he only has the slightest possibility, he will kill it immediately. How could someone as arrogant as him allow others to inherit Asgard? Don't be fooled by Loki's elegant and charming smile. Yiyu also wanted to ask the system, but the system did not answer this question about Yiyu. So much so that after Loki brought up this topic, Yiyu immediately felt that something was wrong. Wow, Kaka, originally I didn't plan to write the first foreshadowing so early, but after thinking about it, I changed the outline. And after burying the foreshadowing of the self-gem, I wrote the previous foreshadowing, hee. Don't worry, the pit will be filled in later. Seeing that Yiu stopped talking, Loki smiled, then looked at Yiu and said, "This is the first time we met and you just called out my name and my identity, which in my opinion it is very impossible. After all, how could a mortal know about our god realm Asgard? But your strength is indeed not bad. I don't want to pursue it either, why do you know so much?" Speaking of which, Loki picked up the cane and put it in front of him, staring at Yiu, still with that elegant smile. "Actually, after you absorbed the energy in Mjolnir, my first thought was to eradicate you. But after seeing you, for some reason, I gave up the idea of getting rid of you." Seeing Loki sitting there leaning on his cane, Yiu continued to remain silent, just stretched out his hand, motioning for him to continue talking. Well, sure enough, instead of Loki who owns the Mind Gem Scepter, it is more handsome to lean on this gentleman's stick. "Since you can tell my identity and know about the hammer, I think you should also know about my stupid and reckless brother." Hearing Loki's inquiry, Yiu nodded lightly and said, "Thor. Yes, you really know a lot." Loki laughed, and the trace of evil charm in the original disappeared, and turned into a very elegant and easygoing person. "Let's make a deal." Loki looked at Yiu and said with a smile, "Thor was exiled to the earth by his father because of his recklessness. I don't want him to go back. Only in this way can I inherit the throne of Asgard. Father doesn't have much time, he is about to fall into eternal sleep, so I hope you can help me get rid of my stupid brother in return. You can choose any artifact in Asgard's treasury, how about it?" Hearing Loki's words, Yiu was silent for a while, then raised his head, raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "You want me to kill Thor?" Hearing Yiu say to kill Thor, Loki, who was originally smiling, gradually became silent, and there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. After a while he sighed slightly, then shook his head lightly and said, "I hate him, I don't like him, he always snatches things that should belong to me, maybe I should hate him, yes. I don't want his life." Perhaps thinking of something, a gloomy look flashed across Loki's bright pupils, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Does Loki want Yiu to kill his brother? In fact, no, to be honest. Although Loki hates Thor a little, but that so-called hate is just jealousy. He is jealous that his father's eyes are always on Thor. He is jealous that Asgard's warriors only know Thor. He is jealous that everyone loves and worships Thor. But from the bottom of his heart, he still loves his brother deeply, otherwise he wouldn't be in Thor. He obviously had a chance to kill Thor, but he gave up in the end, nor will he fight alongside Thor later on. He just wants Thor to stay on the earth all the time, don't go back and compete with him for favors. Just like a greedy younger brother who doesn't want his older brother to grab candy with him. Seeing Loki leave, Yiu didn't go out in a hurry but sat there and meditated. What Loki lacks the most is fatherly love. Does he really want to be the king of Asgard? Not really, he just wanted to let Odin know one thing, that he was no worse than Thor. He can do what Thor can do, and Loki has a share of Thor's illustrious military exploits for Asgard over the years. He just wanted his father to focus his eyes on him, it was as simple as that. Only, Odin may be a very qualified god king, but he is not a qualified father. At least it can be seen from the personalities of Loki and Thor. Maybe it's because of Hela's rebellion, but Odin really loves his children very much. Just like before drinking the spring water of the Fountain of Wisdom, in order to conquer the entire universe, Odin once wanted to collect 6 infinite gems, and he has already collected 5, but the 6th soul gem needs to sacrifice his own beloved. Odin looked at Hela, who had been with him all the time, and resolutely gave up the soul gem. It was only after that he drank the water from the Fountain of Wisdom. It was after this that he became the king of gods and gave up the matter of conquering the 9 realms. But because of this, he had a falling out with Hela, and then everyone knew about the rest. Yiu didn't agree to Loki's request, but he didn't refuse either. He is considering the pros and cons. Thor must restore Thor's identity, otherwise how will the Avengers be formed later? As the big 3 of the Marvel Avengers alliance, Thor absolutely wants to restore his Thor qualifications. Otherwise, what else are you going to play? Just how to recover, this is something that needs to be thought about. What's more, after I go back this time, I'm going to meet that guy Nick Fury. Without even thinking about it, Yiu knew that Natasha Romanoff would never tell Nick Fury about the vision caused by holding the handle of Mjolnir. But don't forget, there were also Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and some scientific researchers at the scene. But meeting Nick Fury this time may not be a bad thing, at least. I can use Nick Fury's energy to achieve some of my goals. By the way, I am adding a point of importance in Nick Fury's heart. Only in this way can I maximize the benefits I get. Anyway, Nick Fury can't die. After all, if he dies, who will be his tool man? You must know that Yiu has already made a lot of plans. And among them, Nick Fury's identity as a tool man is very important, and his life is more useful. Well, mutual benefit anyway. The help he can give himself is far from being comparable to that of Maria Hill, who is placed in SHIELD in the World Security Council. Hiss. Speaking of members of the World Security Council, Yiu suddenly thought of Hydra. Actually, it seems that Hydra can take advantage of it. Anyway, since they are destined to be destroyed, why not maximize their own interests before they are destroyed? You know, Yiu has been coveting Tony's billionaire's worth for a long time. If he can become a billionaire, who cares about the billions in his account? Although I only have a few billion now, but more are real assets which are just for evaluation. What can really be used is less than 500 million in cash. Tony is definitely not able to move his friend at that time, but Hydra is different. Using Hydra and SHIELD's boss Nick Fury, Yiu can easily achieve this. Although the process was somewhat troublesome, a series of huge plans instantly appeared in Yiu's mind. After clearing his mind, Yiu stood up with a smile and walked outside. Fighting and killing all day, how boring. With a net worth of billions, wealth and status, wouldn't it be nice to enjoy a good life? People live for what? Definitely is to enjoy the beauty that I have never experienced before. Definitely, if necessary, can I do it by myself, otherwise isn't this strength a waste? Anyway, at that time, I can absorb the power of infinite gems and extend my lifespan by thousands of years. How cool it is. As for Thanos, Yiu actually didn't care about him at all, just a poor man who was bewitched. No, when you get back, make an appointment with Nick Fury for me. I have something to talk to him about. Opening the door, looking at Natasha Romanoff, who was standing outside helping her guard the room, Yiu said with a relaxed smile. Inside the offices of Yiu, the Bugle newspaper in New York. You don't naively think that there is only one life form on Earth in this world. Looking at Nick Fury in front of him, pretending not to know the existence of aliens, Yiu felt helpless. What are you pretending? You already have Carol and Skrull as substitutes, so why pretend you don't know that there are aliens in this world? So, you're saying that hammer belongs to aliens. Looking at Yiu's eyes, Nick Fury didn't show any embarrassment but asked softly. I heard from Phil Coulson's report that when you were holding the handle of the hammer, the entire sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed. Your body is filled with the power of thunder. So did you absorb the power of that hammer? It counts. Yiu nodded lightly and said, the hammer came down from Asgard, the domain of the gods. It came with the hammer and the owner of the hammer, Thor Odinson. Then what attitude do they have toward Earth? Nick Fury heard Yiu's words and directly asked what he thought was the most important question. Do they want to attack the Earth, turn the Earth into their enslavement, or? The people of Asgard have always been proud, so they call themselves the Protos. Because they are originally very powerful, at least compared to the Earth, they are much stronger. Yiu looked at Nick Fury with a concerned face and replied with a smile. Thousands of years ago, God King Odin wanted to attack the 9 realms. Oh, our Earth is also one of them, but some changes happened later. Odin, the king of gods, has also changed from a conqueror of the 9 worlds to an Asgardian. In the eyes of their gods, the Earth is just a backward planet. There are countless planets in this universe, and the God King has changed his mind, so don't worry about Asgard's people coming to attack the Earth. Having said that, Yiu looked at Nick Fury, who was obviously relieved in front of him, and said with a smile, but Mr. Nick, there are 2 things you need to pay attention to. What's up? Hearing Yiu's words, Nick Fury asked seriously. First, the master of Mjolnir, the prince of God's domain, Thor Odinson, was exiled to Earth by his father. As for how to deal with him, it is something you need to consider. If you can win him over to Earth, then our Earth you have a super powerful ally. If you push him to the other side of the Earth, I'm afraid you will know the consequences. Don't think that he will be exiled to the Earth. He will not be able to go back without his divine power because Asgard is watching him. Second, it's about Thor Odinson, the prince's younger brother Loki. Now that the God King is old, the first prince is exiled to the Earth, and there is only one ambitious second prince left. I think you should know what will happen. Speaking of this, Yiu suddenly pretended to think of something, and then said, I forgot to say I have already met the second prince of Asgard, Loki. He is very important to the lives of people on Earth. I care so much. After finishing speaking, Yiu folded his hands and leaned back on the chair with a very leisurely look. If you want to take it first, you must give it first. The ancestors said this long ago. The most brilliant robbery is not holding a knife to the fat sheep and telling you to hand over your money, but the fat sheep crying. The boss is rushing to hand over the money to you, but if you don't accept it, fat sheep is still not happy. At this moment, Nick Fury is the big fat sheep in Yiu's eyes. If he does it himself, it will inevitably cause a lot of backlash, but it is different when Nick Fury does it. At present, Yiu is very envious of NBC TV station, as well as its network and all media channels, which can bring tens of billions of profits every year. Wanda likes dolphins, beluga whales, and some animals very much. I also want to build a zoo and playground for Wanda. I don't have money, so I can't. Listening to Yiu's words, Nick Fury became silent. He knew that Yiu didn't need to deceive himself. Since he told himself these things, the choice fell into his own hands. Now, what is in front of me is the issue of the damn aliens. I am afraid that if one is not handled well, it will bring a devastating disaster to the Earth. Well, Nick Fury definitely didn't know that there is still a super powerful magician on the Earth, and he thought that Shield is the most powerful force to protect the Earth. So now Nick Fury's heart is very heavy. He knows that if he makes a slight mistake, it will bring irreparable consequences. He believed in the seriousness of what Yiu said, and he also believed that he was not deliberately raising the danger to threaten and intimidate himself. After all, doing so would not do him any good. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, Nick Fury suddenly saw Yiu with a relaxed face, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. A very bold idea suddenly came to my mind. Mental Force noticed that Nick Fury was watching him. Yiu still pretended not to care but secretly pleased in his heart. Well, the big fish took the bait. More than 1,400 evaluation votes, brothers, please give more, it's so miserable. Is Yiu trustworthy? Nick Fury has always doubted everything, but for Yiu, he still believes. If Natasha Romanoff's comments on Yiu made Nick Fury a bit skeptical, how about adding Steve Rogers? To know the current timeline, Steve Rogers is a respectable superhero in everyone's heart. What he said and his evaluation of others are all convincing. Although Nick Fury almost threw away the documents on the table when he heard that Steve Rogers was coming to work at Yiu's Horn newspaper. After all, for Steve, Nick Fury had always wanted him to join Shield. As a result, he was cut off halfway, but even so he still trusted Steve Rogers very much. No matter in terms of ability, character, etc., in Nick Fury's eyes, this is a person worthy of all his trust. So he once asked Steve about his opinion on Yiu. In fact, Steve, like Natasha Romanoff, gave Yiu a very positive evaluation. In addition to Yiu's previous resume investigated by Shield, this had to make Nick Fury believe Yiu. So when Nick Fury heard what Yiu said about Hammer and Asgard, his heart was actually quite heavy. He couldn't imagine that if the people of Asgard, the domain of gods, attacked the Earth, would the Shield he led have the ability to resist. What's more, the old king will pass away, and the new king will be born among the eldest son and the second son, but the eldest son is exiled to the Earth at this time. Tut-tut. Nick Fury, who has read too many books and knows human nature, naturally made up a series of things fighting for the throne. After becoming a king, what is the first thing to do? Definitely wants to kill this many voices big prince. A qualified king will never allow someone with the ability to threaten his throne to survive. But this person was exiled to the Earth again, so no need to think about it, the Earth must suffer. So, a new round of crisis is imminent. Nick Fury doesn't believe that the so-called Brotherhood can be bigger than the throne. He thinks he knows all the negative emotions of human selfishness and greed, but he underestimates Loki, Thor, and Asgard. Yeah, blindsight, this is what he was talking about. Yiu is also fighting a war with incomplete information to trick Nick Fury into taking the bait. Sure enough, looking at the relaxed Yiu, Nick Fury took a deep breath and said very seriously, "Yi, I'm afraid we are about to face a new crisis. The crisis this time is very serious. If there is a little carelessness, the Earth may be destroyed." Seeing Nick Fury with a serious face, Yiu immediately shook his head and said, "No, it's not us, it's Shield. I am the owner of a newspaper, a publishing house, an ordinary person who writes books and earns money. It is your Shield's responsibility to protect the safety of the Earth. Don't involve me in it." Yiu immediately refused. "Why don't you understand the pros and cons of this? This is not a matter of a single Shield, it is a matter of the safety of the entire Earth. No one can hide." Hearing Yiu's words, Nick Fury sighed. The Yiu in front of him needs strength and ability, but he is too young to understand the stakes in the middle. Thinking of this, Nick Fury told Yiu a series of things he guessed and made up in his head, especially after Loki succeeded to the throne. He found that his brother was still alive on the Earth, and then he would lead the army of Asgard to attack Earth, in order to prevent his brother from competing with him for the right of inheritance, thus launching a huge amounts of war and finally destroying the Earth. Nick Fury eloquently talked about the dangers involved, and constantly cited countless cases that have happened on the Earth to prove that the battle for the throne is terrible. This proves what kind of crisis the Earth will face. And Yiu also went from not caring at the beginning to nodding again and again later, and finally to serious face at the end. After listening to Nick Fury's analysis, Yiu couldn't help sighing again and again. Sure enough, the incomplete information and brain-damaged dead men. Just over half an hour of narration, it seems that Yiu has seen the end of countless destructions on the Earth. After taking a sip of the tea in front of him, the dry-mouthed Nick Fury let out a long sigh. This is what our Earth will face, Yi, do you know? I never imagined that the Earth is so dangerous. Yiu leaned back on the chair, nodding solemnly. You're still young, it's normal that you can't think of so much, it's not your fault. Seeing Yiyu's dignified expression after realizing the benefits and disadvantages involved, Nick Fury became satisfied. Sure enough, he was still too young, so for the safety of the Earth, Yi, I need your help. Seeing the serious Yiu in front of him, Nick Fury said very seriously. No wonder Nick Fury imagined such a big show. In fact, there are countless cases of fighting for the throne and fighting for the throne. It was as if anyone could risk their lives for the throne, not only their own lives, but also the lives of other brothers and sisters. Seeing Nick Fury with a serious face, Yiu nodded heavily with a serious expression. If it's really what you said, Nick, tell me what I need to do. Sensing the earnest emotion emanating from Yiu, Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. I knew it, I saw the right person, Yi, you are a trustworthy person. This time it's the Earth's crisis, but why not? Is there an opportunity for our Earth to have an ally? As long as Thor Odinson, the Prince of Asgard, recognizes our Earth, and then recovers his divine power, regains his king's position. Then in the vast universe, our Earth will have a very powerful ally. Speaking of this, Nick Fury entrusted him solemnly. If you want to gain a powerful ally, then you must help him when he is down, and let him feel the kindness that our Earth has given him. Let him feel that the Earth is a beautiful place. Although there are still many shortcomings, it is the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Therefore, I will ask people to bring back this prince who has lost his divine power. Then put it on the you here. I believe that with your ability, you will be able to make this prince from God's domain feel the warmth and kindness of the Earth, and let him regard the Earth as his second hometown. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Yiu thought for a while, then nodded and said, I'll try it. Good. Hearing that Yiu agreed to his request, Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and looked at Yiu, who also stood up solemnly. Nick Fury stretched out his hand and patted Yiu's shoulder vigorously. Shoot. The degree of this is up to you. I believe in you. If there is anything that needs the help of SHIELD, then SHIELD will directly provide the greatest help, and everything is on your side. Definitely, after all, you are not from SHIELD, so we can't ask you to help for nothing. I think it is not uncommon for you to pay you, after all, you are not short of money. After thinking for a while, Nick Fury looked at Yiu and said seriously, since you founded the Bugle newspaper and set foot in the media industry, then I think you must want to make it big. Well, you don't need to worry about other things. The largest NBC TV station in New York, as well as its media, internet, newspapers, TV fields, etc., I will help you get it, just to satisfy your desire to get involved in the media field. Wish. Hearing what Nick Fury said, Yiu's face struggled a little, then he shook his head and said, Mr. Nick, I didn't do this for repayment, but I know I understand too. Before Yiu finished speaking, Nick Fury laughed. You are still too young, you have to know that these things are not something you can get with money. There are interests, and layers of relationships are what you imagined. No, definitely, you have never seen the darkness in it. It's normal, after all, you are only 19 years old, you have a kind heart and don't see these dark things at all. But it doesn't matter, I will help you fix it. You just wait to take over NBC TV and all the media involved in the industry. That's it. Speaking of this, Nick Fury also sighed softly. What's more, helping you become a tycoon in the media field is not helping us SHIELD. After all, sometimes we also need our own people to speak for us. Although SHIELD is still in shame for the time being. But it doesn't matter, people, you must look to the future. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future. Okay, don't refuse, this is the kindness that we SHIELD gave you, you have to accept it. It's also a win-win situation, so it's decided. After finishing speaking, Nick Fury walked out without waiting for Yiu to say something. Well, the Prince of God's domain is the most important thing, so I don't think we can delay it. Yiu laughed as he watched Nick Fury walk out of his office quickly, not even letting himself go out to see him off. Done. Outside the building, looking up at the warm sunshine, Nick Fury let out a long sigh of relief. Turning his head, looking at Natasha Romanoff, who sent him out, he said seriously, Natasha Romanoff, you are right, Yi is a good boy. But he is too young and we still need to teach him more. Fortunately, you are by his side. Otherwise, if such a kind and upright child sees too much darkness and is calculated by others, I am afraid that he will suffer. It seemed as if he had felt it, and it seemed that he remembered the surprise and shock on his face when he told him about the tragic war where the prince seized the heirloom, and the fact that he was struggling when he knew that this matter was about the survival crisis of the Earth. Then come forward and ask for nothing in return. Nick Fury is very satisfied with Yiu from the bottom of his heart. This is a kind and upright child who is willing to believe that the world is full of hope and light. Such a person, Natasha Romanoff, must protect him and prevent the darkness from invading him. In him, I see a second rising Steve Rogers. Hearing Nick Fury express his feelings for Yiu, Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised in his heart. She didn't expect that Nick Fury, who had always been skeptical of everything, would make such an exclamation after the two had only talked for more than an hour. However, there is also a little pride. You know, this is someone I regard as my own brother. This is praised by people like Nick Fury, and he is called the second Captain America. How can I not be proud of myself? How are you doing these days? Looking at the refreshed Steve in a black suit beside him, Yiu asked with a smile. Not bad. Steve nodded. The melancholy in his eyes was much less a few days ago, and more of it was emotion for the new world. The method you said is really good. Steve looked at Yiu beside him, then shrugged his shoulders with a smile and said, at least now everyone regards me as an ordinary person who has lost his memory, and it is indeed very pleasant to get along with them. Many people care about me very much, and many people tell me about the changes that have taken place over the years. Speaking of this, Steve raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, but that thing called a computer is very powerful. Catherine found out what happened in the computer for me over the years. I found it very interesting. That's good. Hearing Steve's words, Yiu laughed. I heard that these days, whether it's the beautiful editors, reporters, or some female employees of the publishing house, they always like to watch you secretly, and some bold ones ask you out have dinner together. Man, this is a very good thing. Especially Catherine, she is a very family-friendly and nice girl. I think you should be bolder. Yiu nudged Steve lightly with his elbow and then said, forget it. Listening to Yiu's words, Steve smiled wryly and shook his head. I'd better not delay other girls, not to mention you know my past. As he spoke, Steve raised his head, looked at the scenery outside the glass and muttered to himself. Although the new world is good and convenient, technology and medicine are also advanced, and the food is also diverse. But if I have a choice, I still want to go back to the past, because in the past there was a girl I love waiting for me to dance that dance. Hearing Steve's words, Yiu raised his hand, patted Steve's shoulder lightly and didn't say anything. But Steve continued with a smile. Yesterday I went to the museum. Well, I saw a promotional video about me and those members of the Howling Commando, and my shield imitation is also placed there. Maybe I should bid farewell to the past and raise my head to face the new world. A voice can tell me that giving up the past is equivalent to betraying myself. Having said that, Steve turned his head, looked at Yiu with concern in his eyes and said with a smile, dude, if you have time, come with me to a place. I want to see her. I'm afraid I'm not here if you go to see her. She won't last long. But I am a little afraid. I don't know how to face her. Am I very weak? Looking at Steve with a wry smile on his face, Yiu didn't say much, just shook his head slightly. Steve Rogers, as far as I can remember, is not a weak man when. 3 days later. Steve Rogers pursed his lips. After 3 days, you can accompany me to see her. I don't know if my decision is wrong, but I really want to see her, even if she has gray hair, even if you don't recognize me anymore. No problems. Yiu smiled and nodded, then make an appointment. In 3 days, I will accompany you to see her. Thanks, buddy. As if he remembered something, Steve glanced around and then smiled. Next, I'm going to start to decorate your building. If I want to attack this building, then I can find many ways attack here. You can figure it out. As long as I don't transform my place into a war base, you, a professional, will be responsible for everything. Hearing the rattling footsteps coming from behind, Yiu instantly judged that the footsteps belonged to Natasha Romanoff and said to Steve with a smile. After finishing speaking, Yiu looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was walking over, and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Nick Fury asked me to tell you, get ready, that guy will be sent over by SHIELD people tonight. SHIELD will arrange accommodation for him first, and then I will leave the rest to you. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Yiu took a deep breath and then smiled. I see, by the way, is that hammer still where it was? Yes, is there anyone who can take it away, not even a crane? While walking, Natasha Romanoff was talking to Yiu, Asgard within Asgard. Immortal is immortal. At this time, you should use mind magic, so that the criminal will directly confess the crime he committed. Holding a big detective book, Loki read it with gusto and couldn't help complaining when Holmes found out who the criminal was, but still collected evidence everywhere. He closed the book, put the first part of The Great Detective on the table, then bent his fingers and tapped the table lightly, wondering what was going on in his mind. Perhaps it would be good to arrange the contents of this book into a drama. Loki thought about it but then shook his head. I can see it, but the people of Asgard don't know if they can see it. After all, there are no grand battle scenes, no magical fierce battles. The people of Asgard, it should be difficult to accept it. However, this book is really well written. Originally, I just wanted to investigate what kind of person Yiu is, but I never thought that it gave me such a big surprise. Talking to himself, Loki suddenly raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up, as if thinking of something extremely interesting. The ability to describe Sherlock Holmes so vividly and interestingly is enough to show that Yiu, a young man, is a good writer. If I ask him to write a biography, I will write the events of more than 1,500 years into a book. Asgard spread. Then those who only know how to worship Thor, but don't know what I have done to Loki, will definitely be infected by my past contributions. Presumably. When they knew how much I had contributed to Asgard in the past, and when they knew that I had been planning for Thor for so many years of war and received credit for the reward, I stood silently behind. Such a great character, such a brilliant record, will definitely make all the people of Asgard know me and worship me again. If this is the case, that would be wonderful. Thinking of Yiu's biography written by him being circulated in Asgard, and those ordinary people adoring him after reading his biography, the smile on the corner of Loki's mouth became wider and wider. It seemed that all good things were beckoning to him. What are you looking at? Pebo, who came back from get off work, saw that the lights in the room were not turned on. Tony Stark was sitting by the window alone, looking at the scenery outside with a confused expression. He couldn't help asking Jarvis to turn on the lights in the villa, and he walked to the window and sat beside Tony. "Oh, you're back." Hearing Pepper's voice coming from beside him, Tony Stark finally came to his senses. Just now he fell into his own contemplation and didn't notice at all that Pepper had returned. Did something happen? Pepper looked at Tony Stark, whose expression was a bit strange, and then asked with concern. "It's okay, what can I do?" Seeing the concern on Pepper's face, Tony Stark forced a smile, then raised his hand, put his arm around Pepper's shoulder and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Auntie Peggy for a long time. I don't know how old her is. How have you been recently? Since you miss Aunt Peggy, let's go and have a look. Anyway, there is no rush to study this kind of thing. It only takes a day to see her old man." Tony Stark nodded lightly when he heard Pepper's words. "Then let's go see Auntie Peggy tomorrow. If I don't go, I'm afraid she will scold me." "Good." Pepper nodded, then stood up and said, "Today is a busy day, and I have to stabilize the market of Stark Industry, and I have to deal with some trivial matters. I'm going to take a shower first." Seeing Peppo leaving, Tony Stark laughed. After Peppo left, the forced smile disappeared again. Sighing deeply, Tony regained his silent expression once again. "Sir, are you sure you don't want to tell Miss Peppo about this?" The voice of Jarvis rang in Tony's ears, but in the magnetic voice there was a rare hint of deepness. "I don't want it for now, I'm thinking of other ways. Telling her now will only make her worry about me." Tony Stark shook his head, then glanced at the energy reactor on his body. His face became even uglier. Early the next morning. "You are very nervous now." Looking at the nervous co-pilot Steve, Yiu smiled and said, "Relax, it's not easy to see such a nervous expression on you." Hearing Yiu's ridicule, Steve took a deep breath, then spread his hands and said, "Please, buddy, how can you make me not nervous? To be honest, even if I face hundreds of enemies, I will fight to the end. But now..." Steve Rogers tilted his head and looked at Yiu with some hesitation on his face. "I don't know, is it the right thing for me to choose this time to see her now? I'm really afraid of seeing him. In fact, I don't care if she is gray-haired or not, and I don't care if she has an old face, but I always feel that this is too cruel for her. After all, I missed the appointments." Speaking of this, Steve Rogers smiled bitterly. "Perhaps this meeting is destined to be a sad meeting. I am still so young, but I am worried that she will not be able to bear this blow. Then shall we go back?" Holding the steering wheel, Yiu looked at Steve, who had some hesitation, and asked with a smile. "No." After being silent for a while, Steve Rogers took a deep breath, looked at the constantly receding street scene outside the window, then shook his head lightly and said, "Let's go, maybe I should do this. By the way, I have asked people to install a lot of monitors on each floor of the Bugle News building. To be honest, there are too many loopholes in the Bugle News building. In addition to monitoring, it also needs a lot of security. Only personnel will do. Only in this way will you have the ability to protect yourself when you are attacked. Oh, I also asked Nick Fury for a lot of weapons, but these weapons can't be distributed to the security personnel for the time being. If someone uses these weapons to commit crimes, it will implicate you. For the past 3 days, I have been working on the deployment of the Horn newspaper building, and it is almost finished. It would be even better if there are some more professionally trained people. Listening to Steve constantly nagging, Yiu smiled and drove the vehicle without answering. He knew that Steve was using these things to distract the tension in his heart. After all, I am going to meet the person I once loved the most. It's just that time has passed and things have changed. Steve didn't know whether his choice was right or not. He could only use this method to relieve the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart outside Miss Peggy Carter's house. A lot of people are guarding here. After getting out of the car, I looked around. Except for some pedestrians on the street, many people were hiding in every corner. Looking at the house with extremely tight security measures, Steve Rogers whispered to Yiu. It's normal. After all, Miss Peggy is one of the 3 founders of SHIELD in her later years. There must be many people protecting her. Saying that, Yiu patted Steve's shoulder and said with a smile, "Since you're here, let's go and see her. I think she's been waiting for you for a long time." "Yeah, it's been a long time." Steve Rogers nodded lightly, trying to muster up the courage to move forward, but there was some hesitation. Seeing Steve like this, Yiu didn't rush but just stood beside him quietly. He knew that Steve was going through a test in his heart. After hesitation for a long time, Steve Rogers finally took a deep breath and then took a step forward. That kind of hesitation became firm after taking this step. Seeing Steve walking towards the house, Yiu quietly leaned against the car and did not follow. This is the picture of Steve and his true love meeting. Maybe he or she doesn't want anyone to come to disturb. As soon as he reached the door, before Steve reached out to open the door opened by itself. "Hey, why are you here?" The person who came out was none other than Tony Stark. After seeing Steve Rogers, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why Steve Rogers appeared here. But looking at Yiu, who was leaning against the car behind him, he instantly understood what happened. Before Steve could speak, Tony Stark raised his head, hesitated, and patted Steve on the shoulder. "Go and see her, maybe she has been waiting for you." With that said, Tony Stark bypassed Steve and walked towards Yiu. "Well, thanks." Steve looked at Tony Stark, who passed by, and then said softly. After speaking, Steve clenched his fists, raised his spirits, put a smile on his face, and strode into the room with big strides. Outside. Coming to Yiu's side, Tony Stark was also leaning on the car, feeling a bit out of sorts. Aunt Peggy's mental state is a bit bad. Sometimes she is sober, sometimes she is a little confused. Sometimes she even forgets about me. As he said that, Tony Stark sighed and said with a sad expression, "I'm afraid it will happen when I get old. Aunt Peggy has Alzheimer's disease. I'm afraid I will suffer from this disease when I get old." Bar. With that said, Tony Stark turned his head, looked at Yiu and said emotionally, "Don't you think what you did is too cruel? Can't Aunt Peggy spend her old age in peace? Why do you have to come here? You are a bunch of bastards." Seeing the emotional Tony, Yiu fell silent for a while. Perhaps it was cruel to come to see Miss Peggy. After all, he was her true love. She waited for him for 70 years, and as a result, she was old. He is still young. One is gray-haired, the other is still handsome. Perhaps this is the cruelest thing for any woman who loves deeply. B*******D. If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother, I really want to punch you in the face." Tony Stark said angrily, "She's been waiting too long." Looking at the emotional Tony Stark, Yiu shook his head slightly. Perhaps she also wants to see her former love. After all, she has been waiting for so many years. If her life is about to come to an end, I haven't seen him who I love all the time. Perhaps this is a kind of cruelty. Although reality is always cruel, this may be a good result. At least she will know that he is still alive. Having said that, Yiu turned his head, looked at Tony Stark and asked very seriously, "If it were you, would you go to see Peppo?" "Lies." Tony clenched his fists and his heart was full of anger. After hearing Yiu's question, he opened his mouth, but he still couldn't say anything. After a while, he leaned weakly against the car, his whole face filled with a bitter smile. "Maybe that's why we are brothers. Because I found out I'm a B******D2. Stretching out his hand and wrapping his arms around Tony Stark's shoulder, Yiu shook slightly. "But don't you think that the world is not so boring just because of bastards like us?" "Sorry, I just got mad at you." Listening to Yiu's words, Tony Stark laughed. He raised his head, looked at the somewhat dazzling sunlight, and couldn't help but gradually narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you always thinking about my bottle of 60-year-old wine? After I go back, I'll send it to you." Tony looked at Yiu and said very seriously, Hearing Tony's words, Yiu frowned subconsciously, knowing that Tony Stark cherished that bottle of 60-year-old wine very much. How could he give it away so easily? In an instant, Yiu noticed that something was wrong with Tony Stark. Is there anything you need? Yiu looked at Tony and asked, Please, I'm Tony Stark, what can I do? It's just a momentary feeling, plus I got mad at you just now, this is to make up for you. Tony Stark regained his fart personality, pretending that since I got mad at you, I'm going to make it up to you. The two have known each other for so long, Yiu naturally understands Tony Stark's character very well. Seeing his arrogant expression, Yiu instantly sensed something was wrong. I patted my head, no wonder I always felt as if I had forgotten something. Raising his hand, Yiu grabbed Tony's collar and opened it. Sure enough, black veins emerged on Tony Stark's neck. Hey man, what are you doing? I don't like this. Seeing Yiu's movements, Tony Stark immediately covered up his collar again, and while covering it up he said in a panic, If you like handsome guys, I think Steve Rogers is pretty good. As a brother, although I don't like this, I definitely don't discriminate against you. Really, I swear to my character Looking at Yiu's very serious eyes, Tony Stark, who wanted to mess around, found himself with his mouth open, but he couldn't continue. In the end, I could only shake my head with a wry smile. Okay, don't look at me with that look, can't I surrender? Seeing Yiu looking at him with serious eyes, Tony Stark raised his hand, crying and laughing as if to surrender. I really didn't want to tell anyone about this, really, I was just afraid that you would worry. Speaking of this, Tony Stark was silent for a while, closing his eyes, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun in the sky. It's my luck to escape from the desert and come back alive. If it weren't for you and Natasha Romanoff, I'm afraid I would have died in the desert. At least I've lived a long time longer now, haven't I? This is enough for me. Maybe I never thought that I would die in the weapon I developed before, but for me, this is a comfort. Having said that, Tony Stark smiled self-deprecatingly. With the eyes closed, the sun shines through the eyelids, and a golden light shines in the eyes, as if it is swaying in the bottom of my heart. So reassuring, so warm. Yi, don't worry, I should be able to find a solution to palladium poisoning. If I can't find it, I will die at worst. Anyway, I'm ready to leave Stark Industry to Peppo. At least with Stark Industry, she won't have to worry about anything for the rest of her life. Auntie Peggy, if she suffers from Hamer syndrome, she will gradually forget me, so it won't be too sad for her old man. Besides, I still have a brother like you. When I die, if Pebo encounters any problems, I think you will definitely help. You see, I have already thought about all this, so what is there to regret? As he spoke, Tony Stark opened his eyes and looked at Yiu pretending to be chic and relaxed. Well, watching Yiu's movements, the corner of Tony Stark's mouth twitched. Just now I have been talking in my heart and I almost entrusted the will to him, and it turned out. This guy didn't listen to what he said but flipped through his phone as if he was looking for something. I said man what I just said. Shut up. Yiu didn't wait for Tony Stark to finish, and continued to search in the phone's address book. Seeing Yiu's actions, Tony Stark could only shrug his shoulders and look at Yiu with an innocent expression. Although I don't know what he is looking for, but looking at Yiu's serious expression, it should be because he is troubled by his own affairs. Thinking of this, Tony Stark laughed. There are not many people in my life who I can talk to, maybe he is the only one left. Although Rhodes is good, but that guy's identity is there, and even if Rhodes wants to help, there is nothing he can do. I just wanted to persuade Yiu not to waste my efforts, but who else in this world can solve the problems that I can't solve myself? After all, he is the famous genius, but after seeing Yiu finally found a number, he dialed it. He couldn't help but look at his phone with a strange expression, and then at Yiu. Dude, who is this guy who doesn't even have a note, shows an unknown number, and the number is very hidden? The one who can save your life. Yiu ignored the curious Tony, who is poisoned by the palladium element. How can there be such great curiosity? The phone call was made and it was quickly connected. Yi, didn't you and the captain go to see Miss Peggy today? Why do you have time to call me? Did something happen? On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury motioned for Phil Coulson to leave before asking. Tony is dying. Yi didn't go around in circles and said directly, so I want SHIELD to help. I think that in SHIELD, there should be a relic of notes left by Tony's father. You find someone to send all these things to Tony's home. This is a bit tricky. Maybe only Mr. Howard back then had the ability to save Tony. Hearing Yiu's words, Nick Fury's face suddenly became serious. Okay, I'll take a moment. No, I'll take someone to deliver Mr. Howard's belongings to Tony's home. But tell me what happened. On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury asked seriously. For Tony Stark, Nick Fury is still very concerned, not to mention that since knowing that Tony Stark has that armor, Nick Fury has regarded him as a member of his plan. Just because Tony's father, Mr. Howard Stark, is one of the 3 founders of SHIELD, Nick Fury will not let Tony have an accident. It's palladium element poisoning. After Yiu briefly explained the matter to Nick Fury nodded and said, I see you don't have to worry about this matter. I will take the relics of Mr. Howard Sturker and notes. The videos are all delivered to Tony's home. In addition, I will also let the top scientific researchers of SHIELD cooperate with Tony to conduct research. I don't think so. Yiu glanced at Tony, who had a curious expression on his face, then shook his head and said, Your SHIELD's top researchers may be very powerful, but to be honest, none of them can compare to Tony, at least in this respect. Tony Stark is the real expert. Let Tony Stark come alone. Maybe there are too many people, but it will distract Tony instead. Hearing Yiu's words, although Tony on the side didn't understand what happened, he still gave Yiu a thumbs up and nodded proudly. Well, that's right, I am the world's top genius and I don't need the help of those people at all. After Yiu hung up the phone, Tony Stark asked curiously, Who was that person you called just now? What kind of organization is SHIELD? And from what you just said, it was founded by my father. How could I didn't know there was such an organization in this world. Looking at the puzzled Tony Stark, Yiu replied softly. One of the founders of SHIELD is your father and the other is Miss Peggy. You only know that Miss Peggy used to be from the Bureau of Occult Investigations. In fact, it's just a branch of SHIELD. After explaining the ins and outs of SHIELD to Tony Stark nodded in a sudden realization. Oh, it turns out that you are accompanied by an agent of SHIELD. I said why I always feel that there is something wrong with Natasha Romanoff. It turns out that she is the person from SHIELD. Seemingly thinking of Obadiah Stane being taken away by a group of special people, Tony Stark asked curiously. The person who took Obadiah Stane away is also a member of SHIELD. No wonder I found not to the place where he is being held. He is dead. Yiu looked at Tony without hiding anything and said, Obadiah Stane died the day he was taken away. Died? Hearing Yiu's words, Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. It's okay to die, let's die if you die, at least you can suffer less suffering this way. But man, honestly, I'm kind of not sure if I'm going to make it through this time if not. Be confident. Hearing Tony's words, Yiu raised his hand and gave Tony a hammer. Don't forget you are Tony Stark, the greatest genius since the 20th century. Definitely, if you don't make it through, then I will help you take care of Peppo. Well, if I annex the Stark industry by then, I will pay homage to you every year. Hearing Yiu's words, Tony Stark rolled his eyes speechlessly. You want to annex my Stark industry? Are you kidding me? Just because of your words, I can't die. Haha, isn't that right? By the way, when will your 60-year-old bottle of wine be delivered to me? I'm still waiting to use this bottle of wine to decorate my wine cabinet. You know that 60-year-old wine year, but only produced less than 100 bottles of top-quality red wine. The rest are just some table wine. Now there is only the bottle in your wine cabinet left. Tomorrow you can have someone bring it to me tomorrow, or I can pick it up myself. Hearing Yiu's words, Tony Stark looked at Yiu with a bewildered expression. What are you talking about? What kind of good wine from the 60s? Why can't I understand? Dude, did you fall asleep last night? Is it? When did I promise you to give you that bottle of fine wine? Seeing Tony playing a rascal, Yiu raised his hand and gave Tony a middle finger, and Tony Stark laughed out loud. Inside the house, sitting by Peggy's window watching the old Peggy lying there, Steve had a gentle smile on his face. You're still so young, Steve, and I'm so old. Peggy looked at the one in front of her, her former love, and said softly, No, how come? In my eyes you will always be such a beautiful girl. Steve shook his head, shook Peggy's hand, and said affectionately, You don't have to comfort me, Steve. I've lived my whole life, and it's enough to see you alive before I die. Peggy held Steve's hand backwards. The skinny and wrinkled hand was constantly trembling. Steve, I've lived my whole life. The only regret is that you didn't live your own life. Perhaps you should accept him again now. Let this world make up for the decades you lost. I'm fine now, Paige. Hearing Peggy's words, Steve smiled. I have a new job now and I don't have to be like before, except fighting or fighting. I have a new friend, although all the members of the Roaring Commando have left this world. But this new friend I know, he is like the warm sun in spring, able to shine the sun into everyone's heart. I have also learned how to use a computer, how to use a mobile phone, a microwave oven, and I am accepting various advanced technologies little by little, but... What's up? My Steve, my hero. Watching and talking, the original smile on her face gradually disappeared, and there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. Peggy asked softly, All this time, I thought I was doing something right. I was doing it according to my principles. It's always been like this. Steve held Peggy's hand, lowered his head with a trace of sadness in his heart. In the past, I was thin, but I would never admit defeat, and later I became stronger, and I also had my own responsibilities. But now, Steve raised his head and looked around, and a sad emotion suddenly burst out. But when I opened my eyes, I felt like I lost everything. I have nothing, as if I have been abandoned by this world. I want to look around, but all around is very strange. My home is gone, my comrades, my brothers, the girl I love, all this is gone from me. I have nothing now. Even the right things I always thought I was doing in the past, the principles I upheld, and the goals I looked for have also been lost. Now everything is different. I feel that I am not important to this world at all. It doesn't need me anymore, so like an abandoned child, this world closes the door to me tightly and throws me out. Lies. Looking at Steve, whose eyes were full of sadness, Peggy clenched Steve's hand tightly. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. No, Steve, the world still needs you. Peggy supported her body and looked at Steve seriously. My Steve, you will always be that superhero. You saved it. I know you will be at a loss, feel like outsiders, but... As soon as I said this, a trace of bewilderment suddenly appeared in the old Peggy's eyes, and then the whole person coughed vigorously. Seeing this, Steve hurried forward, supported Peggy to lie down, wiped away the tears falling from the corners of Peggy's eyes, and then picked up the water glass and handed it to Peggy, who was coughing. Hearing someone calling her softly beside her ear, Peggy turned her head and tears flowed from her eyes. Steve, you're alive, you're back. Looking at the excited Peggy, Steve, who already knew what happened, suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. It was as if the pain was blocking his breath. Raising his hand, he wiped away the tears on the excited Peggy and then forced a smile. Yes, Peggy, I'm back. Steve, I haven't seen you for a long time. It's been a long time. Why did you come back? Seeing the excitement, sadness, and various emotions mixed on that old cheek, Steve smiled with a hint of sadness and comfort. I'm back, Peggy. How can I leave my most beloved girl and she owes me a dance? There's something wrong with your mood. Looking at the co-pilot Steve Roger, he couldn't say he let go of the past at this moment, nor could he say he was full of hope for the future. Instead, various emotions were mixed together, and his face was difficult to understand. Yiu suddenly felt something was wrong. In the original movie, after meeting Miss Page, the look in Steve's eyes said it all. At least it was obvious that something had been let go, and he was ready to start over. But now, how does it feel like Steve is more obsessed with the past? Well, if you tell Steve about the tunnel in the quantum realm, will he start reading again immediately? Then work hard to study the tunnel in the quantum realm and finally travel back to 167. It seems like this is very possible. Please, my boss will be your driver himself. What else are you upset about? I have left the Prince of Asgard aside. Come on, buddy, have a laugh. Seeing Yiyu's funny raised eyebrows, Steve couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand, gave Yiu a light hammer, and then said seriously, "Thanks, buddy." Hey, that's right, what can't be done. Yiu said with a smile while driving the car. You know, the past will always pass. Sometimes we need to let go of the past obsessions so that we can better face the future. According to age, I am 19 years old, and you are not counted in those years of being frozen. And now you are only 24 years old. Based on experience, it has been more than half a century since you closed your eyes and opened them again. But something happened to me that cannot be explained by science or other methods. It can be said that both of us have experienced a lot, so I can't imagine that there is anything we can't get through. Anyway, the past can't be changed. At least we have to look forward. Hearing Yiyu's words, Steve looked at the continuously receding scene outside the car window, and then said softly, yeah, there are some things that should really be let go. Dropped, I found director Nick Fury and asked him to prepare a lot of weapons for me. I plan to set up a weapon terminal attack station on the 10th to 14th floors of the Horn newspaper office. In this way, no matter what happens, even if there will be aliens attacking in the future, the building of the Bugle News Agency will also have some defensive preparations. Definitely some weapons are large-scale ones. You'd better be mentally prepared. Well, hearing Steve's words, Yiu clicked his tongue and said, man, don't tell me you got a mushroom egg. We don't have a launcher for that thing. No, it's not that powerful. Steve shook his head and said very seriously, once the mushroom eggs are detonated, the whole of Manhattan will disappear, but what I want is not, the most, is to make the entire 3rd Street where the cross-corner newspaper office is located disappear. Waters. Seeing Steve's relaxed expression, you couldn't tell whether Steve was joking or serious for a moment. Don't make it so big, after all. My place is just a building for a newspaper office and a publishing house. and it's not an important base. Yiu asked cautiously. No, take precautions. Even the aliens from Asgard have come to the Earth. Who knows if more aliens will come to the Earth in the future? Steve looked at Yiu and said very seriously. At least after I recover, I still have a sense of belonging to the Bugle newspaper. On the one hand, you are my friend, and on the other hand, it is also because this is what I know. The most important way in the world. So if aliens attack, then I will not let the Bugle newspaper, a building that I have a sense of belonging to, disappear. Actually, Nick Fury had the same reaction as you. He also thought it was ridiculous for a newspaper to have a large-scale weapon defense facility, but I convinced him anyway. So the development of the newspaper and publishing house has nothing to do with me, and I can't help much, but I am a professional in defense and counterattack. Steve Rogers looked at Yiu and said very seriously. Seeing a proud expression appearing between his brows, Yiu shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Forget it, let this frustrated guy toss, there is no harm anyway. What's more, he was right about one thing. I am afraid that in the near future, Manhattan will indeed be attacked by aliens. Although Chitauri is one of the weakest aliens in the universe, it is already very strong compared to the Earth. Who knows what the Chitauri led by Loki will do to the Scourge of Manhattan, and it is also good to have a little counterattack ability. As for whether he wants to stop Loki. Are you kidding about 5.1? I definitely won't stop it. Maybe not only won't I stop it, but I will let Loki quickly bring aliens to invade the Earth. This is the only way for people on Earth to realize that they are not alone in the universe. And only in this way can they tell those people in the World Security Council the necessity of the existence of superheroes. Well, anyone who threatens the future of their own Wanda must be eliminated, and the existence of superheroes must be displayed. Superhero, you people on Earth are really ridiculous. In the Horn newspaper office, a very strong guy said with a look of disdain. I thought you hated readings. Yiu looked at the guy sitting on the sofa in front of him, holding a book while reading and complaining, and then said curiously, That's right, I really don't like reading books. Thor, who is still very muscular now, nodded, but put down the paper that was still turned into a book in his hand, and then said, But you really think that I am a person who doesn't like to study? I'm afraid you don't know that all of us in Asgard have to learn to become warriors, just like me. Thor patted himself and then said proudly, The books I don't like to read are those preaching or professional books, not such novels or dramas. After all, I have nothing to do on Earth now. The managers of Earth, those people in black clothes, said that you are responsible for all my subsequent formation. Do you know, I have been waiting in your office for 2 days up. No one has ever dared me to wait for him. Seeing Thor look like I'm very angry, but not like you, an Earthling, Yiu leaned on the office chair and sighed lightly. In other words, as expected of Thor who has just descended to Earth, as expected, he is actually the same as Loki to Earthlings. If it is said that Loki, the Hell Earthling, is the kind of pride that he does not pay attention to at all, then Thor, who was exiled to the Earth in front of him, is blindly arrogant. He thinks that Asgard is higher than the Earth, so it is difficult for Thor to look down on the Earthlings. After all, this isn't the later Thor willing to fight for Earth. You look a lot like Loki. Looking at Thor, who was carelessly sitting on the sofa, Yiu said, He is proud, you are arrogant. Do you think that the Earth can't deal with you Asgard at all? Or do you already think that Asgard can rule the 9 realms? You actually know Loki. Upon hearing Yiu's words, Thor immediately put down the manuscript in his hand, then sat up and looked at Yiu, frowning, and asked earnestly, How do you know about our Asgard as a human being on Earth? Also, how did you know Loki? I've seen him. Looking at the serious Thor in front of him, Yiu said lightly, Since I picked up that hammer that belongs to you, Loki has appeared. I chatted with him for a long time and we had a very pleasant chat. This is impossible. When Thor heard Yiu's words, he immediately stood up from the sofa, looked at Yiu with an angry and serious face and shouted, You can't pick up Mjolnir that belongs to me. You are not qualified to pick up Mjolnir yet. That is belong to my hammer. Seeing Thor's appearance of his beloved being snatched away, Yiu raised his left hand, and the next moment, a powerful thunder force appeared on Yiu's left hand. Seeing the light blue thunder and lightning flashing on Yiu's left hand, Thor looked at Yiu in disbelief. Nothing is impossible and you are not alone, eligible for Mjolnir's approval. Saying that, Yiu withdrew the power of thunder in his hand, then looked at Thor and said, The power of thunder in me was given by Mjolnir. And if Loki hadn't asked me to take care of you, do you think I would be willing to accept it? A guy who has lost his divine power but is still extremely arrogant. It's impossible. It's impossible. Thor took 2 steps back with a dazed look on his face, muttering impossible in his mouth, and he collapsed directly on the sofa. You know that is your own Mjolnir, which is a symbol of your own identity and status. Can now, to be picked up by an earthling actually made Thor feel a very serious blow. Seeing Thor with a lost face, Yiu stood up, walked to Thor, looked down at Thor who was sitting on the sofa and asked with a smile, "Do you want to regain Mjolnir's approval? Do you want to regain your status and divine power? If you want to, then let go of the arrogance and recklessness in your heart and first learn how to respect others. Respect the living area. Perhaps only in this way can you be qualified to regain Mjolnir's approval and become the Thor that countless people in the Nine Realms worship and fear." Looking at Yiu in front of him, Thor suddenly felt dry in his heart. My father deprived me of my divine power, deprived myself of the qualification to use Mjolnir, and exiled myself to the earth. Now my hammer was picked up by an earthling. This hits Thor hard. Why don't you get the hammer back? Thor looked at Yiu sadly. If you can get the hammer back, then you are qualified to be the new Thor. Why don't you do that? What good will it do me to be Thor? Yiu looked at the disappointed Thor and then smiled. Compared to becoming Thor in Asgard and fighting everywhere all day, I prefer my current identity as the newspaper owner. I don't like war, and I don't even like to be a so-called soldier. I enjoy my life now, writing books every day, making money, walking around when I have time, going to the amusement park with my lovely Wanda, going to zoo. Whenever I see a happy smile on her face, I also feel very happy. So I don't care about being a Thor or something. As he spoke, Yiu looked into Thor's eyes and said seriously, word by word, "So Thor, I don't care about that Thor's identity at all." After speaking, Yiu stood up, walked back to his seat and said softly, "Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Mjolnir gave me the power of thunder, which is my reward and compensation. Perhaps it is waiting for you now. Let's see if you can regain Mjolnir's approval." Hearing Yiu's words, Thor was both angry and disappointed. The identity that I regard as more important than life, but a person on Earth who obviously has it at his fingertips doesn't care at all. And myself. Looking at his hands, Thor took a deep breath, then stood up, walked to Yiu's desk and clapped his hands on the table. At this moment, his eyes are extremely serious. "I will take back my hammer and pick up my glory of Thor again. Since you can make me gain divine power again, just tell me what you want me to do, and I will not escape from anything. This is the glory of a future king from Asgard." Seeing Thor being taken out by Catherine, Natasha Romanoff, who had been sitting at the desk on the other side, walked over curiously. "That person just now is the Prince of Asgard." Natasha Romanoff looked at Yiu and asked curiously, "Yes." Yiu nodded and smiled. "This is the person Nick Fury asked me to take care of. It looks like he was hit hard. That hammer seems to be really important to him, but can you really pick up that hammer?" Natasha Romanoff walked to Yiu's side, looked at the empty cup in front of Yiu, picked it up and asked, "Who knows?" Yiu shook his head. "I haven't tried it, I just absorbed the power of annihilation in the hammer, and I haven't tried whether I can pick up the hammer." Yes, at that time Yiu just absorbed the annihilation power in Mjolnir made by the Star Core, and did not try whether he could really pick up Mjolnir. But even if he could pick it up, Yiu wouldn't pick it up, otherwise once he picked up Mjolnir, Haldum might find out immediately. If it is reported to Odin at that time, it will definitely be a lot of trouble. Although Odin exiled Thor to the earth, it was just to test him and make him more mature. When one day Thor is mature enough to know his responsibilities, then he will automatically recover his divine power and be able to pick up Mjolnir again. Otherwise, Odin would really be disappointed in Thor. Why would he throw the hammer to the earth while exiling Thor to the earth? The universe is so big, where is it not good to throw it? But Thor doesn't know about Odin's painstaking efforts. After all, he hasn't grown up to think so much. Next, what are you going to do? Natasha Romanoff held Yiu's cup and asked with a smile, "Are you really going to make him a reporter? I'm afraid if Nick Fury knows about this, he will definitely come to you. After all, he values this alien prince very much and wants to win him over. Aren't you afraid that Nick Fury will come to find you desperately, Tilda?" Natasha Romanoff teased with a laugh. "He's not a reporter." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's ridicule, Yiu shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, "He is not qualified to be a reporter now, he is just a photographer. Didn't I ask Catherine to take him out to get acquainted with what he should do next? I can leave the next thing to Catherine." Speaking, Yiu looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked curiously, "But what are you doing with my cups?" "Oh, the food and beverage department on the 7th floor has several new drinks. I'm going to try them to see which one suits me better so that I can get someone to deliver them. Unfortunately, I broke my glass, so borrow your cup." While talking, Natasha Romanoff walked out. waved with his back to Yiu, took the magazine and Yiyu's cup and left the office directly. On the third floor in the working cubicle office, this is where I work. Catherine, who has blonde hair and looks more beautiful, pushed her glasses, and then looked at the tall, handsome, resolute, and very charming Thor beside her. Then suppressed the inexplicable emotions in her heart, and smiled said, "Your seat is next to mine. From now on the two of us will be a team partner. Definitely, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly, and I promise that I will tell you directly about anything." Well, glancing at his seat, Thor frowned and sat down, picked up a pile of photos and documents on the table and looked at them, then raised his head and asked with a confused look, "What do these mean? What should I do? What?" Well, looking at Thor, who didn't know what to do or where to start, Catherine said with a smile, "It seems that you are still a newcomer. No wonder Mr. Yi asked you to be my photographer. Come on, I'll teach you from the beginning. By the way, which school did you graduate from? What major did you study? Have you ever been in this industry before? By the way, I don't know what your name is and where is your hometown? New York. How old are you?" Listening to Catherine's words constantly popping out of her mouth one after another, Thor raised his hand and scratched his head vigorously. For some reason, Thor suddenly had a déjà vu of falling into a pack of wolves. "I am Thor from Asgard, and I am 1,525 years old." Ho. Seeing Thor, who introduced himself very seriously, Catherine covered her mouth and laughed out loud, as if she thought it was very funny, and hit Thor with her small fist. "You're so funny, have you always been this funny?" Seeing that his shoulder was hammered, Thor didn't know what to do. Obviously, the person in front of her is a very ordinary Earth woman without any strength at all. If it is in Asgard or other places where I have fought, if it is not someone I am familiar with, then it can be regarded as an attack. But first, I can't shoot someone who has no power to fight back, which violates my pride and glory. Second, is this the Earth's way of saying hello? Then shouldn't I also learn a bit and do as the Romans do? It's just that this punch by myself will make her cry. Just as Thor was wondering whether he should raise his fist and greet him in the same way, Catherine held Thor's shoulder, picked up the document in front of him and handed it to Thor. "You should familiarize yourself with this first. This is the rule of our industry. Definitely, there are many things that cannot be put on paper. I will hand them over to you slowly." While speaking, Catherine felt a little excited. So strong muscles, sure enough. The quality of the male employees of the Bugle newspaper is so high. Not to mention that the boss is so young, handsome, rich, and amiable. That man who lost his memory, named Steve Rogers, is obsessed with dead men. Now the boss has recruited another handsome, charming, burly man with such exotic charm. Sure enough, my good happiness is coming. Thinking that he couldn't get enough of his handsome and wealthy boss Yiu, and the melancholic and very attractive Steve rejected him. Catherine was a little disappointed for a few days before she waited, and sure enough, the goddess of luck had not favored her again. Seeing Thor frowning seriously and looking at the industry rules on the white paper, Catherine clenched her fists and made a decision in her heart. Well, since it is a duo partner, then I have a natural advantage. I must take this handsome guy down. I don't know what to call myself and his child. Thor, who was looking at the so-called rules, suddenly became cold for some reason. Why this feeling of falling into the wolf's den is getting stronger and stronger? Could it be that someone is thinking about himself? Well, it should be Loki, yes, it should be his younger brother. As expected of his own brother, he is still thinking of himself now. St. Louis College, the best noble private college in Manhattan. A very handsome young man was walking towards a girl with a bouquet of flowers. Many girls on the side all whispered. The boy, on the other hand, looked at this handsome young man holding flowers with a look of jealousy and gloating. "Hey, do you think Senior Cadle will succeed?" "I don't know if it will be successful or not, but I know one thing, that is, he will be beaten again." "But Senior Cadle is so handsome. If I were Wanda's, I would definitely accept Senior Cadle's confession." Listening to the whispers of the girls around him, the young man named Cadle smiled smugly, took a deep breath, showed a charming smile, and prepared to walk over to Wanda, who was sitting under the tree reading a book. "Brothers, get ready to do it." A male classmate stretched his muscles and bones, and then said to the little fat man beside him, "Grint, you go and tell Boss Pietro someone wants to disturb our sister Wanda file size again." "No problems." This little fat man named Grint ran towards the basketball court quickly after hearing what his companions said. At this moment, Pietro, who was sweating wantonly on the basketball court, saw Grint running over in a panic, and couldn't help but put down the basketball in his hand and asked, "Grint, what happened 7? Why are you so flustered?" "Boss Pietro, someone is holding flowers and wants to confess to Senior Wanda again." After taking a few breaths, Grint hurriedly said to Pietro, "Is there anyone who is not afraid of death?" Pietro heard the little fat man's words, threw the basketball in his hand, and said directly to the other guys who were playing basketball together. Let's go, brothers, it's time to get active. Hey, boss Pietro, don't do anything this time, let the brothers move their hands and feet. That's right, boss Pietro, you have been recorded by the teacher, let the brothers come. Go, hurry up and teach that guy who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, I can't wait. Looking at the impatient faces, Pietro couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. Let's go. A group of people left the basketball court in a mighty way and went straight to where Wanda was. At the moment, Wanda is sitting under the tree, watching with great interest Yiyu's latest fourth book of Harry Potter. You must know that this book has not been released yet, and it is because I like to read it that I wrote it for myself in advance. Of BBCH. When I was fascinated by watching, I suddenly heard an annoying voice coming from beside me. Beautiful Wanda schoolgirl, don't know if I can. Before the annoying voice finished speaking, Wang frowned without raising his head and said, stay away from me. Well, Cadel was stunned when he heard Wanda's words. You must know that there has never been a girl who was so merciless and even rejected herself in an extremely impatient tone. Ahem. Coughing twice, Cadel flicked his hair and then put on that gentle smile again. Wanda, I'm reals, go away. Before Cadel could finish speaking, Wanda directly raised her head, looked at Cadel with cold eyes and then said in a cold voice, just because you also want to pursue me. Hess, compared to my brother Yiu, you are so inferior too far. After speaking, Wanda lowered her head, ready to continue reading. Before he could confess, Cadel was taunted by Wanda with a blank face. So just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a pulling movement from behind. Before he could turn around, he was pulled aside. Listen clearly, is our sister Wanda file size telling you to go away? The male classmate who had just asked the little fat man to find Pietro grabbed Cadel by the collar and pulled him aside. You don't even look at who you are because you also want to pursue our sister Wanda file size. You are sleepy, you don't look at yourself. You really think that you can pursue Wanda because you are handsome. Our center. Louis College, there are too many handsome people, what are you? Are you? Seeing himself being dragged directly to the ground, Cadel, who felt that his dignity had been hit, was about to stand up, pointing to the male classmate and telling him who he was. But unexpectedly, the male classmate looked at Cadel with mocking disdain. You think I don't know who your father is? Isn't it the first little MP? Tell you in St. Louis there are not many others, but a mere MP really doesn't work. As soon as the male classmate finished speaking, a group of people walked over with smiles. Hey, I have another chance to stretch my muscles. There are people who are not afraid of deaths. Boss Pietro, leave this matter to us. Anyway, it's just the son of a mere district councilor. It's not a big deal. Hearing a sudden noise behind him, Cadel hurriedly looked back. I saw more than a dozen young people in basketball uniforms looking at me with pity and walking towards me with a grinning grin. You, what do you want to do? Don't mess around, I. Before Cadel could finish speaking, the young man with white hair in the lid said directly, since you want to exercise your muscles and bones, then let's do some exercise with him. After speaking, Pietro walked directly in the direction of Wanda. As soon as he came to Wanda, he heard the sound of being beaten from behind. Pietro didn't care what happened behind him and sat directly beside Wanda. Sister, you go back and wait to be scolded. Wanda glanced at Pietro and then said helplessly, you are only 17 years old, why did you dye your hair white? What do you think? Hey, doesn't this feel a little handsome? Pietro chuckled, then glanced at the cover of the book in Wanda's hand and said with a smile, Brother Yiu really loves you, the third book has just been released on the market. You have taken a fancy to the fourth book. Well, hearing Pietro's words, Wanda was unusually unhappy and instead sighed softly. Pietro, you said I have to wait a year to turn 18, why can't I grow up quickly? If Brother Yiu, what if I was snatched away by those girls? Sigh, I don't know if Sister Natasha Romanoff can prevent those women with bad intentions from getting close to Brother Yiu. Saying that, Wanda leaned on her chin with a sad face, then turned her head to look at Pietro. You will help me, right? Definitely. Seeing the dangerous look in Wanda's eyes, Pietro quickly nodded and said, you are my sister. Sister, who will I help if I don't help you? So cute. Hearing Pietro's words, Wanda showed a very satisfied smile. The two siblings were talking here, ignoring the scream of the beaten person. At dusk, Brother Yiu. Seeing Yiyu's car come back, Wanda ran out bouncingly, and then threw herself on Yiyu's body. Brother Yiu, my final exam is out today. With that said, Wanda handed the report card to Yiu with a smile on her face. Glancing at the report card, all of them were A+. Yiu raised his hand, rubbed Wanda's head, and said dotingly, As expected of my family's Wanda, she really is a genius. Definitely. Wanda giggled and then Pietro walked over helplessly. Brother Yiu, maybe I'm really not suitable for studying. After receiving Pietro's report card, Yiu glanced at it. The best on it was B, and then glanced at Pietro's somewhat ashamed expression. Yiu smiled and shook his head. Sometimes grades don't mean everything, Pietro. A bad exam doesn't mean you have no hope in your future life. So don't feel sad. Hearing Yiu's comfort, Pietro nodded slightly. Holding Wanda with his left hand and Pietro's shoulder with his right hand, he returned to the villa with a smile. At the dinner table. You are 16 years old this year. Do you have any expectations for the future? Or do you have any thoughts about the future? While cutting the steak in front of him, Yiu said with a smile. You can tell me what you think, although I'm only 3 years older than you, but at least in terms of future development. I can give you some advice. I want to follow you, Yigago. When Wanda heard Yiu's words, she immediately put down the knife and fork in her hand, and then said very seriously, recently I am studying business management by myself, and I don't want to go to college. After all, there are some things in college, except for how to manage if it is an enterprise. The others are not of much use. It's better if I'm by your side now, Brother Yiu, under the subtle influence. I think what I'll learn in the next few years will be at least more than what I learned in college. Definitely, I will still learn some knowledge by myself. As if afraid that Yiu would disagree with her idea, Wanda hastily added the next sentence. Hearing Wanda's words, Yiu thought for a while and then nodded lightly. Although it is very speechless to say that going to school is useless, since you have made this decision, I respect you, Wanda. After all, he is now 16 years old and possesses the ability to think independently. Well, after graduating from St. Luce College, you can come to my side, follow me, and learn more. At that time, I will slowly transfer newspapers, publishing houses, and other industries in the future. For you. Hearing that Yiu agreed with her, Wanda immediately stood up excitedly, kissed Yiu's face, and then returned to her seat with a smile. She wants to be by Yiu's side. The most important thing is not to learn how to manage Yiu's company, but to learn how to manage Yiu's company. Well, I will be 17 after my birthday, and I will be 18 in 1 year. What about you, Pietro? What are your plans? Yiu looked at the smiling Wanda and asked Pietro softly. Ome. Putting down the knife and fork in his hand, Pietro thought for a while and then said very seriously, Brother Yiu, I am not suitable for going to school. On the one hand, my studies are very poor. On the other hand, when the teacher is teaching, I can't even understand it. I want to live in the spotlight and become a superstar admired by countless people. After all, there are so many people adoring and loving. As if thinking of how he would become a superstar one day in the future, Pietro grinned silly. Seeing his younger brother giggling, Wang Yin rolled his eyes speechlessly. But think about it, if my younger brother becomes a superstar and gathers the admiration of thousands of fans, it seems not bad. At least, Wanda very much hopes that Pietro can have a good future. I absolutely want to marry Brother Yiu, no one can object to this, I have planned for 2 or 3 years. It's just that it's a bit disturbing that it won't grow up. But Pietro can choose a path he likes to go. Yiu actually fell silent after hearing Pietro's thoughts. Will Pietro become a superstar? In fact, this is not difficult. But the question is, will Pietro, who has become a superstar, become a future Quicksilver? No, thinking of this, Yiu shook his head lightly. Why did Pietro have to be Quicksilver? Just because it was in the movie that Pietro became Quicksilver? Since I have already come to this world, why must the future appear in accordance with the purpose? If some things don't change, is there any point in coming to this world? Ask for flowers. Wanda will become a Scarlet Witch in the future, there is no need to think about it. First, the reason why I want Wanda to become a Scarlet Witch is because at least Wanda still has the ability to protect herself. The second is that I have obtained the power of annihilation, and my lifespan has been increased by countless times. If Wanda wants to stay with me all the time, my lifespan must also be increased. I don't want Wanda to die of old age after being with me for decades. As for Pietro, Yiu will never let his younger brother die in Avengers. Age of Ultron like in the movie. Since he wants to become a superstar, then let him go this way. It's no problem perhaps to give Pietro a new future. As for whether he will become Quicksilver, it will depend on him to decide at that time. Yiu will not impose his own ideas on Pietro. This is not fair to him. Thinking of this, seeing the very sensible Pietro under Wanda's bullying, Yiu laughed. Brother Yiu, is there something wrong with my thinking? If it makes you difficult, then Before Pietro finished speaking, Yiu shook his head with a smile and said, there's nothing difficult about it. After some time, NBC TV station will be mine. And then their media industry, internet sites, and media fields will all belong to me. Yiu looked at Pietro and then said softly, "So if you want to become a superstar, it's actually very simple. You don't have to worry so much. Don't forget, Wanda and I are your backing." Hearing Yiu's words, Pietro nodded vigorously, and after hesitation he said softly, "I want to be a superstar. One is because I like the feeling of being admired by others, and the other is that I will have a great influence. And when the time comes, I will be able to help brother Yiu." Hearing Pietro's words, Yiu laughed. He raised his hand, patted Pietro on the shoulder, and said very seriously, "Okay, then you must work hard. I'm still waiting for you to help me." "Yes, I will." Pietro nodded vigorously and said very seriously. As for Natasha Romanoff, who was eating, she laughed. She likes it very much, this kind of feeling that the family compliments each other and cares for each other. Perhaps, this is like a real warm home. The next day, on the way to work. "Are you really going to make Pietro a star?" Natasha Romanoff sat in the co-pilot, looked at Yiu and asked, "Since he wants to become a star, then let's do it. Although I don't need his help, it's good to have this kind of heart. After all, a family should support each other. You can't take the kindness of your family, shouldn't it be hit as a burden? What's more, he is still young now. After being a star for a few years, it is good to see more of the world. If he is really tired one day, he can come to work or continue to want to do other things. Besides, although the entertainment industry is cruel, but with my brother around, how can he be bullied?" Hearing Yiu's words, Natasha Romanoff laughed. "Brother, I really envy that kid Pietro. At least you have such a trustworthy brother as 850. As she spoke, she didn't know what to think of. Natasha Romanoff stretched out her hand, pinched Yiu's arm. Definitely there was no force, just a light pinch. "What are you doing?" Seeing Natasha Romanoff pouted with an angry expression on my face, Yiu asked dumbfounded, "What's the matter?" "HMPH, you stinky bee *****D. Why didn't you show up earlier, or why didn't I meet you earlier?" Natasha Romanoff looked out of the window and said with a melancholy face, "Perhaps if I had met you earlier, my life would have changed drastically. Perhaps, at least my hands would not be covered in blood." "It's not too late." Yiu looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was recalling the past, and then looked sad and then said softly, "At least you now have a home that belongs to you and our family, doesn't it?" "It's not too late." "No matter what tasks you perform outside, no matter how much blood your hands are covered with, the family will never reject you, curse you. All the coldness of the outside world will be cut off from you the moment you enter the house." Hearing Yiu's words, Natasha Romanoff didn't know what to think of, and a smile gradually appeared on the face that was originally lost. His eyes also became warmer. "Why do you say such touching things?" The widow turned her head, patted Yiu's arm, then snorted lightly and said with a proud face, "Do you think you can drive me out now? This has been my home for a long time. Even if you squeezed me out and cursed me, there is no way to drive me out. You think that SHIELD has not sent me any missions during this time and let me push them out?" The widow said proudly. Natasha Romanoff mighty. Yiu flattered and then laughed. "Actually, I heard Nick Fury tell me that the day you asked SHIELD to take Obadiah Stan away, you got rid of him. Actually, it doesn't need to be like this. After all, even if Obadiah Stan is alive, it won't cause any harm to me, not to mention it will implicate you. It doesn't matter." Hearing Yiu's words, the widow looked at the scenery outside the car window indifferently. "It's hard to find a home that brings me warmth and peace of mind. For this place, I am willing to give everything I have, because it's worth it. You never know, a person who has been wandering for many years, hunted everywhere, and can only run around incognito, after finally having a warm home that she dreams of, what she will pay for this home." Speaking of this, the widow turned her head to look at Yiu. "Aren't you too, for this family, haven't you been silently giving?" Seeing the widow's eyes, Yiu smiled and didn't say anything. The widowed sister was wandering in the past and was hunted down by the people from the Red House. Why didn't she wander from a familiar world to a strange world? No one does not want a home, only the warmth of home can isolate all fear, sadness. And forget. Halfway through the car, Yiu's cell phone rang. The guy who called was Nick Fury. I don't even know what he's looking for. As soon as he picked up the phone, before Yiu could say anything, he heard Nick Fury say on the other end of the phone, "Yi, I have time to go to the NBC building. Didn't I say a few days ago that you can't help SHIELD for nothing? Help the planet. Now the matter is settled. As long as you go to the NBC building to sign, then from the next moment, NBC's TV stations, networks, media, entertainment, and theaters will all be yours. The 100% stock system." Hearing Nick Fury's words, Yiu was a little surprised. "You guys got it done so quickly. You really deserve to be SHIELD, but then again, what method did you use to do it? You must know that if you want to annex NBC, It's not as simple as you can do with money, let alone 100% of the shares. Hearing Yiyu's inquiry, Nick Fury on the other end of the phone laughed. Don't worry about the means you use, don't forget what we SHIELD do. You are too pure, remember, this world is not only white, sometimes you have to pay attention to gray. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Yiu nodded noncommittally. Just as I was about to say thank you, I suddenly noticed something was wrong. The next moment, Yiu stepped up the accelerator and the whole car quickly drove forward. After passing an obstacle with a warning sign, Yiu slammed the steering wheel and the whole car turned sideways in an instant. Almost instantly, the widow understood what Yiu meant. After the car came to a sudden stop, the two pulled off their seatbelts almost at the same time and jumped off the car. Just jumped out of the car and found an obstacle to avoid, Yiu directly protected Natasha Romanoff behind him. Almost in the next second, a rocket directly hit the vehicle where Yiu was. 5.4. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and the car that Yiu was driving just now flew more than 2 meters high, then landed on the ground with a bang and immediately burst into flames. What's going on? Hearing the sudden violent explosion sound from the phone, Nick Fury's originally smiling face suddenly became serious. Someone attacked me. After Yiu said a word, he hung up the phone directly. Turning his head and looking at Natasha Romanoff, he found that Natasha Romanoff had already drawn out his weapon, as if ready to fight at any time. Although I don't know who attacked me, but leave it to me. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who looked serious and seemed ready to rush out in the next moment, Yiu said softly. Seeing the hung-up phone, Nick Fury immediately frowned. He picked up the landline on the desk and dialed directly. As soon as the call was connected, I heard Nick Fury quickly say on the other end of the phone, "Immediately send the SHIELD combat team to the streets of Manhattan as quickly as possible. There is a battle over there. Be sure to give Yiu the fastest support." Clear. The person on the other end of the phone nodded immediately after hearing Nick Fury's order, picked up the wireless headset at the same time, and started calling the SHIELD combat team. Streets of Manhattan. The violent explosion terrified many pedestrians who were passing by, and they all ran towards the nearest building with their heads bent and bent over. Some people who were far away from the building found a car as a cover to hide up. Obviously, these people already knew what to do to the sudden burst of gunfire and explosions, so soon there was almost no one around. Seeing this scene, Yiu took out half a silver mask from behind and put it on his face. He still doesn't want his identity to be known by others. At least, according to the current Avengers Alliance, before the aliens appeared, no matter whether 11 is from the fishing boat or other aspects, it is not beneficial to the super ability. After all, Dr. Banner's example came first. Putting on the mask, Yiu stood up and saw a team of more than 10 people in full armor running towards him. On the buildings on both sides of the street not far away, there are very professional sniper teams. One can tell at a glance that these people have all undergone very strict training. Seeing the team of more than 10 people rushing towards them in full armor, a flash of lightning flashed in Yiyu's eyes. After the team saw Yiu, it rushed towards this side immediately and attacked Yiu while holding a weapon. All of a sudden, bullets rushed towards Yiu crazily like rain. But when Yiu raised his hand, those densely packed bullets seemed to have all hit a wall invisible to the naked eye. Ping-pong-pong all fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the team members were a little stunned. Although they knew that the target this time was not an ordinary person before coming, at least until now, they have not seen anyone who can block bullets. Even that big green guy had seen it on the TV news. Yiu didn't give them any time to be astonished. Seeing these people and was about to take out a grenade and throw it at him, Yiu raised his hands, and in the next second 2 flames instantly appeared in Yiyu's hands. Fire cage dance. With Yiyu's soft shout, 2 groups of flames rose into the sky in the next second, and instantly turned into countless flaming vines, directly surrounding more than a dozen members of the team. The vines made up of flames are like ropes at this moment, directly trapping more than a dozen members of the team together. The next moment, the members who just took out the grenade were trapped in a circle by the flames before the grenade was thrown out. The burning members exploded around them. Boom. After a sound, all members of the team were instantly wiped out. After seeing this scene, the 2 groups of sniper teams located on the roof not far away took out their sniper rifles and aimed at Yiyu's head, shooting directly. The rapid sound of the bullet cut through the air and hit Yiyu's head straight, but before the bullet hit, it was directly wrapped by the psychokinesis barrier, and the crisp sound of the soldier fell to the ground. Do you think that if you stand far away, I will have nothing to do with you? Yiu sneered and then wrapped himself with psychokinesis, and the whole person soared into the air in an instant and flew directly to the top floor of the 17th-story building on the far right. Seeing that Yiu could fly and even flew over, the sniper's deputy subconsciously took out his weapon and wanted to attack. But before he could launch the attack, under the activation of Yiu's mental power, his whole body instantly he fell into a dazed look. And then, under the horrified gaze of his companion, he shot himself directly in the head. Boom! Seeing his companion fell directly to the ground, the sniper widened his eyes and wanted to escape. But before he escaped, Yiu had already reached the top floor. Grabbing the sniper, Yiu didn't kill him directly, but turned his head to look at the enemy on the opposite side, and then stretched out 11 violent thunderbolts with his right hand and struck on the two enemies on the opposite side in an instant. Hit by the berserk thunder, these two people had no chance of surviving. So after finishing off the two people on the opposite side, Yiu held the guy he had caught and asked in a cold voice, "Who sent you here?" "Lie. Go to hell." Obviously, the guy caught by Yiu didn't dare to reveal his identity at all. So when he saw Yiu, it seemed that he didn't have any emotion in the pupils of a human being, just like a devil escaped from hell. The man directly took out the dagger on his body, just wanting to stab Yiu. Crack. With a sound, the arm holding the dagger was directly broken by Yiu. Before he could let out a painful wail, Yiu's mental power was mobilized in an instant. "Tell me who sent you here." Hearing Yiu's indifferent voice again, the person controlled by Yiu's mental power said 867 with dull eyes. "Mr. Sitwell sent us here to assassinate." Sitwell. After hearing this name, Yiu thought for a while, and immediately understood who this guy named Sitwell was. Thinking of this, Yiu picked up this guy and threw him directly from the 17th floor. Hearing the screams coming from midair, Yiu took out his mobile phone and dialed Natasha Romanoff directly. As soon as the call was connected, I heard Natasha Romanoff's anxious voice on the other end of the phone. "Yi, are you okay? Are you injured?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've dealt with all the enemies." Yiu stood on the top of the building and took off his mask, then said softly, "No, you want to leave here and wait for me at the newspaper office. The battle that happened here just now may cause a lot of repercussions. After all, this is Manhattan. I will return to the company in other places. Everything will be discussed after I go back." "Good." After hearing that Yiu was fine, Natasha Romanoff felt relieved. "Then I'll go back first, and I'll tell Nick Fury about this, and ask him to use the power of Shield to find out who is trying to do it this time. I really want to know who has the courage." A cold light flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes and then said. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Yiu did not leave in a hurry but stood on the roof of the building thinking, "Sitwell, the Hydra member of Shield, maybe I should have thought a long time ago that I was noticed by people from Hydra." It seems that Hydra didn't take him seriously at first. Until the last time Nick Fury came to find him personally, Hydra's people were like an enemy to him. Presumably, that fellow Alexander Pierce already knew that he was a superability user. And the last time Nick Fury came to find him himself, that's why Alexander Pierce wanted to assassinate him. After all, if a superability user joins Shield, then it is probably an extremely dangerous signal for Hydra. What is Hydra most concerned about? It is not the control of Shield, nor is it Nick Fury. What they care most about is the algorithm of Dr. Zola. Hydra is a threat. This was staged in the future Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and his appearance made the people of Hydra feel a little crisis. Now they know that Thor is currently working in their newspaper office, but they don't dare to do anything to Thor. After all, they are still very cautious in the face of unknown alien civilizations. But I am different. Even if I am dead, then Shield or Hydra can also contact Thor, and it is not impossible to brainwash Thor to their side. After all, it's too easy for a person who doesn't understand the Earth to try to deceive him. It is precisely because of this that Alexander Pierce probably wants to do something to himself. Only if you die you can solve a person who is harmful to Hydra, and secondly, you can win them a powerful alien ally. Thinking of this, Yiu frowned. Taking a step forward, sitting on the edge of the building, looking at the people below who looked towards the street after hearing that the battle was over, and then turned and left quickly, Yiu suddenly laughed. Sure enough, it is free and profitable construction, gun battles every day. It is estimated that these people have long been accustomed to it. However, since Hydra has done something to him, if he doesn't take revenge, he will be too sorry for himself. Anyone who dares to be hostile to himself, Yiu will not say any kindness, and directly killing him in the cradle is the most correct thing to do. Only, seeing the white clouds drifting away in the blue sky, Yiu felt a little hesitation. Should I cooperate with Nick Fury to eradicate Hydra in one fell swoop, or should I wait? If a time traveler does not change some of the things that happened, is he still called a time traveler? As for changing the plot and resolving Hydra ahead of time, Yiu has no psychological burden at all. As the plot changes, it changes, and it doesn't have much impact on him. The only thing that makes Yiu a little worried is that guy Loki, who doesn't know when he will bring Chitauri to attack the Earth. Although he couldn't remember exactly the time of that day, Yiu knew that this day was definitely very near. It might be a few days, or it might be a few months. Until the Avengers rally to fight the Chitauri attack brought on by Loki, there must be nothing wrong with Shield after all. The appearance of the Avengers brought mixed initial impressions to the world. Some people thought they were superheroes who saved the world. Some people also think that the existence of these super abilities will threaten ordinary people. But in the deleted clip from the original movie, Maria Hill, the person who was placed in Shield by the World Security Council, declared to the group of people in the World Security Council the downside of the Avengers formation. So before that, the World Security Council still needs Nick Fury to top the tank. So at this time, Nick Fury's reputation cannot be pulled down by Hydra. Well, Yiu can't make him disappear for such a good person who takes the blame. So according to the current situation, Hydra cannot move for the time being. At least until the Avengers fight Loki and Chitauri, Shield can't have any mistakes. Thinking of this, Yiu stood up, with a trace of chill in his eyes and walked towards the back. However, even if you can't move Hydra temporarily, you can't just forget about attacking yourself. Before the principal is recovered, the interest is also charged at that point. Otherwise, if you are attacked once, there will be a second time. Only when they are hurt and scared will they not dare to offend themselves. Thinking of this, Yiu suddenly laughed, and an extremely absurd idea suddenly appeared in Yiu's eyes. Perhaps playing with Hydra is also a good choice. It's also time for them to pay some price for themselves. Thinking about it, Yiu suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the sky. The next moment, a bolt of lightning fell directly from the sky and landed on the relatively intact corpses on the ground. It was directly split into cokes. In this way, no one will know their identities for the time being. Inside the Horn newspaper building, Natasha Romanoff was walking constantly in Yiu's office with folded arms, while Steve Rogers was sitting on the sofa, thinking about something solemnly. Finally, after the door of the office opened and it was Yiu who walked in, both of them walked towards Yiu immediately. Natasha Romanoff quickly came to Yiu's side, looked carefully from front to back, and was relieved when she found that Yiu didn't have any wounds on her body. Although Yiu said on the phone that he was not injured, in fact, Natasha Romanoff was still worried. Wang Hao Zhao, if possible, she would rather be hit by a bullet than see Yiu get hurt. I'm fine, blowings. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's relieved expression after checking, Yiu said with a smile, "Who has the guts to attack you?" Steve on the side waited until Natasha Romanoff finished checking, then looked at Yiu and said very seriously, "Although I have been asleep for decades, my abilities have not deteriorated yet. Who is the enemy this time?" Seeing the serious expression on Steve's dignified face, as if he was ready to fight at any time, to be honest, Yiu was really moved. But Yiu can't tell the two in front of him who the attacker is for the time being, otherwise his plan will be disrupted. Hydra, there are so many treasures, if you don't dig and use them yourself, how can you just let them go? After finally persuading the two people not to worry about this matter for the time being, Yiu sat on the office chair with peace of mind. Originally, I was going to accept NBC TV station today according to the scheduled content. But now that such an incident has happened, I am afraid it will be delayed for a few days. I called the people in the logistics department and asked them to order a car for me again, and Yiu looked at the latest content. Well, the reporter team under my own team received the report from the informant. They have followed the news for a long time and they are finally about to come up with a result. It seems that it is still a big news and it is warming up these days. So they reported some of the evidence they had obtained to themselves and wanted to ask if it could be published. In fact, there is nothing special to pay attention to. It can be said that the detonated news this time may surprise many people, but Yiu has already known these things. At this level, especially when the network of relationships and interest has been spread out, some so-called secrets can almost reach a consensus. Yiu thought for a while, and then approved the people in the newspaper office to warm up in advance. While Yiu was processing the documents, the door of the office was pushed open. 500 coming in is Natasha Romanoff. Just now, Nick Fury has sent a combat team to the place where we were attacked just now. The scene has been cleaned up very cleanly, but there is no way to determine the specific identities of those people. Natasha Romanoff looked at Yiu and then said softly, "Their bodies are all damaged, and the east longitude that can prove their identity cannot be detected." According to the report received by Nick Fury, It should be that someone deliberately damaged the bodies of those unknown guys. The purpose is to prevent people from finding out. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff sat next to Yiu, helped Yiu massage his shoulders and asked, "Why did you do this?" Even if the other party is a very powerful existence, but with SHIELD you don't need to worry about anything. Of. I'm not worried. Yiu shook his head and smiled, it's just not the time yet. Don't worry, those who dare to attack me, I will let them know the consequences. But right now, I don't want to involve you in it yet, don't worry, I can still manage the time of day very well. Looking at the relaxed smile on Yiyu's face, as if nothing had happened, Natasha Romanoff could only sigh helplessly. Well, you just have to have your own plans. You must know that after Steve heard the news that you were attacked, he was already a little angry. At this moment, he is asking people to hurry up and arrange all kinds of weapons. I am afraid that in the near future, the building of the Bugle News Agency will become a place with very terrifying firepower. Exists. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff raised her head and looked into Yiyu's eyes. Her voice was soft but very serious. I don't know what your plans are, but brother, no matter what happens, you must know that I will always stand on your side. Definitely. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's serious eyes, Yiu smiled and nodded. Correct. Natasha Romanoff continued. If there is nothing else, we can go to NBC TV station this afternoon to take over this TV station that has existed for more than 30 years and has a market share of more than 30% of the audience. Class and the handover will be completed this afternoon. At that time, NBC TV station will hold a press conference to announce to people that the TV station has changed hands. Do you need me to help you prepare the speech? Also, after thinking about it, Yiu nodded and said, "Help me prepare a speech, and then I will see the scene and decide whether I need to show up. However, no, you help me guard the door, I have a guest coming, I need to have a good chat with him." Hearing Yiu's words, Natasha Romanoff looked around the office BBDE room, then nodded and smiled as if thinking of something. You should have a good chat with him. Let's hope nothing happens because of Thor. With that said, Natasha Romanoff walked out of the office. After Natasha Romanoff went out and closed the office door, Loki, who was dressed in a black suit and looked elegant, appeared. I heard that you were attacked today. Loki looked at Yiu, then smiled and sat on the chair opposite Yiu very naturally. Do you need help? It's just some people from the Earth. If I make a move, I can easily help you solve it. Seeing the smile on Loki's face, Yiu shook his head lightly and said, Thank you, but I don't need it for now. By the way, aren't you busy at all? Why did you come down again? Did you come to see me this time or to see Thor? Yiu looked at Loki and asked with a smile, all of them. Loki spread his hands and then said with a smile, This time I came from God's domain. One is to see how my reckless brother is doing now. After all, the father has fallen into eternal sleep. So I feel that as a father's child, Thor needs to know about this. Second, it's also to find you. As he said that, Loki stretched out his hand. And after a flash of white light, a white jade sword shining with holy temperament appeared in Loki's hand under the sunlight. There are many things in the treasure house of Asgard, but I have been picking for a long time, and I don't know what is the most suitable for you. While speaking, Loki handed the sword made of white jade to Yiu. As I said, you help me take care of Thor. As a report, I will choose something from the Asgard treasure house as a thank you gift. As he spoke, Loki laughed as he watched Yiu pick up the white jade sword. I visited Asgard's treasury and looked at a lot of things carefully. I don't think you would like the infinity gauntlet that my father asked the dwarfs to build. Although the eternal fire can summon the undead, I think it is of little use to you on Earth. The casket of ancient winters is the weapon of Loth, the king of ice giants. You can't use it. Fortunately, I didn't grow into that blue-skinned monster. As for other treasures, they are either not very powerful, or it won't be of much use to you. Speaking of this, Loki pointed to the white jade sword in Yiyu's hand. This sword was made by the dwarf clan back then, and it was used by Grandfather Boar to kill Sfitras. Oh, it is the ruler of a planet, those who become gods level Godfather and other strong people. This sword is not made of metal, but made of the most precious white cold jade in the universe. Although it looks very weak, in fact, it can compete with Mjolnir without falling behind. Having said that, Loki raised his hand and said to Yiu, Try to put your power into the white jade sword. Hearing Loki's words, Yiu held the white jade sword and poured a bit of strength into the sword. The next moment, the white jade sword, which was exuding a soft light, suddenly burst into light, and an extremely strong holy power burst out instantly, as if it enveloped the entire office. Seeing this scene, Loki smiled and clapped his hands. Sure enough, this sword suits you very well. Only the person with the purest heart is qualified to use this sword. and only the person with the purest heart is qualified to exert the power of this sword to more than 10 times. Back then, Grandfather Boar drank the water from the fountain of life in order to use this sword. Only then did he have the opportunity to use this sword to kill the top-level powerhouse of Sfitlas, the level Godfather, but he was also punished for it. After a severe injury, the whole person can only stay at the strength of the Heavenly Father's medium level in the end. The more evil you face, the more powerful you will be with this sword. It can be said that this should be the most suitable gift for you. Hearing Loki's words, Yiu nodded slightly. To be honest, when Yiu just received the sword from Loki, Yiu instantly felt a shock in the body of the sword. Feel. This sword is called Homo Femis. In the language of the earth, it is the sword of holiness. Definitely, I prefer to call it the white jade sword. After all, it is made of white jade. As it is, I thank you for the cooperation between you and me. Hearing what Loki said, Yiu suddenly laughed. This sword is indeed very precious, and I like it very much. It fits me very well. Yiu put the white jade sword on the table, then looked at Loki and said, "But Loki, although I can guarantee that Thor will stay on Earth, I can't guarantee whether he can regain Mjolnir's approval. You should know, this is not I can organize it." "Definitely, I understand." Loki nodded. If one day he can get Mjolnir's reapproval, then it means that he is still eligible to hold Mjolnir. But I hope this day can be slower. Let me tell you the truths. Loki looked at Yiu, then leaned back on the chair and laughed. I'm doing a big thing recently, which is to help my stupid brother deal with some aftermath. And this thing is very important to Asgard. Although the father has fallen into an eternal sleep, I'm not sure when he will wake up. If I say I don't care whether I can become the king of Asgard, do you believe it? Loki looked at Yiu and asked very seriously and frankly, "Definitely." Yiu nodded. "You don't need to lie to me, after all, this is a matter of your god realm Asgard. In the film universe, it has been clearly explained that Loki really doesn't care who is the king of Asgard. What he cares more is the recognition and love of others. Especially his father, the god king Odin. All Loki did was to prove that he was no worse than that stupid and reckless brother, and that he was also qualified to be loved by his father. Like after he sat on the throne of Asgard, what did he do? Eating fruit and watching dramas every day. I don't have any ambitions to dominate. So, chatting with you is very pleasant." Loki laughed and looked at Yiu with appreciation. "If we were in Asgard, I'm afraid we would become close friends. To be honest, I am going to help Asgard solve the crisis of the Ice Kingdom once and for all, and solve the Ice King Lof. This is very important to me, and it is the most important thing for me to prove myself. Therefore, I don't want this matter disturbed. Plus, you know what, I love that book you wrote." With that said, Loki put the first series of books on the big detective on the table, then looked at Yiu and said very seriously, "I appreciate the various plots of fighting wits in this book, and the characters are well portrayed. So if you have time, I hope you can help me write an autobiography. This may be the most important link for me to prove myself." Hearing what Loki said, Yiu slowly thought about it. Ask for flowers. Loki enjoys other people's admiration and love for him, but it is a pity that people in Asgard love Thor even more, which makes Loki very disappointed. He wants to change the people of Asgard's opinion of him, which is very important to him. Does Loki love Asgard? There is no doubt about it. It can be said that his love for Asgard has already surpassed everything, even his own life. This point has been introduced many times in the movie. Loki, the third princess of Asgard, the god of intrigue and intrigue, it seems that various intrigues and tricks have been integrated into his bones. But at least when facing himself he was very honest, although Yiu didn't know why. Point 0. But doing so will not do any harm to oneself. Even in the future, there will be many unexpected benefits. Seeing Yiu lost in thought, Loki didn't rush, but looked at Yiu patiently, waiting for his answer. There are many people who can help Loki write his autobiography, whether it is Asgard or Earth. But Loki just trusts Yiu very much, and Loki himself doesn't know why. You must know that in the past 1,500 years, Loki has seen all kinds of people. Except for the people of Asgard, it is difficult for Loki to trust an outsider. This is not Loki's arrogance, if it wasn't that he likes to look at outsiders with conspiracy theories. It's that this kind of feeling has already been integrated into his own bone marrow. It cannot be changed. But since meeting Yiu for the first time, Loki has a feeling that is an indescribable intimacy. So much so that Loki himself was very surprised. If he is not a master of magic, I am afraid that Loki will think that he is under some kind of magic. He was actually a little confused about this, so he even asked his mother, Frigga, who was raised by a witch who could see the future and always loved her about this matter. But his mother just smiled and didn't explain. Instead, she told him kindly and lovingly that this was his fate. Perhaps for him, this is the most precious gift of fate. If he does not cherish it, then I am afraid that in the future he will regret it. For his mother, Queen Frigg, Loki respects and loves him very much. Since childhood, my father's eyes have been fixed on Thor, so whenever I feel lost, whenever I feel that my father only loves Thor and I am like a picked child, my mother Frigg will look at yourself with loving eyes. For more than 1500 years, my mother's love for me has always been consistent, and she has never been biased in the slightest. Even sometimes, the mother loves herself more than Thor. This made me, who has always been somewhat gloomy, feel great warmth. Loki couldn't imagine what he would be like without the love of his mother Frigg. Therefore, Lu Jai respected and loved his mother very much. This respect, this love, even surpassed the respect for Odin, the father of 50. Whenever his mother looked at him with kind eyes, Loki felt that others ignored him, but in fact it was nothing more than normal. At least he still had a mother who loved him, didn't he? Until recently, Loki didn't know one thing. It turned out that I used to think that I was like a picked child, and that Thor was my own child, and it turned out to be true. This is not my own illusion. Upon hearing the news, Loki almost collapsed, especially when you know that you are actually the son of the ice giant. At that moment, Loki felt as if the sky was about to fall. No wonder the father has always been more inclined to Thor. No wonder everyone loves Thor more. It turned out that I was really an outsider. During this time, Loki tried countless times to actually help the Kingdom of Ice, and the ice giants invaded Asgard. Since you don't love me, and since you all worship and love Thor even more, then I, an outsider, will conquer Asgard as the son of the ice giant. Anyway, I'm not from Asgard either. The pain of being ignored for more than 1500 years lingers in Loki's mind all the time. The love for Asgard can only make him let go of this idea. He is reluctant to destroy Asgard, even though he is not a real Asgard person, but this is still his home. He loves this place so much that Kanye gave his life for this place. Every time he thinks of this, Loki respects his mother Frigg more. The queen of Asgard knew that she was the son of the ice giant picked up, but she loved her, the son of the enemy of Asgard, for more than 1500 years. For more than 1500 years, he has never neglected food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and even gave all his magic to himself. Even though he was born with all kinds of conspiracies and tricks in his bones, Loki admired such a kind, motherly love for his children. Perhaps even a person with a heart as hard as a stone, in the face of such love, that cold heart will melt. Therefore, Loki respects his mother Frigga immensely. Since she has said so, then Loki believes it. Maybe there is someone in this world who will not hurt himself, and even protect himself with his life, then the one who ranks first may always be the mother. Then since my mother said that Yiu is the greatest gift given to me by fate, then I believe it. He may not believe Yiu, but he is willing to believe his mother's words. Yiu pondered for a moment, raised his head, and was about to agree, but saw Loki also lost in thought. Although I don't know what Loki is thinking, but that kind of tenderness, the warm eyes from the bottom of my heart, very rarely appear on Loki's body. Perhaps in such a situation, it is better not to bother yourself. After a while, he finally woke up from his contemplation. Looking at Yiu, who was smiling and looking at him in front of him, Loki laughed. Caught in the memory, remembering a lot of things from the past. Understand. Yiu nodded and said, then, I don't think there is any problem with writing an autobiography for you. But where do we start? Where to start? Hearing Yiyu's question, Loki raised his head, looked at the ceiling, thought for a moment, and said sadly, perhaps it all starts with that hammer. Asgard, God's realm, has always been guarding the safety of the 9 realms. In the 965th year of the Asgard era, the kingdom of ice giants was impatient. Lof, the king of ice giants, used the artifact casket of ancient winters to rule the 9 realms. At that time, his father Odin led the Asgard warriors to face this powerful enemy, and finally won, but still caused heavy damage to the Asgard warriors. However, although the King of Ice was not deprived of his life, it also deprived the artifact of the casket of ancient winters and their source of strength. Since then, the 9 realms have regained their stability. Speaking of this, Loki's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. Actually, maybe apart from the casket of ancient winters, God King Odin also took another thing, which is a newborn baby. Later, my father took me with his left hand and Thor with his right hand. And we came to the treasury of Asgard together and saw the hammer. I remember very clearly that my father said to the 2 of us at that time that a truly wise king never initiates wars, but is always ready to face wars. Father said that only one of us can sit on the throne of Asgard, but both of us are born kings. I didn't understand this sentence before, but then I understood. Speaking of this, Loki lost that elegant smile for the first time and turned into a bitterness. Later, my father handed Mjolnir, which symbolizes the protection of Asgard, to Thor. Countless Asgard subjects cheered and Thor became the successor. Loki was talking slowly, sometimes interspersed with past events, sometimes elated and sometimes secretly sad. As a very qualified listener, Yiu also listened very carefully. It was at this time that Yiu realized that in fact, the Prince of Asgard in front of him would not feel the love from his father because he was not taken seriously. Annoyed and helpless, outside the door, Natasha Romanoff had been sitting on the sofa, looking at the clock hanging on the wall from time to time and finally could only cry and laugh helplessly. Picked up the phone and dialed Nick Fury's number. It seems that today there is no way to take over NBC television, but forget it, tomorrow will be the same. Anyway, NBC is there and what belongs to you can't run away. Chatting with you is indeed very pleasant. Before I know it, it's already dark. Seeing that the sky outside had turned dark, Loki regained that elegant smile. Let's talk again next time. I'll continue to tell you about the past and then you can record it for me. Loki stood up, looked at Yiu and smiled. And just as he turned around to disappear, he heard Yiu stop him directly. Anything else? Loki looked at Yiu and asked curiously, fine. Yiu shook his head and then said, Loki, next time we meet, if you want to attack the Earth, please tell me in advance. I still have a plan. Hearing Yiu's words, Loki nodded lightly. Although I don't know why I want to attack the Earth, but if I really want to do that, or if there is such a day, I will definitely tell you in advance. Gone. As he said that, Loki turned around and disappeared into the office the next moment. Watching Loki turn and leave, Yiu leaned back on the chair, looked at the recorder on the table and suddenly laughed. He picked up the white jade sword and looked at it, then directly retracted it into the system space 11. This is the first artifact he has obtained. Yiu can see that the reason why Loki gave him this artifact that Bor used back then is not just because of Thor. Definitely, not because I wanted to write a biography of him, but simply want to make friends with yourself. Although Yiu doesn't understand why Loki would do this, but one thing is certain, the two of them will definitely meet again in the future. As for what Queen Frigg said, she is a gift from Loki's destiny. No matter how you hear this sentence, it's a bit strange. Is it possible that you will save Loki from the purple potato essence in the future? Standing up and stretching, Yiu walked outside. The logistics department should have bought the car back for me. Driving back home, Natasha Romanoff didn't ask Yiu what he and Loki were talking about all day. It's like nothing happened. At home, Wanda and Pietro have come back from school at this moment. Waiting for myself to eat dinner. The four of them ate dinner while talking about happy things and finally played a few games with Pietro and made intimate with Wanda and told a few stories before returning to the room. Late at night, after 11 o'clock. Counting the time, the three people in the family must have been sound asleep. Yiu then got up, changed his clothes, and was ready to go out. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw Natasha Romanoff sitting on a rocking chair outside the door looking at the stars. Why are not you sleeping? Seeing the widow sitting there, Yiu asked very curiously. Didn't you sleep too? The widow smiled and said, I guessed it, you are going out tonight, so I am waiting for you here. Actually, I can do it myself. Looking at Natasha Romanoff sitting on the rocking chair, Yiu said softly with a smile. Go early and come back early, be careful yourself. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Yiu and suddenly laughed. Although I know what you see in the future, there is no need to wrong yourself. No matter what, I can take it with you alone. I know. Looking at the widow's serious eyes, Yiu nodded with a smile. After gently stabbing the widow sister's forehead, Yiu turned and left, and then the car drove to the outside of the villa. After Yiu drove away in the car, a light footstep came to Natasha Romanoff's side. Is brother Yiu going to address today's attack on the streets of Manhattan? Wanda came to Natasha Romanoff, asked, looking out of the garden with some concern. You knew already. The widow looked at Wanda with a trace of worry on her face, then smiled softly and asked, How do you know? Although I was in school all day today, I also heard that there was an attack on the streets of Manhattan at 9 o'clock in the morning. It happened to be the time when sister Natasha Romanoff and brother Yiu went to work. At first I didn't think about it, but when I came back, I found that although Yi and brother drove the same car, it was definitely not the car that I drove in the morning. I am very familiar with brother Yiu's car. Even if it is exactly the same model, I can easily distinguish it. In addition, I have all the public vehicles of Chuanjiao building from model to license plate. Having said that, Wanda gently sat beside Natasha Romanoff and leaned against Natasha Romanoff's body. If that's the case, I'm just guessing, but after I came back at night, although brother Yiu and you both hit it well, I still noticed a trace of heavy emotion on the two of you. In addition, there is something wrong with your aura. I have been wandering outside with Pietro for a long time. If I can't learn how to read words, maybe the two of us will starve to death. Hearing Wanda's words and seeing the worried expression on Wanda's face, Natasha Romanoff sighed softly, then hugged Wanda's shoulder with a smile and comforted him. Don't worry, your brother Yiu, it's not that simple, it's a big deal. I know, I have always known brother Yiu is not an ordinary person. He is the superhero next to Pietro and me. Wanda smiled and replied 120. I've known it since a long time ago. Come on out, little guy, you see something wrong too, don't you? Looking at the corner of the empty villa on the other side, Natasha Romanoff suddenly spoke. As Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, Pietro also walked out with a wry smile. I did find out, but I didn't dare to ask. I was afraid that Wanda would be worried, but I didn't expect it. Pietro came over, then squatted on the steps, put his hands on his chin and said helplessly, in order not to let Wanda find out, I even played a few games with brother Yiu. I never thought I was still caught. Wanda found out. You two little guys are hiding it well. The widow looked at the Wanda siblings and suddenly laughed. I really didn't expect that after you two little guys discovered it, you actually covered it up. And I almost didn't find any abnormalities. I can't help it, wandering has been trained in the past few years. Pietro spread his hands and said, be careful and hide your true emotions. This is honed little by little. After all, when we were wandering, Wanda and I were still very young. If you are not careful, you may be caught. People are sold. You too, what have you experienced in the past few years? Seeing the worry on the faces of the Wanda siblings, the widow shook her head lightly, then sighed. Late at night, Half Bay Villa. Call. Walking into the villa, Alexander Pierce stretched his shoulders vigorously, then hung his coat on the hanger, changed his shoes, and then walked into the villa. Today, apart from wrangling with that guy Nick Fury, I was still worried about the combat team sent by Nick Fury and discovered the anomaly of the Manhattan attack. Or find any useful clues from the remains of those guys. Although more than half of the combat teams sent out are our own people, we still have to be on our guard. But fortunately, when the people sent out found the bodies of those guys, they were already in disrepair, almost all turned into coke-like things, and there was no trace of evidence that could be confirmed. Mr. Pierce, you are back. When the nanny saw Pierce coming back, she smiled and said, I've put the bath water for you, you can go to relieve your fatigue, and I've warmed the milk for you, which will help you sleep at night. Well, thanks. Hearing the nanny's words, Alexander Pierce smiled and then said, you are still here so late, it's hard work. Go back early and come back tomorrow afternoon to clean up the room. Well, Mr. Pierce, good night then and good dreams. After the nanny heard Alexander Pierce's words, she nodded slightly, then walked to the door of the villa, put on her coat and left the villa. Watching the nanny leave, Alexander Pierce walked to the wine cabinet, picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it into a glass, then slowly sipped. The lights in the villa are very dim, only the lights in the passing places are on. Even the living room lights are a bit dim. But Alexander Pierce has long been used to it. Just walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, drinking red wine while thinking about what to do next. Getting rid of Yiu is a dangerous move for Alexander Pierce. After all, this is the person that Nick Fury pays close attention to. But it is precisely because of this that Alexander Pierce wants to do this even more. If that guy really becomes Nick Fury's side, then I'm afraid things will be even more difficult. It's a pity that all the elite teams he sent out were wiped out, but Yiu didn't have a problem at all and went to work normally as if nothing happened. This made Alexander Pierce angry that the elite team couldn't live up to expectations. On the one hand, he was thinking about the next countermeasures, and on the other hand, he was thinking about why that guy Yiu would destroy the corpse. According to the video from the investigation, it was clear that the last person was dead, but he still destroyed the body. What is the reason for this? Also, since this matter is impossible and Nick Fury has focused on it, should I let Yiu go temporarily, or should I send out my other whole card, Winter Soldier? Just as Alexander Pierce was thinking secretly, he suddenly felt someone walking beside him. Turning his head suddenly, he took out the pistol directly from behind, only to find that at some point Yiu came across from him. Facing Yiu, who suddenly appeared, Alexander Pierce's pupils constricted for a while, and the weapon in his hand was aimed directly at Yiu's head. Don't point that useless thing at me. Do you think this shit is useful to me? Also, don't even think about calling those guys outside. They've all been brought down by me, Tilda. If I wanted your life, you would be a corpse by now. As he spoke, Yiu indifferently picked up the red wine on the table and poured himself a glass, then sat opposite Alexander Pierce, and asked indifferently while drinking the wine. The loss of an elite team, how do you feel? Looking at the calm Yiu, Alexander Pierce suddenly frowned. Seeing him put down his weapon, he suddenly laughed. Mr. Yi, seeing is better than hearing 1,000 words. I have heard Nick say that Mr. Yi is very capable. but I never thought that Mr. Yi would be able to find this place. I don't know if Mr. Yi is visiting late at night. What's the matter? Alexander Pierce is worthy of being the former director of SHIELD, and the person Nick Fury respected and trusted most before his identity was revealed. Tusk, how could he calm down so quickly at this moment when the enemy could take his life at any time? Ordinary people don't have this ability. Even if Yiu said it, he wouldn't kill him. Why did I comes, don't you know? Yiu glanced at Alexander Pierce mockingly. Stop pretending. I know that the person who sent that elite team to attack me today is you. Actually, I've thought about this day for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so restless. Are you not afraid of letting Nick Fury discover your identity directly? Or do you think that as long as you kill me, Nick Fury can't find anything? Arrive. Seeing Yi's mocking smile, Alexander Pierce shook his head with a smile and said, Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you're talking about. If there is anything, then we can call Nick over. After all, he is now director of SHIELD. SHIELD is under his jurisdiction, and I am an old man who is about to retire. Is this interesting? Looking at Alexander Pierce, who was still pretending to know nothing, for fear that he might be defrauding him, Yiu said directly, Stop pretending. I know your identity. Others think that SHIELD is led by Nick Fury. How can I not know your identity as Hydra? Perhaps I should call SHIELD the Snake and Shield Bureau Gang. Yiu. Hearing Yiu's words, Alexander Pierce's face Zhao Qianhao turned pale in an instant, and the next second he was about to pick up his gun and aim at Yiu, but he stopped abruptly in the middle of the action. Sitting on the sofa, after a few seconds of silence, Alexander Pierce suddenly burst out laughing. I understand, I finally understand. Alexander Pierce looked at Yiu, then smiled and said, I finally understand why after you were attacked, you destroyed all the evidence that could retain the characteristics of that elite team. I finally understand why you found my address in the first place and exposed my identity. As he spoke, Alexander Pierce put the pistol on the table away, then picked up the wine glass, looked at Yiu and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you are actually one of us. Tusk. If I'm not mistaken, you were sent by those guys from the Anbu Elders Association. Hearing Alexander Pierce's words and seeing his expression full of smiles, Yiu's expression was calm, but secretly he became a little puzzled. Anbu Council of Elders, what is this? I am in the movie universe and I haven't heard anything about Hydra, Anbu and the Council of Elders. But think about it, according to the characteristics of the Marvel movie universe, even if it is filmed, it will be edited directly at that time. In addition, there is no need to express too much about Hydra, so even if there is, it is estimated that it will be mentioned in one stroke. Just like in Captain America. The Winter Soldier, the people who obviously fight against Hydra are not only Widow's sister and Captain America, but also Hawkeye, who has been secretly helping. But after it was released, who knew that Hawkeye's scenes were completely cut? Is this annoying? Fortunately, some clips were found over the wall. What about Captain America and the Widow? Keek, it's getting too far. Seeing Yiu sitting there calmly, Alexander Pierce waved his hand with a smile and said, Don't worry, you don't have to worry about it. Although we SHIELD's Hydra and your Anbu Hydra, the group of elders have no intersection, and because of the AIM incident 20 years ago, we have not communicated since then. But in the final analysis, we are all born from the same root. We are all working hard for the great dream of Hydras. Speaking of 927, Alexander said with a helpless face, You juniors of the young faction don't know what happened back then, but the fallout between the Ming and Anbu caused the entire Hydra to suffer heavy losses. Don't let Nick Fury stand up and become the leader of SHIELD. As he said that, Alexander Pierce leaned on the sofa, looked at Yiu and said with emotion, When I fell out with Anbu, the members of the elders who made decisions were only a few years older than you. I think since Anbu sent you out, there must be a reason. Tell me, boy, since we are all followers of the great Mr. John Schmidt, if you have anything to say, just tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely help you. After all, even if I have never been in touch with those stubborn people in the Council of Elders, I am your elder after all. Since they are all of us, you must help each other. When Alexander Pierce said this again, Yiu had been using his mental strength test and found that he didn't lie, which is interesting. 20 years ago, Hydra fell out because of the organization of AIM, so it was divided into two organizations, the Light Department and the Dark Bay Department. So that the leader of the Light Department, Alexander Pierce, and the leader of the Dark Department, what? The members of Yuan Zhehui do not communicate with each other. This is interesting. Plus, I directly destroyed the corpses and wiped out the traces during the day, and disposed of all the identities of the people who could prove the attack on my team, so that Alexander Pierce thought that he was also one of their Hydra. More importantly, he thought he was sent by Anbu, so he didn't have any hostility towards him, and he could even feel that he consciously brought the role of elder. Yiu, who originally wanted to threaten to get what he wanted, suddenly felt that the scope of this matter had become very large again. What is AIM? Pioneer Technology, a group of organizations that used to manufacture and research various new technology weapons for Hydra people. In Iron Man 3, the guy who studies Extremis is the guy from AIM, at least in the comics. If Yiu's guess is correct, AIM is almost dead in name only now. Although I don't know if Anbu still exists, there is too much room for Yiu to operate. Thinking of this, Yiu's face was slightly gloomy and he sighed helplessly. Now that you've guessed it, Mr. Pierce, I won't hide it. Yiu landed on the sofa, and his demeanor instantly became extremely melancholy. AIM Pioneer Technology no longer exists. Due to the emergence of the Ten Commandments gang these years, Anbu has suffered a lot. In addition, Anbu has no source of funds. That's why I appear here. As he said that, Yiu looked at Pierce and smiled wryly. Mr. Pierce, since you have already sent people to attack me, you should have read my identity file, but you didn't find out that my file from 5 years ago because it was too real. Definitely. Hearing Yiu's words, Alexander Pierce nodded with a smile. It's hard not to find out. I even sent someone to look up everything about your past, but it's a pity that everything was gone. And then I pretended Zuo inadvertently asked Nick Fury, and found that he had a mysterious look on his face. That's it. Yiu spread his hands and then said with a smile. Those gentlemen of the Elders' Council don't allow me to have contact with Mingbu, but they still send me to obtain funds, otherwise Anbu's life will be too difficult. It is precisely because of this that in the past 5 years, I have founded the Bugle newspaper, acquired a publishing house and written books. But these methods are still too slow to make money. In desperation, I can only deliberately expose some abilities to come get Shild's attention. Look, actually, I'm doing pretty well. Yiu spread out his hands and said proudly. At least now Nick Fury is ready to hand over NBC television, an asset worth tens of billions. Good. Hearing Yiu's words, Alexander Pierce nodded with a smile. You are very strong, but I think this should be caused by a super serum like Steve Rogers. But there is no second super ability like you. The emergence of the latter proves the point. Anbu's funds are not enough to support such a huge plan. As he spoke, Alexander Pierce stood up, walked to the wall beside him, tapped the wall lightly and rhythmically a few times, and then a section of the wall protruded. He took out a few business cards from a pile of business cards and then walked back. Since I'm one of my own, I definitely want to help if I have difficulties. Alexander Pierce handed the business card to Yiu and said with a smile. I know the temper of those old fellows of the elders, otherwise they wouldn't have contacted me for more than 20 years, so let alone asking for help. I'm afraid if I hadn't sent that elite team to attack you today, I'm afraid I would never know your identity. Giving you money outright is bound to arouse Nick Fury's suspicions. But these business cards are different. On the surface, these people are all the best in all walks of life, and they are rich people. In fact, they are all our own people. You can go to them directly to obtain funds. Definitely, this requires some names, but I think this should not be a problem for you. In this way, if you have funds, it will not arouse anyone's suspicion. Alexander Pierce looked at Yiu and smiled very seriously. The 7th is brought, continue tomorrow. Looking at the dozen or so business cards in his hand, Yiu couldn't help admiring inwardly. It really deserves to be Hydra. You must know that these people on the business card, although not comparable to Tony Stark, are also one of the top rich men in New York. Which one is not worth more than tens of billions? I thought they were businessmen at first, but I didn't expect these guys to be from Hydra. However, this also shows the extent of Hydra's sphere of influence. Thinking about it, the people on the business card are all new money, not the so-called old money. With the support of such a huge strength of Hydra, it would be too shameful if they could not become a billionaire worth tens of billions. These business cards can't bring you any care on the surface, but they only need a phone call from you. These more than a dozen people can at least easily raise 20 billion yuan for you without being suspected by others. With these 20 billion, I think your starting point will be higher. Pierce picked up the wine bottle with a smile, poured himself a glass of wine, then looked at Yiu and asked with a smile. By the way, boy, those old fellows from the Senate, are they okay now? What's the evaluation of the one that is almost displayed? Wanna hear the truths? Yiu thought about it for a while, and according to what Alexander Pierce said, then he can speak according to the current situation. Definitely. Alexander Pierce laughed. Although I know that those old guys probably didn't say anything good about me, I still want to hear their comments. Wishful thinking. Yiu shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Alexander Pierce and said, According to what the elders of the Anbu Council of Elders said, although Dr. Zola's algorithm is very powerful, it still doesn't work. After all, the use of aerospace aircraft carriers to launch into the sky, plus Dr. Zola's algorithm seems to be able to eradicate all people who are harmful to the future of Hydra. But that is just a cold algorithm, and there is no trace of hope at all. Even wrong ones may be extremely large. The current technology can be said to be changing with each passing day. Using the algorithm more than 10 or 20 years ago, there is no way to complete Mr. Schmidt's great goal, even if there is a killer like the Winter Soldier in the middle of this process. Seeing Yiu ruthlessly rejecting the Insight plan, Alexander Pierce not only didn't get angry, but laughed very happily. It is really in line with the character of those old men. They were not optimistic about this plan in the past, but after all, it was more than 20 years ago. They have not been in touch for more than 20 years. They can't imagine what SHIELD has become. Speaking of this, Alexander Pierce sighed, then shook his head and said, "But that's okay. After the Insight plan is fully implemented, I think those old guys will be surprised. If there is nothing else to do next, I will leave first." Yiu stood up, and just as he was about to go out, he heard Alexander Pierce say behind him, "My child, you may be the only person sent by the Council of Elders. Under the watchful eyes of SHIELD, I'm afraid you are careful every day. This is very hard work. Why don't you come to our Ming department? At least in this way, you can be regarded as having some help." Hearing Alexander Pierce's solicitation, Yiu paused for a moment, then shook his head lightly and said without looking back as he walked out, "Although they have the same route, light and dark walk differently, I don't want to walk out of a path of betrayal." Lift. After speaking, Yiu turned around and left. Watching Yiu turn and leave, Pierce looked at Yiu's back full of admiration. It wasn't until Yiu disappeared that Pierce let out a long sigh. This is the child raised by the old fellows of the Anbu Senior Council. What a good child. To be strong and powerful, to be loyal and loyal. Even if a person faces this cold, dangerous situation and may be discovered by SHIELD at any time, he is still unwilling to betray Anbu. Even if he, the person in charge of Hydra of the Ministry of Ming Dynasty, personally recruited, even if it was a family born from the same root, he directly refused. Tut tut. There are not many children like this. Alexander Pierce felt a little depressed when he thought of the group of idiots under him. They are both members of Hydra, so why is there such a big gap? If you look at the people under your command, it's okay to deal with ordinary people or people who are a little stronger, but they are all useless when facing people with stronger strength. If this child Yiu is the capable leader of his Ming department Hydra, then I am afraid that guy Steve Rogers will never wake up from the ice. Ask for flowers. But looks like Hydra's most hated enemy, that Steve Rogers, seems to be working with this kid Yiu. Thinking of this, Alexander Pierce suddenly let out a pleasant and smug laugh. Haha, what if you beat us Hydra to the ground 70 years ago and even killed our great John Schmidt, Mr. Red Skull? Today, isn't it still working in our Hydra hands? Thinking of this, Alexander Pierce happily picked up his glass and drank it down. Then he took out his mobile phone and dialed the call. As soon as the phone was connected, Alexander Pierce said directly, "Give up the plan to assassinate and attack Yiu. Just pretend that no one knows about Yiu." Point zero. Hearing what Alexander Pierce said on the other end of the phone, Sitwell was a little puzzled and said, "Mr. Pierce, our plan failed this time because we didn't know Yiu's strength. Now we have learned, so we can completely replan. I think next time we're going to get rid of him and it won't bother Nick Fury." Before Sitwell, the big bald man, could finish speaking, he heard Alexander Pierce say angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said? I said give up any suppression and assassination plan against Yiu." Clear. Hearing a hint of anger in Alexander Pierce's words, Sitwell nodded hastily. "A bunch of trash, remember. If Yiu has any difficulties or if anyone wants to harm him, then you can use all methods to help him solve it." After speaking, Alexander Pierce hung up the phone directly. Then he looked helpless. Why such a capable, responsible, and extremely loyal child, isn't he a member of Hydra? On the other end of the phone, listening to the busy tone from the phone, Sitwell looked puzzled. They were still planning to attack Yiu during the day, but at night, everything changed. "Yesterday at 7 o'clock, my back hurts from sitting. I put on 2 plasters in the morning and it's much better." Come on, continue to walk on Kiki today. It was past 1 o'clock in the morning when we drove home. As soon as I drove into the yard, I saw Natasha Romanoff sitting on the rocking chair at the door, holding Wanda on the left and talking, while Pietro was sitting on the steps on the right, thinking about something. "I'm back." Seeing that Yiu came back, Wanda immediately stood up from the chair and then threw herself directly into Yiu's arms. "Don't worry, everything is settled." Rubbing Wanda's little head, Yiu comforted with a smile. Although I don't know how these two little guys found out that something was wrong. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand that Wanda and Pietro have both discovered it since night. Just in order not to burden myself, I didn't say anything. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, saw Yiu come back in full form and smiled reassuringly. Let's go, everyone go back to sleep, it's already late at night. Standing up from the steps, Pietro looked at Yiu beside Wanda, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't say anything and didn't show it, Pietro has been worrying for several hours. Now, after seeing the boss Yiu is back, he is relieved. Where do I want to sleep at night? Wanda thought for a while, then suddenly said. Hearing that the little girl didn't call her elder brother, but called her own name directly, Yiu froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. It seems that this little girl who is about to turn 17 has already begun to expose her ambition. Back in the room, after washing up, lying on the bed, looking at Wanda's frowning brows that had fallen asleep, he sighed inwardly. Perhaps, after she found out what happened today, she must be very worried. Before he was 10 years old, his parents were gone, and he wandered with Pietro for several years before he was picked up by himself. Yiu always thought that Wanda, who has been smiling more and more in the past 2 years, has gradually let go and forgot the pain in her heart. But after knowing what happened to her being attacked today, I am afraid that she became scared again. People, you are not afraid of losing your most cherished loved ones, but you are afraid of losing it again after you regain it. This kind of situation will really make people collapse. Just like the current Wanda, she lost the warmth of her family and the love of her parents since she was a child. One can imagine the hardships and sufferings of wandering around with Pietro. After all, these two children were less than 10 years old. It was not easy for you to be picked up and adopted by yourself, and it took 2 or 3 years to be happy. When you were treated as your elder brother and relied on, you were attacked again. It is conceivable how scared these two children will be. They are afraid of losing their reliance again, losing their shoulders that bring them love and warmth. The pair of siblings suffered far more hardships than children of the same age. Painfully smoothed Wanda's frowning brows even though she was sleeping soundly, but she never thought that Wanda would hold her arm tightly and not let go. Only this time, there was a smile on that beautiful face full of worries. It seemed that all the troubles were gone. Turning off the light, listening to the long breath around him, Yiu gradually thought about what he should do next. The game with Nick Fury made him relax his vigilance, and he got NBC, the huge field of entertainment media that he had always coveted. Alexander Pierce mistakenly regarded him as one of his own people, which Yiu did not expect. But for now, everything is developing in a good direction. But in the final analysis, it is not enough for me to become the king of the media. Sometimes money is one aspect, and resources are also very important. After taking over NBC tomorrow, the first step to become the king of media is to step out. With NBC's media field, TV stations, media websites, theaters, and a series of resource integrations, it can be said that I have the huge amounts of media in my hands. If one day I monopolize the media, then whoever I want to die will have to die. You must know that this era is the best era for fishing. This is also the reason why Yiu has always wanted to become the king of the media. As long as he can do this, even if he doesn't sign the so-called superhero registration bill later, he can use fishing boats and the public to achieve the effect he wants. Don't forget, every day of the gun battle is called the so-called freedom, and after I have the right to speak and the right to fish, Let's take it step by step, and the steps can't be too big for the time being, otherwise it is very likely to become a grand idea and a helpless ending. I must not reveal my ambition too early. Well, wait until the Avengers are formed, and after fighting against the Chitauri aliens led by Loki, let's deal with Hydra with Nick Fury first. Keeping them will be a disaster sooner or later, but before that, I still have to collect the interest that I should charge. At least, you have to double your worth several times. Well, what Yiu is referring to is counting the worth of NBC, which is worth tens of billions. Let's aim for 100 billion. Well, definitely, the Avengers building should be left to the billionaire Tony Stark. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight spilled into the 700 bedroom through the curtains. Hearing the crisp sound of birdsong coming from outside, Yiu gradually woke up from his deep sleep. Yay, good mornings. Wanda had already woken up a long time ago, but she didn't get up. Instead, she looked at the sunlight through the curtains, casting a touch of golden light on Yiu's face. For a moment, she was stunned. Hearing that he was not calling his brother but calling him by his first name, Yiu raised his hand and pinched Wanda's nose. Good morning, little witch, go wash up first. Snored. Feeling Yiu's closeness, Wanda snorted and made a grimace, then said with a chuckle. Yi, why did you call me a little witch? I'm not a witch. Because the witch is very old, but the little witch is very beautiful. My little Wanda, which beautiful witch will be in the future. Yiu looked at Wanda and explained with a smile. Listening to Yiu's explanation, Wanda showed a big and charming smile. She liked Yiu's explanation and title very much. Then from now on, I will be your little witch. Making a coquettish face at Yiu, Wanda got up, smiled, and ran towards the sink. Looking at Wanda's bouncing back, Yiu laughed. Very good, the state of worry and melancholy last night was dispelled by a touch of warmth. Standing in the office on the 27th floor of the NBC building and looking down, a sense of lofty pride rose from Yiu's heart. Here, it will be the first step for me to grasp all the right to speak. And here, it will be the most important step for my plan for the next 10 years. Looking at Yiu exuding a heroic aura, Natasha Romanoff's beautiful eyes were full of smiles. That's right, this is the emotion that young people should have. How can it be okay to always have such an old mentality? Maybe others will say that this is very mature, but being too mature is actually very tiring. The door of the lounge was pushed open, and Tony Stark in a gray suit walked in exaggeratedly. Wow, my man, I didn't expect you to take over NBC TV so soon. Tusk. As the most loyal viewer of NBC broadcast TV, shouldn't I be very excited? With that said, Tony Stark gave Yiu a big hug, and then whispered in Yiu's ear. I heard that you were attacked. How about it? Has the matter been investigated clearly? If it hasn't been investigated clearly, then go on, leave the rest to me. Trust me, man, I've got more energy than that. Seeing the sincerity in Tony Stark's eyes, Yiu smiled and hugged Tony and then replied, Don't worry, buddy, the matter has been resolved long ago. That's good. Hearing Yiu's words, Tony was relieved. To be honest, after hearing from Steve that you were attacked, I put on my armor and waited for your call for a long time, but you still didn't call. I called Nick Fury again, and who knows, there's nothing useful there. So I thought I'll get you a set of Mark armor. At least with the Mark armor, you won't be so dangerous. Forget it. Looking at Tony, Yiu smiled softly. Thank you, buddy, but you should know my strength. If the Mark armor is given to me, I will most likely treat it as a collectible. By the way, is the problem here solved? Yiu pointed to the energy reactor in front of Tony, glanced at Peppo, who was chatting with Natasha Romanoff, and then asked in a low voice. Definitely, I'm a genius. Tony smiled proudly. But having said that, I never thought that my father would teach me a lesson after being dead for so many years. If he was of the same age as me, or if he was born in this era, I think I might be covered by his light. Looking at Tony with a look of emotion on his face, Yiu stretched out his hand, wrapped his arms around Tony's shoulder and gave him a light punch. You are Tony Stark. By the way, where's Steve? Why didn't I see him? He hasn't finished his arrangements yet. Did you see him when you came? Glanced at the door, before Steve Rogers walked in, Yiu asked curiously. He's arranging those security guards. Tony Stark replied earnestly. When I came, he was instructing those security personnel. While asking them to deploy security forces, he also asked ordinary security personnel to organize reporters to enter the venue. You must know that this time NBC has to it is a big event, that the 30-year-old TV station has changed hands. So almost half of the reporters have gathered here, waiting for the press conference to be held, plus you were attacked last time. So Steve attaches great importance to the security force this time. He is worried that on this occasion you will be attacked. Having said that, Tony Stark approached Yiu and whispered, I have to say Steve is really good. If Jarvis hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't even have noticed that Steve actually arranged for a sniper on the opposite building. Once a suspicious person appears, or someone wants to do something wrong to you, I'm afraid the sniper will attack immediately. Hearing what Tony said, Yiu also clicked his tongue. He knew that Nick Fury also sent the SHIELD combat team to help today, following Steve's command, but he didn't expect that Steve had arranged snipers on the opposite side. Although he knew that no one would attack him, but Steve's arrangement still warmed Yiu's heart. You can't do such a thing as not only not appreciating others' kindness, but even taking it for granted. While the two were chatting, Steve, wearing a black suit and wearing a wireless headset, walked in. The venue has been arranged and the press conference can start at any time. Steve walked up to Yiu, greeted Tony, and then said with a smile, Thanks, buddy. Looking at the tall and straight, looking very handsome in a black suit, Steve, Yiu thanked him. There is no need to talk about this between us. Steve showed a warm smile, then pressed the headset and said, Everyone pay attention, the press conference is about to start. Pay attention to all suspicious people around. After speaking, Steve took a deep breath, then shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed face, This reminds me of the scene 70 years ago at that time. Oh, Kang Busy Zero. Hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark on the side said with a speechless face, I know you are an immortal legend, buddy. My father used you to teach me these things when he was alive. So don't be like this, okay? Is it a big deal tonight's party I treat you? Hearing Tony Stark's wailing, Yiu and Steve suddenly laughed, raised their hands, and the two gave each other a high five. Then Yiu looked at Tony and said, "Then it's settled, tonight's party drinks you of yours are in charge of the food, and I am in charge of the venue." Despise you. Tony Stark rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then gave Yiu and Steve a middle finger. He could tell that these two guys did it on purpose. But this kind of deliberate ridicule and design of traps, neither Tony, Yiu, nor Steve would care about it. It was more like a joke between friends. After all, it doesn't matter if it's Yiu or Tony. No one cares about this small amount of money. Even Steve, with the help of Yiu's Matthew, has obtained a million fortune. There is no way who made these years. Junfeng and those people have not retired Steve. According to Matthew, Junfeng has been using Steve as an advertisement for these years. And if Steve didn't agree, Matthew would have wanted to sue Junfeng and the others, making them pay for the use of Steve's portrait for more than 70 years. The scene of the press conference, accompanied by bursts of flashing lights from reporters taking pictures, and during the whole process of NBC TV's live broadcast, countless people witnessed that Yiu, who was only 19 years old, signed his name on the equity transfer agreement. From this moment on, the ownership of this TV station with a history of more than 30 years and a market share of more than 40%, as well as its entertainment industry, media, and theater websites, belonged to Yiu. After the signing ceremony was completed, Yiu directly handed over the transfer agreement to Natasha Romanoff for safekeeping. Seeing Yiu put away the transfer agreement, many reporters all raised their hands and couldn't wait to ask questions. Looking at the reporters in the audience who wanted to interview him, Yiu directly clicked on a reporter. Yes, this reporter is none other than a reporter from Yiu's Bugle newspaper. "Boss, congratulations on successfully acquiring a 100% stake in NBC television. May I ask what your next plan is, or is it a plan?" Facing one's own boss, one's own reporter would certainly not be able to ask difficult questions like other reporters. So on this occasion, Yiu was directly given a plan to tell about his plans after taking over NBC TV station. Also take this live broadcast as an opportunity to let people know about the young boss's next plan. There are many plans and they are big. 723. Yiu heard the question from his own reporter, looked at the hundreds of reporters in the audience and the cameras that were broadcasting the whole process, and then said with a smile, "First of all, I am very happy to officially take over the NBC TV station today. A 40/40 entertainment and broadcast TV station." What is entertainment? The reason why entertainment exists is to entertain the public. Although some preaching programs are necessary, I personally don't like them very much. I think many viewers don't like this kind of program very much. Program. First of all, the first step is to carry out an internal rectification. Some programs with relatively low ratings and poor market response will be cut off, and more popular programs such as talk shows and interviews will be added. Speaking of this, Yiu looked at the camera and then showed a very warm smile. Second, because of the TV station, I think many viewers like to watch some really attractive drama series, not those a serial drama that fools the audience to make money. So next, NBC will focus on a series of series such as Prison Break, True Blood, The Walking Dead, Zombie Nation, and so on. I think the audience will see our sincerity at NBC. As for the third step, Yiu raised 3 fingers, then picked up a stack of scripts on the table and said with a smile, "Before, I always had a movie dream. I really wanted to make many good-looking movies, but unfortunately one didn't have a chance. But it's different now. After I bought NBC, I also owned more than 45% of all theaters in Mimi, so I can produce and sell many movies on my own. For example, the detective series that everyone has always liked, such as Harry Potter series, including the Mutant series, which I wrote but never made it to the market. So please rest assured, NBC TV is in my hands. It will only get better, not worse." Seeing Yiu, who was sitting in the middle of the press conference, with an extraordinary bearing and eloquent talk, many people who were watching the live broadcast all envied and admired him. After all, at the age of 19, he acquired an entertainment company worth tens of billions of dollars, and suddenly became one of the top group of people in the entertainment industry. Many people can't help but be envious. Especially in this place where money is paramount and successful people are admired by countless people. Yiu seems to have become a role model admired by countless people at this moment. It's a pity that Yiu's success cannot be replicated. After all, he started his business by relying on best-selling books. Whether it is a newspaper industry or a publishing house, he is automatically integrated. Now it is even more powerful. It has directly acquired NBC TV station, theaters, and other indispensable fields in the entertainment industry. This kind of life is like hanging up. Shredded coconut cool. Queens in a room. An 8 or 9-year-old boy watched Yiyu's narration live on TV and couldn't help clenching his fists and waving them excitedly. Aunt May, Aunt May. Looking at Yiu, who is elegant and eloquent on the TV screen, the little boy said excitedly to his aunt who had just walked back. Aunt May is going to make my dearest Harry Potter into a movie. This is so cool. I declare that from now on, besides Tony Stark the Iron Man, my idol also has Yi. Looking at the excited little guy, Aunt May smiled and squatted down, raised her hand, and rubbed the little guy's head. Okay, our little tough guy, the idol you chose is really good. But Peter, if you want to be like Xiang Yi, who is just 19 years old and already a high-class person, then you need to work harder. Hearing Aunt May's words, little Peter Parker nodded vigorously, then said seriously with his fists clenched, Definitely, May, I will definitely work very hard. Come on, little guy, but you can't do it if you're hungry. With that said, Aunt May stood up, walked towards the kitchen, and asked, Little guy, what do you want to eat tonight? How about vegetable noodles? Can I leave out the celery? Hearing Aunt May's words, little Peter sniffled and then asked expectantly, That's not okay, Peter. Being a picky eater is not something a good boy should do. And don't you think he is very handsome on TV? Aunt May began to chop vegetables and said with a smile, Actually, I know the secret to his handsome appearance, and that is to eat more vegetables. Oh, really? Little Peter Parker looked at Aunt May, who was busy with a cute expression, although he always felt that something was wrong, but Aunt May shouldn't lie to herself. Thinking of this, little Peter Parker walked back to the TV with a happy smile on his face, and then stared at Yiu, who was talking on the screen with an excited expression on his face. Definitely, if little Peter Parker knows what Yiu is going to do, I am afraid that this future little Spider-Man will jump up on the spot excitedly, and then turn somersaults constantly. Yes, Yiu is going to change the script and make the Harry Potter series into a movie. After all, movies are very profitable, but Yiu already has a candidate in mind to play Harry Potter. No way, who made little Spider-Man look so cute? Yes, the Harry Potter series can be regarded as a sharp tool for attracting money, and Yiu, the actor who plays Harry Potter Jr., really plans to let Peter Parker Jr. play the role. As a superhero, you definitely have to train yourself since you were young. Although Tony also treats little Spider-Man like his own son, but after Tony snapped his fingers, look at how pitiful little Spider-Man is. Not only to be pressured by the media asking if it's the second Iron Man, but also to be tricked by Mysterio. In his previous life, when Yiu saw little Spider-Man facing the wall with the picture of Tony Stark taking off his headgear at the theater, his red eyes felt a little distressed. Well, to put it in a very embarrassing sentence, he is still a child. Well, far away. However, it was actually Yiyu's plan to train little Spider-Man into a little Harry Potter. After all, little Spider-Man lived in poverty since he was a child. Even the computer was picked up from the garbage dump by myself and assembled by myself. But even so, after gaining great power, he still chooses to become a superhero instead of doing some wrong things to improve his own life. Such a child is definitely worthy of Yiyu's cultivation. Well, Yiu is not a father fan, but facing the little guys in the future, if you can help, let's do it. And when the time comes to be recognized by a popular superhero as his idol, it's also very cool. Little Spider-Man doesn't know that his destiny will change. At least he can live a better life when he was young, just like Yiu also doesn't know that he is now one of the two most admired by little Spider-Man. At this moment, Yiu is still being interviewed by reporters. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, we all know that you rely on best-selling books to get started, but you founded the Bugle newspaper and publishing house, which is a lot of money, especially now that it has only been established for 2 years. And the newspaper and publishing house have just started on the right track. Where did you get such a large sum of money to buy NBC TV? And according to the contract you purchased, it's completely owned by you alone. So I think many people are extremely curious about it. Hearing the reporter's question, Yiu smiled. First of all, this beautiful reporter, my acquisition is reasonable and legal, and it has been certified by the arbitration committee. Second, you don't really think that the acquisition of 100 billion in entertainment industry assets, all you need is money. In business, sometimes the acquisition of such a company with a history of more than 30 years and a market share of tens of billions is not only possible with money. Speaking of this, Yiu spread his arms and laughed. For example, I own billions of dollars now, and I want to buy Stark Industries. You can ask Tony, will he sell it? I guess he will treat me as a crazy person, get kicked out straight away. Hearing Yiyu's words, many reporters burst into laughter. This is indeed the case. Old money companies are not like new money companies. Some things cannot be acquired only by money. That's right, if someone wants to buy my Stark industry, then I will definitely kick him out. Tony Stark on the side came over, then sat next to Yiyu and said to the reporter with a smile. Seeing Tony Stark sitting next to Yiyu carelessly, with no shyness at all, the eyes of many reporters lit up. Mr. Stark, what is your relationship with Yiyu? Mr. Stark, may I ask why you are here? Mr. Stark, what do you think about Mr. Yiyu's acquisition of NBC television? Seeing Tony Stark sit down carelessly, the reporters in the audience went crazy. They didn't know the relationship between Yiyu and Tony Stark. After all, these two people are completely irrelevant in terms of age, status, and industry. How could there be an intersection? But now, Tony Stark is not xenophobic when he sits here, and even Yiyu doesn't care about it. It can be seen that the relationship between these two people should be very good. Listening to the frantic inquiries from the reporters in the audience, Yiyu smiled wryly and shook his head. He knew that the reason why Tony Stark was sitting here was not to steal his limelight, but to defend himself from harm. After all, judging from the reporter's question just now, the next question will definitely be a lot of difficult places. These reporters are not affiliated with NBC and the Bugle newspaper, so they will definitely ask a lot of difficult questions. The appearance of Tony Stark is to focus on himself and attract firepower for Yiyu. Ask for flowers 0. As for how the media will report on themselves in the future, does Tony care? Seriously, he doesn't care at all. Has there been less scolding over the years? Some time ago, the decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing made many people call themselves idiots. Anyway, I won't miss anything. Ask one by one, you are asking such messy questions, I can't hear what you're saying at all. Tony Stark glanced at those reporters with distaste, and then directly clicked on a reporter at random to ask him to ask questions. The reporter who was spotted by Tony Stark stood up excitedly and quickly asked with the microphone, Mr. Stark, why did you appear here? Are you friends with Mr. Yiyu? Is this still a question? Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders and replied with a nonchalant expression. Why did I appear here? The reason is very simple. My best friend has such a big event today, how could I not appear? Next. After finishing speaking, Tony Stark randomly ordered another reporter. Mr. Stark, when did you and Mr. Yiu meet? After all, no matter from past experience, industry, or other places, I can't imagine any intersection between you and Mr. Yiu. Hearing the reporter's question, Tony Stark thought for a while and then replied. It should have been a long time ago, it should be when Yi's first big detective appeared on the market, and I accidentally saw it. Speaking of this, Tony Stark pointed to Yiu and said, This guy is the first person who doesn't give me face, even if I say I'm willing to pay for him to write a second book, this guy doesn't give me any face. Tusk. I have to say that Yi and I are very similar. Well, both of us are super geniuses. Tony Stark replied proudly. Brothers, the 6th watch will be a little later, about 8:30 to 9 o'clock. I will go to lie down for a while. I put on 2 plasters in the morning and it is much better, but now my waist is a little sore again. Let me rest for an hour, then move on to 2. After the press conference, NBC Yiyu's office. Helena, director of NBC TV station, head of entertainment development planning, chief executive CEO. Worked in NBC TV station for 13 years. Looking at Helena, who is in her 40s with an elite face, Yiyu smiled and recalled Helena's resume. Facing Yiyu, the young head of the family, Helena not only did not despise Yiyu at all, but was a little apprehensive. After all, the person in front of her was just 19 years old, and he controlled an entertainment company like NBC. After seeing Yiyu's resume, Helena couldn't help but admire him. At least, people at the so-called elite level can't hold their heads up at all in front of Yiyu's 19-year-old resume. Who made someone sit in this position at such a young age? As a person who has been in contact with the upper world for 180 years, Helena is not so naive to think that some things can be done with money. At least Helena knows one thing. That is, no matter how rich you are, there is no way for Yiyu to control 100% of entertainment and media giants like NBC. Unless you are willing to pay 10 times or even 20 times the price, it is possible to acquire a 100% controlling stake. Your resume is really beautiful. Putting down the resume in his hand, Yiyu looked at Helena and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, for the past 13 years I have been working at NBC TV station, so please believe in my workability. Helena was about to say something when she heard Yiyu's words, but saw Yiyu waved his hand with a smile. I definitely trust your workability, Lady Helena. As he said that, Yiu put a document on the table and then said with a smile, "It took only 13 years to get to this position from the bottom step by step. I believe, Miss Helena, your workability must be outstanding. As for me, I always like to leave professional things to professional people. Otherwise, I can't handle such a big mess." Speaking of which, Yiu crossed his hands, looked at Helena in front of him and smiled. "So, I am going to let you continue to manage NBC TV station. I will only set up a financial supervision team to review the finances. Definitely, since the person in charge has changed, then the salaries and benefits of all employees under the company will naturally change." "Clear." Helena nodded ably when she heard Yiu's words, but after thinking for a while she tentatively said, "Boss, the employee benefits of our NBC are actually the same as those of other TV stations. Too much, I am afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. So I suggest that it should not be lowered by more than 5 percentage points at most. Otherwise, I am worried that when the employees are all in danger, people from other TV stations will poach us." Hearing Helena's words, Yiu shook his head with a smile and said, "No, no, you got it wrong. I'm the one who underpays employees from time to time." Yiu leaned back on the chair, looked at Helena and said, "Instead, I am going to increase the salaries of our employees. You must know that only those stupid and incompetent bosses like to find a balance in employee salaries. In this way, from you to the lowest level employees, everyone's salary and benefits will be increased by 10%. In addition, if the elite backbone of other TV stations can be recruited, then they are also welcome to change jobs. I think you should understand how to do it." "Definitely, thank you, Mr. Yi." Helena heard that Yiu not only did not intend to cut wages, but was planning to increase the wages of all employees by 10%. She nodded with a smile. This is the person who does big things. Although it will cost more money in this way, but the boss changes and the change is such a young person, some employees will inevitably feel anxious, pessimistic, and afraid of losing their jobs. If things go on like this, it is inevitable that everyone will be in danger. Now the young boss's mirror moved directly calmed down the somewhat flustered mood. At the same time, facing the staff of other TV stations, you can still feel superior. This can be described as a very correct move. After all, people from all TV stations communicate with each other, and whenever they get together, it is always inevitable to compare each other's salary, treatment, and so on. Now, I am afraid that many employees of other competitors will envy the treatment of NBC TV station. If things go on like this, the kind of comparison of dissatisfaction and why his salary is so high for the same job will inevitably form. At that time, there will be a good show to watch. So although there are some losses in this step now, the future benefits will be huge. Willing to make money, willing to delegate power, really deserves to be able to acquire such a behemoth as NBC at such a young age. Helena secretly thought, "You don't have to worry about money. In these 2 days, I will allocate 5 billion funds on the account. What you have to do now are 2 things." Yiu pushed forward the materials in front of him and then said with a smile, "First, Zheng Resources merged the Horn newspaper and publishing house into NBC, but don't interfere too much with them. Don't worry about some things, just publish them. If you publish it, you don't have to worry about being held accountable. I can stand it. Second, let the people below find the director and the crew immediately and make preparations to shoot the theme of Mutant, but don't go to New York. By the way, the first movie of Harry Potter is also filmed. For the time being the candidate, I will give you a designated kid. The series has also begun preparations. There is no need to consider the budget of movies and series. The money that should be spent can be spent directly, but some money that should not be spent, I think you should understand." "No problems." Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Helena nodded immediately. "Don't worry, you have the control over the theater chain. Many directors only need to be notified, and they will obediently come to seek cooperation." "Very good." Yiu smiled and then said, "Then you go to work first, help me calm down the people below. I don't want to see a turbulent heart." "Don't worry, I know what to do." Helena nodded and then walked outside with a stack of documents. Not long after, Yiu heard cheers coming from outside the office 1.6 miles away. It seemed that Helena had already spoken out about her plan to increase their salary and benefits. Hearing the cheers outside, Yiu breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the purpose of filming the Mutant series of movies is not just to make money. After all, when the Avengers gathered for the first time to fight against the aliens, the pressure from the fishing boat was polarized, but it was very great. Many people reject, even loathe and fear superheroes like Avengers, who let ordinary people be the most numerous in this world. As for the money, let alone the business card of one of us, given by Alexander Pierce is really useful at least now. Yiu's private account has an extra 10 billion funds. My waist hurts. Wait a minute, there will be a 7th update in a while. In the evening, Brooklyn, inside the Stork Club. Wanda held Pebo's arm and the two of them were talking quietly for some reason and looked towards Yiu from time to time. Whenever he caught Yiu's gaze, Wanda would show a charming smile. The two guys, Pietro and the young Tony, were arguing endlessly over who would become the #1 master of magic if Harry Potter and Sherlock Holmes were born in the same world. Natasha Romanoff stood behind the bar, watching the lively people, while constantly mixing drinks, with a very comfortable smile on her face, as if enjoying this comfortable and pleasant party. As for Steve, he was standing on the side with Yiu talking about something. I've said it all, this is what friends should do, there is nothing to be thankful for. Holding the wine glass, Yiu looked at Steve with a complacent expression, and then said with a smile, "Yes, I know." Steve nodded, watching the lively but warm scene with a faint smile on his face. "I understand what you said, and I also know that there is no need to say these words of thanks between us, but..." 11. Steve turned his head, raised his glass and looked at Yiu. The two touched each other lightly, and after drinking the wine he continued, "But I really didn't expect that you said you would give me a gift, it will be here." "Like it." Seeing various emotions flashing in Steve's eyes, Yiu elbowed him, then asked with a smile, "Definitely, definitely." Steve nodded his head, then closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. He took a step forward, and then danced with slightly messy but rhythmic dance steps. Seeing this scene, Yiu immediately took out his mobile phone and started to take pictures. It's rare to see such a Captain America with his eyes closed and intoxicated. It's a pity Steve only closed his eyes and danced for less than a minute, then turned back to Yiu, then opened his eyes and said sadly, "It's just like what is written in your book, in the blink of an eye, the sea and the sea field. Back then, the dance that Peggy and I agreed upon was made here. But when I opened my eyes, I found that everything had changed. This is not my era, and I don't understand the things and concepts of this era. Whenever I hear something new, I always like to pick up a pen and record it in my notebook." Having said that, Steve took out the notebook and handed it to Yiu. "Open the notebook, there are many things written on it, such as the TV series I Love Lucy, Moon Landing, new brand mobile phones, Star Wars movies, and Nirvana and the like." Yiu looked at the things recorded in the notebook, while Steve continued, "When you accompanied me to visit Peggy, the gray-haired girl felt sorry for me that I didn't live the life I liked, but I was more than not living the life I like. I don't even know what I live for. Confusion and despair are the emotions I felt after I recovered. I seem to have everything, but in fact I had nothing. This world and I are close at hand, but it seems like a world apart." As he spoke, Steve suddenly laughed. He raised his fist and gave Yiu a light hammer, then smiled and said, "If I hadn't met you, I don't know what I should do. Don't be surprised, it's just that after coming here inexplicably, a lot of things came to my mind. I just don't want to forget the past, so for me, it's a kind of betrayal of myself, but it doesn't matter." Steve looked at Yiu and said very seriously, "After all, I have a lot now, don't I?" "Definitely." Yiu nodded affirmatively. He knew what Steve meant when he said that he had a lot now. Glancing at Tony and Pietro, who had already heated up the debate but suddenly seemed to have found a balance point, so both of them nodded in satisfaction. He also looked at the widow sister, who had a smile on her face from the heart, and Pebo, who was constantly imparting experience, listened humbly, and then kept nodding, thinking about how to use Wanda. Yiu also laughed. "Yes, you are right, Steve, we do have many very precious things. Perhaps this is what we should do our best to protect." "I knew you understood me." Steve hugged Yiu's shoulder, shook it vigorously, and then showed a happy expression. "Wow, what are you two talking about behind my back? Why are you still hugging?" Tony, who was holding a wine glass, came over, looked at Steve and Yiu, who were holding their shoulders, and couldn't help saying it with a funny expression on purpose. Hearing Tony's words, Yiu and Steve looked at each other, raised their hands, and directly embraced Tony Stark's shoulders from left to right. Hey, don't do this, I'm not interested in you two." Seeing the actions of these two people, Tony Stark yelled with a look of disgust, which caused everyone else to burst into laughter. If it comes to people who can heat up the atmosphere of the party, Tony Stark ranks second among these people, and no one dares to rank first. They're gentlemen and ladies. Tony Stark strengthily broke free from the 377 clutches of Yiu and Steve, and then held a wine glass and said loudly, "Everyone, let's toast together. Celebrate our genius, yeah, taking control of the behemoth of NBC and taking it one step further. Definitely, we also want to celebrate our immortal, legendary hero Steve, who brought back this nearly deserted, full of longing for the Stork Club." Seeing Tony Stark holding his glass high, everyone walked forward with their own glasses smiling. And just about to clink glasses with each other, Tony suddenly said, "Hey, this little lady Wanda and this gentleman Pietro, you two can't drink alcohol. You're not old enough yet." Well, he doesn't count. I never regarded him as a 19-year-old boy, but as a guy who turned 21 10 years earlier. Hearing Tony's words, Wanda made a face at Tony Stark, and then pulled Pietro, who had a pity-looking face, to the side, put on some juice, and walked over to Yiyu's side. "Everyone, let's make a toast to Yi and Steve." Hearing Tony's words, all the people in a circle raised their cups, touched each other, and drank it down amidst laughter. The seventh was delivered, and my back hurts to death. I'm going to find 2 more plasters, brothers and sisters, continue tomorrow. From a bestseller to a leader in entertainment, the magical experience of a 19-year-old boy. 5 years of ordinary people, 5 years of Yiu. Shocked that he and Tony Stark have such a relationship. On money and status, Yiyu's life values. After the press conference was held, the next day, almost all the media began to frantically report about Yiu accepting NBC Entertainment. Some people who didn't understand these things bought newspapers one after another after receiving the indiscriminate bombardment by fishing boats, or turned on the TV to watch them. After reading the entire content of the newspaper, everyone was shocked. Many people can't imagine that the NBC TV station that they often use for entertainment when they are free has actually changed its head, and it is still a 19-year-old youth. What is this? This is a proper winner in life. As those who have always believed in wealth and status as king education, they immediately began to search for Yiyu's name, wanting to know about his life history. I don't know if I don't see it. As an orphan with no background and no advantages, it took only 5 short years to change from penniless to the owner of tens of billions of assets 910. This kind of life is simply too inspirational, especially when he is only 19 years old, which is enough to envy many people. After seeing Yiyu's handsome, elegant, and personable photos and videos, some young girls are even more excited. Think of Yiu as the prince and his dream. If at the beginning, Yiu was not well known and only had a small following of bestsellers, then now it can be said that Yiu is a complete household name. Especially after knowing that he and Tony Stark, who is praised by countless people, are also good friends. Countless people respect him even more. They want to watch Yiu's videos, want to hear what kind of inspirational words a successful person like Yiu would say to encourage them, and want Yiu to teach them how to become a person like him. Look at Yiu, who is popular with everyone in the cafe. A beautiful reporter felt very proud. Sure enough, he is the boss I like. He is too good. You know, there were many publishers who wanted to hire me, but after knowing that the head of Bugle Publishing House was Yiu, I had no hesitation to choose. Clarion Press, I always believed that this bed person who can write such a beautiful story must be a genius. It turns out that my guess was right. Catherine held the coffee cup on the table with both hands and said excitedly while looking at the blonde and strong Thor in front of her, "This guy is really as good as you say, why don't I think so?" Thinking of seeing the power of thunder in Yiyu's hands when they met, Thor felt depressed for a while. Indeed, Thor's impression of Yiu is really good, but that thunder force comes from his own hammer. Although it does not cause any loss to the hammer, as long as he can think that Yiu can also pick up the hammer, Thor will be shocked for a while. Depressed, as if someone snatched away my most beloved toy. "He is definitely so good." Hearing Thor's words, Catherine's eyes lit up and she said, "A 19-year-old boy controls a behemoth like NBC, and he has gone from penniless to a millionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. God, such a person, if that's not good enough, who is the best? If he wasn't 6 years younger than me, I would have wanted to chase him back." While talking, Catherine picked up the coffee and took a sip lightly. After seeing Thor with a sullen expression from the corner of the eye, the opponent stuck out his tongue and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Oh, don't be depressed, you are not bad. Although there is no way to compare with our boss, but you are also very good. At least you are the most charming 3 bosses I have ever seen. One of them's..." Hearing Catherine's comfort, Thor became even more depressed. "It's fine if you can't compare to Yiu. After all, your divine power hasn't recovered yet, but what the hell is 1/3? And the girl named Jane Foster that I was thinking about, didn't she say that she would come to see me when she had time? Why didn't she show up? Okay, take advantage of this time to have a good rest. We have to go to work in the afternoon." Hearing Catherine say this, Thor rubs his cheeks, then looks at Catherine and asks, "What are we going to do this afternoon? Or interview boring people?" "Definitely not." Catherine shook her head and said with bright eyes, 2 days ago, I received a report that the son of a congressman drove a car in the middle of the night, resulting in 3 deaths and 15 injuries. There were some witnesses at the scene, but things were quickly glossed over. As a reporter full of conscience, I will never let this matter just end. Catherine clenched her fists, looked at Thor and said very seriously, "The professional ethics of our reporters is to announce the truth of the matter to the public, so that everyone knows. The truth of things that are covered up. This is the norm we should abide by. It is also our responsibility." Seeing the real Catherine suddenly emanating from his body, Thor felt for the first time that this girl is actually quite interesting. These days, this girl named Catherine often invites herself to dinner, and often drags herself around in the name of looking for material, and sometimes she always likes to inquire about her own affairs, such as whether she has a girlfriend or not. Obviously, according to the word those people often say, what is it called? Oh yes, it's called nympho. Obviously, Catherine is a standard nympho, but whenever she shows the attitude of a reporter, she is so capable and decisive, and she also exudes a charming temperament. This once made Thor feel that it seems that people on Earth seem to have two personalities. A very strange thing. Sipping the coffee well, it seems that it is not as good as the wine in Yiu's office. If you have time, you can sneak in and grab 2 bottles of wine. Anyway, he has already absorbed the thunder power in his hammer, so it shouldn't be a big problem for him to secretly take away 2 bottles of wine. Bar. Shouldn't good friends share their precious wine with each other? Although it's a little worse than Asgard's wine, it's still very good. Anyway, when he knew that there were a lot of good wines in Yiu's wine cabinet, Thor recognized Yiu as a friend. While drinking coffee, Thor looked at Catherine in front of him. Almost subconsciously, Thor compared the girl named Jane Foster. They are usually quiet and quiet, and when they encounter work or research together, they are all so crazy. Alas, people on Earth are really hard to understand. Like anyways, I have to take a look when I have time. So sore. I was driving with my brother in the passenger seat and my sister-in-law and young nephew in the back seat. We had just had a family dinner and were heading home. In the hospital, a girl in her 20s was lying on a hospital bed, facing Catherine's interview, telling what happened 2 nights ago with tears in her eyes. We were driving in the direction of home, but a red sports car suddenly jumped out in front of us. The sports car was driving very fast, almost passing my car in an instant. Then the sports car pinned my car in order to avoid the car in front of it, causing my car to lose control and hit the side guardrail, and then rolled over and slid more than 10 meters away. Speaking of this, the girl lying on the sick window cried bitterly. The airbag popped out at that time, and my brother and I were saved from serious injuries, but my sister-in-law and children were not spared. I remember that I fainted at the time, but before I fainted, I saw that red sports car knocked over a family off-road vehicle and scratched a lot of cars, and then stopped. A young man came out of the red sports car. He made a phone call and then left the scene of the car accident. After that, I passed out. When I woke up again, I was already in the hospital. My brother was in the intensive care unit, and my sister-in-law and nephew, who was just about 2 years old, were. Facing the recording pen in Catherine's hand, the girl cried and told what happened, while Thor on the side, after taking 2 photos of the girl, clenched his fists angrily. That's right, Thor is indeed a reckless and impulsive guy, but in his bones, he is still an upright person who is full of compassion for the weak. Otherwise, he would not become one of the Avengers' big 3 in the future. In the face of weak women and children, Thor has always been very sympathetic. In his impression, women and children should not appear on the battlefield, nor should they be hurt. They need to be protected. But, after hearing what happened to this girl, and the woman and child who died in a man-made car accident, Thor couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. After holding back Catherine's interview, the 2 walked out of the ward. In the corridor of the hospital, Thor said angrily, "In our Asgard, such a guy should be executed. After he dies, he is not qualified to enter the hospital." Yingling River. Seeing Thor's angry expression, Catherine stretched out her hand, patted him lightly, and comforted him. The man in front of him may not understand many things, but the kind of integrity and kindness in him is what Catherine admires the most. He knows how to sympathize with the weak and how to protect the weak. Such a man is a real man. As a reporter, she has seen many people of all kinds, and many tragic, dark, decaying, man-made, and accidental tragedies. She already thought that she could interview these victims with a normal heart and a professional reporter's perspective. But when she heard the crying voices of the victims of the car accident, Catherine realized that her heart was still a little soft. It is a person's nature to sympathize with the weak, but it can also reveal a person's character. At least Catherine is now beginning to appreciate Thor in a real sense. This is far from being a nympho because of that handsome and resolute appearance. There are many tragedies happening in this world every day. Seeing the angry expression on Thor's face, Catherine sighed and then comforted. It is precisely because of this that we are the ones who want to dig out the hidden facts and let the people know. Let the world witness that they are ugly and evil face. Let justice and light be respected as it should be. Let evildoers be punished as they should be, and let all hidden things be made public. This is the responsibility of our reporters. Thor, it is precisely because of this that I became a reporter. Hearing Catherine's words, Thor froze for a moment. He never knew that holding a camera, following a woman around, and conducting some very boring interviews had such a meaning. According to Thor's conception, shouldn't evil people be suppressed by powerful forces? A thin reporter, a recording pen, and a camera can do this. Ask for flowers. But looking at Catherine's firm and serious eyes, Thor suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his cognition. If I meaneth Kaiser. Thor looked at Catherine beside him and subconsciously asked, if we can't make the bad guys get the punishment they deserve, what should we do? We must know that sometimes powerful enemies can be punished not just that easily. Definitely is going on. Hearing Thor's question, Catherine glanced curiously at the thoughtful but frowning Thor, and then replied, some people are destined to become heroes, and some people are also cursed in the unknown. But we must stand up and speak out when we face injustice. Even if we are unknown, even if what we do sometimes is just in vain. But if we reporters don't do these things, don't do it for the weak, yes. The victims speak out, so who else will pay attention to them? Perhaps our strength is very meager, and we are even vulnerable to powerful enemies. But I always believe that light can dispel darkness and give the people a clear sky. We reporters have never been heroes. We just try our best to give the weak a chance to shout. Hearing Catherine's words, Thor suddenly felt that there seemed to be some mistakes in his previous cognition, but these words did make everyone think. It was as if a ray of light flashed slightly in the fog in front of him. It's just that Thor is not sure whether that ray of light is guiding him. After all, in his cognition of more than 1,500 years, strength is everything. Do you dare to speak out for justice and light in a disadvantaged state? We are not heroes. Our existence is just to give the weak a chance to cry out. Thor lowered his head, muttering to himself, and tightly clenched the camera in his hand. He didn't want to understand it, after all. The cognition of more than 1,500 years has already been deeply ingrained. But for some reason, looking at Catherine's resolute gaze, Thor seemed to feel that something in his heart touched the door. To be honest, it is very difficult to break the cognition of more than 1,500 years so easily. After all, for more than 1,500 years, he has become accustomed to using a hammer to strike anyone he considers evil. However, Catherine's words may be like throwing a stone into the lake. Although it cannot cause any movement, it can also cause a ripple. Sitting on the co-pilot, Thor looked at Catherine, who was driving, thought for a while, and continued to ask, so what are we going to do next? Collect evidence. While driving the car, Catherine said, as a professional reporter, if you want to report something, you must have enough evidence. Normally, it may not be necessary, but this time, the incident we report must have enough evidence can expand the matter. For 5-7, only by using the pressure of the fishing boat will the bad guys be punished as they deserve. Hearing what Catherine said, Thor shrugged his shoulders indifferently. If his divine power was still there, then there would be no need for such trouble. If I fly directly over, I will punish him directly with the hammer, but it is a pity that my father deprived me of my divine power. Thor felt a little sad when he thought of his father. Loki said that his father had fallen into eternal sleep. Alas, the father, who has always been so powerful, unexpectedly fell into an eternal sleep after exiling himself, and he himself did not even see the last side of the father. Thinking of this, Thor felt a little sad. Looking at the scenery outside the window and constantly retreating, Thor was thinking about something in his mind. The car was driving on the road, and everything was relatively calm at first. But just when Catherine was about to turn a corner, suddenly, a large truck in front suddenly started and rushed towards the car. Seeing this scene, Catherine hurriedly wanted to turn the car around. But just halfway through the turn, the car seemed to lose control and was directly hit by a large truck and flew out. No, something happened. Act quickly. Thor can't do anything. Seeing that Thor's car was knocked over by a large truck, the agent sent by Nick Fury to secretly protect Thor had been following behind at a leisurely pace. But unexpectedly, things happened so suddenly. All of a sudden, they could only slam on the accelerator and accelerate towards Thor's vehicle. They couldn't imagine how furious the director would be if Thor was really dead. Although I don't know Thor's identity, but when I came here, Nick Fury told me 3 times that Thor must not be in any danger, so I know how much Nick values him. The moment the large truck hit Catherine's car, there was a harsh friction sound between the tires and the ground, and then the whole car rolled over uncontrollably and turned over several somersaults. Almost instantly, Thor stretched out his hand subconsciously and protected the terrified Catherine in his arms. And then the violent impact caused the car to roll constantly, while Thor protected Catherine beside him with all his strength. The overturned car finally stopped after rolling a few laps. At this moment, Thor's forehead has also been smashed, and blood is constantly flowing down. He didn't realize at all that when the danger approached, his subconscious action of protecting Catherine from harm caused a ray of lightning to flash across her body. Although Catherine, who was protected by Thor, was fine, she was still greatly frightened. After the big truck driver stopped the car, he opened the door and jumped out of the car. Then he took a weapon and was ready to check whether there were any survivors in the car. But just a few steps away, I saw a black car driving over at high speed, and then a person came out of the car window. After looking at the weapon in the driver's hand of the big truck, he immediately concluded that the accident someone did it on purpose. So before the driver of the large truck wanted to do anything, the SHIELD agent directly raised his weapon to attack. Although he was driving at high speed, he was still killed by a single shot. After solving the driver of the large truck, SHIELD's agent parked the truck firmly next to Catherine's car that was overturned on the ground, and then several people quickly got out of the car, pulling Thor and Catherine out of the car. Catherine, who was greatly frightened at this moment, was still in shock, recalling that Thor had protected herself at the moment of the accident just now. Inexplicably, my heart, which was pounding with fear, gradually calmed down. He turned his head and glanced at Thor, who was also sitting on the ground, and found that there was a trace of blood on Thor's forehead at this moment. My God, you're hurt, Thor. Seeing the blood on Thor's head, Catherine hurried to Thor's side regardless of fear. Thinking of Thor desperately protecting herself in danger, Catherine felt distressed and moved. Lady, please step aside and let me treat Mr. Thor's wound. When the agent of SHIELD saw Catherine's movements, he spoke directly. Who are you? Looking at the SHIELD agent in black who suddenly appeared, and then at the big truck just now, and the corpse on the ground, as a senior reporter, Catherine instantly understood what was going on just now. Someone must have wanted to assassinate them for the car accident just now. Thinking that she and Thor were infinitely close to death just now, Catherine felt a little scared. But originally's professionalism made Catherine subconsciously search for a camera, and when she couldn't find it, she picked up her mobile phone and took pictures of the scene. Please rest assured, Miss Catherine, we are ordered to protect Mr. Thor, so we will not cause any danger to you and Mr. Thor. While talking, one of the men in black helped Thor with the wound on his forehead. After finally cleaning up, Catherine hurried to Thor and asked worriedly, Thor, are you okay? Are you seriously injured? Let's go to the hospital right away. Please rest assured, Miss Catherine. After the examination just now, Mr. Thor's forehead was only broken. There is no concussion or other symptoms. While admiring Thor's ability to withstand the damage in his heart, the agent of SHIELD replied, You know, as an agent of SHIELD, he knows very well that the huge amounts of accident just now, if it is placed on ordinary people, perhaps brain poisoning and the like are the lightest. But after the inspection just now, it was obvious that Thor was fine except for a little wound. I have to admit that Thor is very lucky. Boom. Simply audacious. Yiu slapped his hands on the table. An icy coldness flickered on his face. He is not worried about Thor. After all, it is absolutely impossible for Thor to die. After all, as one of the protagonists of the original setting of this world, how could Thor have an accident so easily? But Catherine is different. As a reporter under her own banner, if it weren't for Thor's protection and the SHIELD agent who arrived in time, Catherine would have died long ago. Who is behind the scenes? Do you know? Looking at Thor, who was sitting slumped on the sofa, ignoring the injury on his head, happily drinking a bottle of wine, Yiu asked Helena. It's not clear yet, but even though it wasn't a bustling road section at the time, there were people driving vehicles to and fro. After this incident, someone took a picture of it with a mobile phone. Speaking, Helena played the cockpit video to Yiu on the computer. Watching what happened in the video, Yiu gradually narrowed his eyes, then turned his head. The frost on his face disappeared, replaced by a gentle expression. Catherine, you have been greatly frightened, so take a good rest for now. Don't worry, since you are a reporter under my Yiu will naturally not care about anything that happens. During this period, you should have a good rest and recharge your spirits. I will let Helen know we'll triple it for you. Hearing Yiu's words, Catherine, who was sitting on the chair beside her, looked at Yiu grateful. Thank you, boss, but boss, I'm fine. It was Thor who saved me. I was just a little scared, nothing serious in the way. What's more, I'm still looking for evidence from the scene of the car accident a few nights ago. I can't rest now. Hearing Catherine's words, Yiu said softly with a smile on his face. You've done a good job, Catherine. I'm proud to have a reporter like you under my horn newspaper. However, listen to me, go back and have a good rest. You don't have to worry about anything else. Whether it is the evidence of the car accident a few nights ago or the attack you received today, leave it to me. No one can hurt you, my employees, at no cost to me. Speaking of this, Yiu looked at Thor, who was spread out on the sofa and kept smacking his mouth with a smile, and then said, Thor, Catherine is going to need to rest these 2 days. You are responsible for protecting Catherine's safety, how about it? That's no problem, but Yi, let me share some of the wine in your wine cabinet. The beer sold outside has no taste at all. Thor nodded and talked about the conditions with Yiu. No problems. Yiu heard Thor's words and then replied with a smile. As long as you can protect Catherine, then I will send you a batch of good wine in these 2 days. Definitely you can have strong wine, but don't drink it drunk. I still rely on you to protect our Catherine. To the wine of the earth can also make me drunk. Thor shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, this is much worse than my Asgard spirit. Don't worry with me here, no one can hurt Lady Catherine. I promise you in Thor's name. Looking at Thor, who left with Catherine, the original smile on Yiu's face gradually disappeared. What do you think, though? Yiu looked at Helena, then asked softly, Boss, this matter is actually very easy to connect. After all, Catherine just investigated the car accident of the congressman's son, causing 3 deaths and 15 injuries. Here comes the attack. So, just as I thought, Yiu nodded and said, how many people know about this now? A lot of. As NBC TV station Yiu appointed CEO Helena said, after the incident, the person who shot this video at that time posted it directly on the internet, and it was seen by many people. Even though someone deleted the video about the group, who suddenly appeared the men in black suits. But I can still see the video of Catherine being injured. And some people have already recognized that this is a reporter from our newspaper. Many employees of our company are now talking about this matter. Although some forces try their best to cover up the truth of the matter on the internet, it still arouses a lot of discussion. But as long as we push it then, in Shangyin in the case of business, this may be a good opportunity for us. After all, many reporters have been threatened and intimidated when they interviewed some dark corners, and some reporters have even paid the price in blood. We just need to control the fishing boat and expand the matter, and everyone will know that we NBC will be of great help to expand the market in the future. Hearing Helena's words, Yiu naturally understood what she meant. Helena published a video on the whole network. Yiu looked at Helena and then said, Helena, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately picked up the camera and pointed it at Yiu, and then turned on the machine. At the same time, in an office in New York, boom, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s threw the cup in his hand on the ground, and then roared angrily. Waste, this is a waste, even a small reporter can't handle it. Now that the video has been posted online by 150 people, everyone knows that this is not a simple car accident, but a murder. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man looked at the subordinate standing in front of the desk, and then said, I don't care what method you use, immediately activate all the power that can be activated, delete the video from the internet, and delete the video from the internet. Press down on the fishing boat that is about to launch. Second, get rid of that reporter as soon as possible, and tell her not to talk nonsense, otherwise this thing will happen a second time. If that reporter is disobedient, just contact the Firebirds in Hell's Kitchen. I don't believe that a small reporter is so difficult to deal with. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the subordinate immediately nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Jess, I will help you get it done as soon as possible. HMPH, let's go. The middle-aged counselor named Jess waved his hand, indicating that his subordinates could go down, then lying on the sofa and sighed heavily. Damn it, I managed to delete all the video forensics on the internet about my son's matter, and there is still a small reporter who dares to come forward to investigate. I really don't know whether to live or die. The only pity is that I have no way to get in touch with Yiu, the boss of the newspaper, otherwise a small reporter wouldn't it be up to him. Hey, have you heard? Reporters under the Clarion newspaper have been attacked. It seems that I was attacked when I was collecting evidence for reporting a car accident. There's a lot of noise on the internet now, alas. I don't know how things will end. It's too difficult for us reporters. Yes, tell me, how many blows have we journalists suffered in order to expose some hidden things? How can there be any ways? Who will let us journalists be compared with those big crocodiles? But let them be slaughtered, the fish on the chopping board. After Catherine was attacked, the entire media circle was full of uproar. If some entertainment reporters were a little bit upset about their peers, then some reporters who reported the facts felt the same. Having been a reporter for so many years, which one has never received threats. Don't talk about justice and freedom. In front of those big energies, the so-called reporters are just a group of small, transparent people. Over the years, there have been many incidents where journalists have been threatened or bought, but who cares? Even if it is revealed that journalists have been attacked, the heat will pass, or they will exert a little energy to reduce the heat. Then the reporter should be hit or will be hit. Just when these journalist circles felt the same but were helpless, a man who was looking at the computer suddenly exclaimed, "My God, this one is unbelievable. How dare he do that? My God." Hearing the exclamation of the people around him, other reporters looked over curiously. "William, what's wrong with you? Did something happen, William? What's going on? Are you so excited?" A group of reporters looked at William curiously and asked. Hearing the question from the reporter beside him, William immediately turned the computer around and pushed it to everyone's side. "Look at this video, it's just released by Mr. Yiu, the owner of NBC TV station." As he spoke, the reporter immediately pressed the play button. In the video, William sat at his desk, looked at the camera and said gently, "I think everyone already knows about the attack on Catherine, a reporter from NBC's foreign newspaper recently. I am very grateful for everyone's concern here. First of all, I would like to declare two things. Miss Catherine is not in any danger, she just got a little frightened. So for those who are still worried about Miss Catherine, I would like to express my gratitude here. Second, regarding the attack on Miss Catherine, I can announce to you that this was a premeditated attack, not a so-called accidental car accident as spread on the internet. Which attacker did not hurt Miss Catherine after that? I wanted to attack him with a gun. Fortunately, Miss Catherine was rescued by some people. For this, I thank some people who helped." Speaking of this, Yiu in the video put away his gentle face and then said solemnly, "Miss Catherine has been attacked for more than 3 days. I have not expressed my position in these 3 days because we are asking NBC and some hired personnel to collect evidence of the mastermind behind this attack. Now I have collected a lot of evidence, and I am going to hand over the evidence as soon as possible. I know the identity of the other party is not simple, but this is not the reason for me to shrink back and compromise. Miss Catherine is an employee of NBC. She is a very competent reporter with a sense of justice. She is also an employee of Yiu. Yiu will protect my employees. If no one can give Miss Catherine justice, then I will personally return an explanation to Miss Catherine. If I, the chairman, can't even protect my employees, then Yiu don't deserve to sit in this position." As he said that, Yiu showed a rare and fierce aura. "I know that the mastermind behind the scenes is watching this video. You can interpret my words as a declaration of war. Perhaps you can take my Yiu's the employees are like an ant that can be crushed to death at will. But Yiu can also give everything I have and declare war on you. This matter has not been dealt with for a day, so my NBC TV station will continue to broadcast for 1 day. I know you are cooling down on the internet, but all the networks and media of my NBC TV station will continue to broadcast uninterrupted progress. If you have the ability, you just come for me, Yiu. If you dare to touch my employees, I will fight you to the end even if I have lost tens of billions of property." Looking at the deafening voice from that handsome, young face in the video, many reporters who were watching the video couldn't help but clench their fists and their blood boiled. No one, never a big shot like Yiu, is willing to speak up for their reporters, and there has never been a big shot like this who said, "If my employees can't be protected, then I don't deserve to sit in this position," such words. You must know that the bosses above these reporters can sometimes easily give up some huge amounts of shady for some benefit, and even ignore the threats and persecution of their reporters. Not only that, they are even willing to let this persecution for the benefit keep happening. Even if a reporter wants to speak out through online channels, the boss will take the initiative to hide it. Perhaps compared with these bosses who have huge energy resources and connections, reporters are just everyone's job. But today, there is actually a person with tens of billions of assets, a market share of more than 30, and a figure in the upper world who owns the internet, media, newspapers, theaters, etc., and is willing to treat them as his own. How can this keep them from getting excited? One of the reporters felt a little bored after watching the video. He clenched his fists tightly and did not speak. After a while, he looked at the crowd and said slowly, "If Yiu was my boss 3 years ago, then the boss who killed more than 40 people news, how can it be pressed and cannot be published? Kinda until now, I still often dream about those 40 or so deceased. They often ask me why I dare not publish it and ask them for justice." Hearing this reporter's words, the other reporters around fell silent. Back then, this incident was very sensational in the reporter circle. Almost many people knew that a big news was about to happen. Although they didn't know the inside story, many people were paying attention. In the end, it was still under pressure and let it go. I want to go to work at the Bugle newspaper, to go to the horse riding. I want to go to the Bugle newspaper. I want to expose this thing that has been suppressed in my heart for 3 years. I want to report the guilt of these 3 years. I want. The reporter roared, vented, and cursed. At the end of the scolding, he squatted on the ground and cried. No one knew in the past 3 years, whenever he dreamed of those decedents, how much torment he felt in his heart. Inside the speaker's office, New York. What does he want to do? Yiu, what does he want to do? Watching the video, Yiu actually wanted to so-called declare war for a small reporter. An extremely absurd idea appeared in the mind of this congressman. After the absurdity, there was anger, and even more, there was a little more panic. If what that guy Yiu said is true, he really has some evidence in his hands if he really wants to kill himself. Thinking of this, the congressman immediately looked at one of his own people and asked, is there any way to restrict NBC from blocking them by sanctioning them, so that Yiu, a damned young man, will be subdued? Hearing Mr. Jess' inquiry, the think tank under him thought for a while, then shook his head and said, Mr. Jess, it is very difficult to get stuck in NBC. You must know that all procedures of NBC are legal, and there's no way a behemoth like NBC can do it. So this method won't work, at least we don't have the energy, but if you want Yiu, a very angry young man, to let go of this matter, then there are only 2 options. What choice? Say it quickly. Senator Jess asked immediately after hearing what the think tank said. 683, first hands-on female reporter Catherine 1. Jixiang looked at Mr. Jess and analyzed. With Yiu's status, we have no way to touch him. Otherwise, once we make a move, I'm afraid we will be passive and even end up losing more than 70% of the money. Odds are us. After all, Yiu's current identity is no longer simply a newspaper owner. So he can't move, and the people around him can't move absolutely. The only way to do it is from the female reporter Catherine. As long as Catherine admits that the attack was an accident, then all problems can be solved, even if it is Yiu. It is difficult to continue to hold us accountable. Hearing what the think tank said, Senator just nodded lightly and then asked, what happened to the Firebird in Hell's Kitchen? Didn't I ask him to go to that damn reporter Catherine to threaten him? Didn't they still didn't do it? It is indeed the case. After the think tank heard Mr. Jess's words, he said helplessly, Mr. Jess, just after the Firebird received your order, they were warned before they walked out of Hell's Kitchen, so they didn't dare to do it. Someone still dares to stop him. Jess asked curiously, it's the owner of Hell's Kitchen, that guy Jinping. The think tank spread his hands helplessly and said, Yiu and the others may still have a little power, but compared to the points, they are nothing. Therefore, they dare not have won at all now. Damn it. Hearing the think tank's words, Jess cursed secretly. How can a guy like Jinping have an intersection with Yiu? I don't know that either. The think tank shook his head and continued. But threats will definitely not work. So now there is only one way to deal with that reporter Catherine, and that is to use money. There's no one who doesn't like money, it's just that the price isn't right. People like Yiu, we can't negotiate with money. Even our little money is not worthy of Yiu's eyes. But Catherine is different, she is not as rich as Yiu, it's just an ordinary reporter. So under threats and temptations, I'm not afraid that she won't be tempted. Hearing what the think tank said, Jess thought for a while, then nodded and said, for the time being, this is the only way to go. If you spend some money, you can spend some money, so what is the second method? It's the governor. Jixiang looked at Representative Jess and said, Mr. Jess, maybe we won't let you take it seriously, but this is New York, the governor's words may be more useful. At least it will make Yiu fearful. Okay, then let's do these 2 things together and make 2 preparations. Jess nodded and said, go get someone to lure that female reporter with money, BBFA. As for the governor, I'll go get in touch myself. Yes, Mr. Jess. Jixiang nodded and then walked out of Representative Jess's office. After the think tank walked out, Jess picked up the phone and dialed the governor's number. As soon as the phone was connected, Jess immediately smiled and said, Mr. Stanley Bill, good afternoon, I'm Jess. Oh, Mr. Jess, what's the matter? Call me, what's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Stanley Bill asked with a smile. Is such that? After organizing the language a bit, Jess smiled and said, actually, it's not a big deal, Mr. Bill. I wonder if you have paid attention to a video posted by Mr. Yiu of NBC TV station on the internet recently. Definitely paid attention, this video has caused a lot of noise. Many people and journalists are all paying attention to the follow-up of this matter. How could I not know? But this matter will not have anything to do with you. Hearing Bill's words, Jess smiled wryly and said, Actually, Mr. Bill, this incident seems to have a little relationship with me. I think it should be a slight relationship between me and Mr. Yiu. Misunderstood. So I wonder if I could send you a message. Since it's a misunderstanding, I want to resolve this misunderstanding so really related to you. Before Representative Jess could finish speaking, Stanley Bill sat up straight immediately, then frowned and said sharply, "Damn it, don't tell me what you are going to do to me here." "No, absolutely not, Mr. Bill. As I said, this matter is actually just a misunderstanding. I don't care what it is, you are too brave." Stanley Bill said in a calm voice and a cloudy face, "Some people are not something you can offend. I don't care if you have some misunderstanding with Yiu. You just need to know one thing, that is Mr. Yiu wants to be crushed to death here. It's easier than crushing an ant." "Dare to provoke Mr. Yi. I think you are impatient." After speaking, Stanley Bill hung up the phone directly. Putting down the phone, the governor, Stanley Bill, suddenly raised his hand and touched a pin button on his collar with a grinning face. And he is really a guy who doesn't know how to live or die and dares to do something to our insiders. Forget it, no matter what the reason is, since he has provoked our insiders. Then it is of no value. Let Mr. Yi do it himself. I am afraid his hands will be dirty. With that said, Stanley Bill picked up the phone and dialed out. The blind old man downstairs was not at home, and the plaster didn't work well, so I was worried. "Brothers, let me rest for a while, relax my waist. The 7th more will be delivered later." Not long after the call was made, Stanley Bill thought about it and called Yiu again. On the other end of the phone, Yiu was discussing with Helena about the upcoming film. After seeing the caller ID, he felt a little surprised, but felt normal. After all, they are all our own people. Picking up the phone before Yiu could speak, I heard Stanley Bill laughing on the other end of the phone till the gun up. After the two talked for a few minutes, Yiu hung up the phone. Then he looked at Helena and said, "The matter has been resolved, and today will be the latest there will be a result." Hearing Yiu's words, Helena raised her eyebrows subconsciously, then nodded lightly, and at the same time gave a secret admiration from the bottom of her heart. As expected of a behemoth like NBC at the age of 19, he really has a hand and an eye. Helena was very clear about the identity of the person Yiu was going to solve this time. According to Helena's understanding, at least it would take a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, Yiu solved it directly and easily in less than a day after the video was sent out. So much so that Helena made a lot of backhand preparations, including using the pressure of the fishing boat and other means, but it was completely useless. "Boss, since your video was posted this morning, it has received tens of millions of hits in just one morning. Now many people on the internet praise you and call you one of the best bosses in the world. 1. Many people envy our employees of NBC Entertainment, saying that they have the most backbone and the most supportive boss. It is precisely because of this that some colleagues are very envious of our NBC employees. After all, they not only have a salary that is 10% higher than that of their peers, but also have a boss who is willing to support them. Just this morning, our NBC received the job application resumes of 7 journalists. I think that after the incident completely explodes, more people will come to apply for their names." Hearing that Helena was talking about how many people envied NBC employees on the surface, but she was actually flattering herself, Yiu smiled lightly and waved her hands. "It's nothing, everything is expected, but Helena, since someone is willing to join our NBC as long as he has creative value or is relatively strong in the same field, we will not refuse anything. I want to seize the market share, but I can't do without the support of these people." "Clear." Helena nodded lightly, then looked at Yiu and asked, "Boss, should we resolve the matter now and spread the word or wait for another 2 days for the news to ferment for 2 days?" "Definitely. My suggestion is to let the news ferment for 2 days, so as to maximize the benefits. Just follow your ideas. I believe you can handle the follow-up matters well." Yiu nodded in agreement, and he also agreed with Helena's approach. "Since this is the case, I will go down and prepare first. At the same time, many series and movies will also start to prepare. Our NBC has its own theaters. If the movie hits, then we can make a lot of money. At the same time, we can also create our word of mouth at NBC. Go hard work." Hearing Helena's words, Yiu said with a smile. After Helena left Yiu's office, Natasha Romanoff, who had been sitting on the other side, stood up, walked to Yiu's side, walked around Yiu twice curiously, and stared at Yiu very curiously at the same time. "It's as if I don't know Yiu anymore. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" Looking at himself, he found that there was no such thing as inappropriate clothing. Yiu asked with a smile. "Tusk, tusk." The widow sister did not answer Yiu's words directly, but clicked her tongue and said in admiration, "I knew you were mature before, but I didn't expect that you could handle things so smoothly. I even wonder if you are the first time Catherine was attacked, you had already thought of the whole thing. A 19-year-old young man who handles things in a mature and decent manner, not only can he be praised by everyone, but also can maximize his benefits. Amazing, what kind of young man do I recognize as my own? Did my brother see it? Hearing what the widow sister said, Yiu immediately rolled his eyes. Spreading his hands, Yiu smiled and said, "Nah, it's just a normal operation, don't make a fuss. You have to know that the reason why I didn't do this in the newspaper office was because the energy of the newspaper office was relatively small, and when my identity was not enough." What kind of identity and what kind of things do you do? The rules in the middle cannot be surpassed, otherwise you will only bring unnecessary trouble to yourself. But now it's different, at least I have some capital to do something. Ask for flowers. Speaking of this, Yiu looked at Natasha Romanoff and laughed. If my methods were as naive as a child's, I am afraid that I would have been swallowed by people in these years without even leaving any dross. You know this is a cannibal world. As for me, I don't have any backing, so I can only rely on myself for everything before. If I made a slight mistake, then I don't care. What about Wanda and Pietro? I have to think about these two people. After all, you are not alone. Hearing what Yiu said, Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly, looking at Yiu with a hint of distress in his eyes. Anyone can imagine that a young person not only has to take care of two younger children, but also has to do everything and think about everything. In such a world, perhaps the hardships in it are not unreasonably humane too. 9.0. This has to be slapped so many times by this world to become so sophisticated at such a young age. Don't feel sorry for me. Seeing the distress in the widow's eyes, Yiu smiled very calmly. Compared to many people, I am already very lucky, so I am very satisfied with my current life. Although sometimes, I will think of some things in the past and make my heart hurt like a needle, but this is also a strange and unique experience. What's more, there are countless people envious of my life, my status, my assets, and my life. So what is there to be dissatisfied with? Seeing Yiu's calm voice and calm eyes, Natasha Romanoff sighed softly, then sat on the sofa and gradually laughed. You just like to be stubborn. You are obviously suffering in your heart, but you always like to give warmth to others. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Yiu leaned back on the chair, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun. Is it bitter? Yiu doesn't think so. It's just that sometimes when I think back to the distant memories like my previous life, I feel a burst of pain in my heart. No matter how hard I try to create a warm home, the home in my heart will never go back. The 7th is delivered, brothers. Let's take a look first. I'll go for a while, my back is so sore I can't sit still. That's the same sentence. The 7th is sent to continue tomorrow. When I was young, I used to sit in the courtyard and look at the stars. On the balcony, holding a cup of coffee, Catherine blew the night breeze, looked at the twinkling stars in the night sky, and then smiled at Thor and said, "But when I grow up, I rarely have the opportunity to look at the stars. My father is actually a reporter. I admire him very much. When I was young, he always helped me solve whatever difficulties I encountered, and then told me a lot of philosophies about life." As she said that, Catherine looked at Thor beside her, then shrugged her shoulders and laughed. "Father always said that we are not reporters who are entertainment reporters. We only know how to shoot stars and the like. Although such reporters, it has aroused a high degree of topicality. But for ordinary people, it is actually not of much use. We should use the pen in the hands of 993, and the cameras around us to record and reveal a series of dark things. Only people have a chance to regain redemption." The night wind blew past, messing up Catherine's folded hair, and the slightly messy hair fluttered with the wind, but Catherine didn't care. However, my father's boss was not Mr. Xiangyi's kind of person, so my father suffered revenge. I was only 17 years old at that time. I remember very clearly. I went to school happily that day, but when I came back, the eye sockets of the vowel were already swollen from crying. I didn't know until later that my father had a car accident. Many people said that my father died in an accidental traffic accident, but I didn't believe it. Looking down at the coffee in her hand, Catherine murmured, "I don't believe that someone as strong as my father would die in an ordinary car accident. Whenever I miss my father, I will look at the starry sky, because my father told me when I was young that one day he will turn into a star in the sky and protect me. Look tonight's starry sky too, May." Catherine raised her head, looked at the twinkling stars in the night sky, and whispered to Thor, "Well, yes, from the earth, the starry sky at night is really beautiful." Thor nodded, but instead of looking at the starry sky, he kept looking at Catherine beside him, his eyes gradually softening. Later, I also became a reporter. Because this is my father's proudest profession, I also want to be my father's pride. I think guarding my father in the night sky must also feel for me proud. Catherine turned her head, leaned her right hand on the balcony railing, and smiled at Thor. This is for sure, I believe he will be proud of you. Thor nodded, met Catherine's gaze, and replied with a smile. I just want to say thank you for protecting me. Pursing her lips, Catherine looked at Thor and said very seriously, I never imagined that besides my father and mother who would protect me with their lives, there would be a man who would protect me as soon as possible in times of danger. So I really appreciate you. Maybe this is what I should do. After all, you have helped me a lot during this time. Thor shrugged his shoulders and then said with a smile, You must know that I am not very familiar with the things on your earth, but you never tire of teaching me about this incident, even if it is just a few things. Very common, very childish questions. Volvos. Hearing Thor's words, Catherine seemed to think of Thor, who was ignorant of everything at first, and then laughed out loud. Thor on the side looked at Catherine, who was laughing, and then laughed himself. For some reason, looking at the smiling Catherine, Thor suddenly felt that his heart had gradually softened. Where are you from? After laughing for a while, Catherine looked at Thor and asked very curiously, You always say you Earthlings, things about your Earth, are you really not Earthlings? Aliens. Seeing Catherine's serious expression, Thor thought for a while and then said softly, Actually, for unknown things, your ancestors called them magic, while you people call them science, and you come from the same place. In my hometown Asgard, there is more advanced science and magic. My father explained to me this way, the Earth you are on now is one of the 9 worlds in the universe. They are connected to each other through the branches of Uptra Hill. Oh, it is the tree of the world. Thor looked at Catherine, then smiled and said, The 9 realms are divided into Earth, Asgard, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, and many other boundaries, and within each boundary there are countless planets, just like your favorite starry sky scene. Thor pointed to the stars in the sky, and then said with a smile, The stars you see now actually came from a long, long time ago. Definitely, some of these stars have the existence of aliens in your boundary, and some don't have any aliens. Life exists. Thor slowly told Catherine, and Catherine listened with a gentle smile on her face, and said something with a smile from time to time. A kind of warm atmosphere gradually stayed here through the night breeze. In the middle of the moon, Thor stopped talking, while Catherine leaned her arms on the balcony railing and couldn't help but admire. It turns out that there are such wonderful things happening in this universe. And I never thought that I would fall in love with a person from an alien planet, His Royal Highness, a prince from a planet. What did you say? Hearing Catherine muttering softly, Thor asked curiously, Oh, nothings. Catherine shrugged, then shook her head with a charming smile. Thor didn't continue to ask, just smiled and looked at Catherine in front of him. Gradually, he came to the Earth for the first time, the figure of the girl who knocked him down by the car in 1.9 and said that he wanted to see him. But she didn't show up for a long time, seems to gradually integrate with Catherine in front of him. My dad is always right. Catherine tilted her head and looked at Thor, then smiled and said, My father said when I was young that there will be a prince in my life in the future. He will love me and protect me, so please, my Highness Thor. Are you the prince, His Royal Highness, who will inevitably appear in my life? Thor gradually laughed when he heard Catherine's words, which were clearly confessed. Definitely, beautiful lady. It's a great honor for me to be your Royal Highness. Thor nodded, then raised his right hand and asked softly, So do we need a dance? The next morning, the NBC building inside Yiyu's office. Has he come? Thor looked at the people at the front desk, then asked with a smile, The boss hasn't arrived yet, Mr. Thor. If you have anything, then I can help you. No. Before the front desk could finish speaking, Thor shook his head with a smile and said, I'll wait for him in the office myself. With that said, Thor walked directly towards the elevator. Seeing Thor walking towards the elevator, another receptionist who just arrived asked curiously, Who is this Thor? I remember he wasn't a reporter taking pictures. Why do you call our boss by his name directly? And you can go directly to our boss's office without making an appointment. This is specially explained by the boss. Hearing the inquiry from the new receptionist, the old employee replied, Remember, we have a very special status at NBC. If you want to see the boss, you don't need to make an appointment. One is Steve Rogers, the manager in charge of the security department. One is this Thor. As for Mr. Tony Stark, I don't need to say more, and there is Miss Natasha Romanoff. She is our boss's sister. 11 hearing the old staff's answer, the new receptionist nodded suddenly, seeing no one around, couldn't help whispering. Sister, I have only been here for a few days, but I found that both Mr. Steve Rogers and this Thor are so handsome. Don't think about it, Trina said angrily. Although Thor and Steve are both handsome and charming, they are not within our reach. You must know that these two are the ones who can sit and chat with our boss. Although I don't know what the identities of these two are, they are definitely not ordinary people. Even a billionaire like Tony Stark, when facing these two, they are friends with schedules. Thor has no idea that he has become the object of gossip by the little girls at the front desk. Take the elevator to the 27th floor of Yiyu's office, and then walk directly to the door of Yiyu's office. Glancing around, seeing no one noticed him, Thor grinned and opened the door of the office directly and walked in. Entering the office, Thor didn't sit directly on the sofa, but quickly ran to the wine cabinet, took a careful look at the wine in the wine cabinet, took out a bottle from the middle, and nodded in satisfaction. Sitting on the sofa, Thor drank his drink while recalling the conversation last night, and the whole person giggled from time to time. Even when Yiu brought Natasha Romanoff to the office, Thor didn't notice, and the whole person was immersed in memories. Looking at Thor who came to steal a drink early in the morning, Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes speechlessly, then sat in her seat, picked up the game console, and started playing. This is already the 5th time she has refused to return to Shield to perform a mission. After all, it doesn't matter whether she returns or not for such a simple mission. If you need to take care of such a trivial matter, Shield should simply disband. Well, after hearing Natasha Romanoff's explanation, Nick Fury also felt that it was very reasonable, so he directly added 2 months of leave to Natasha Romanoff. Leave a cruise looks like it's been over half a year, and he was giggling when he saw Thor sitting on the sofa drinking wine. He couldn't help but shook his head with a smile and sat back in his seat. What's the good thing for you to come to my place early in the morning to steal drinks and smile constantly? Yiu looked at Thor and asked with a smile, "Haha." Hearing Yiyu's words, Thor reacted and laughed loudly. While laughing, he frowned at Yiu and said triumphantly, "I think you should envy me, buddy. I have a girlfriend." Well, hearing Thor's words, Yiu, who was just about to take a sip from the water glass, was so frightened that he almost spit out a mouthful of water. "What kind of expression is that on your face?" Thor looked at Yiu and said with disgust, "It was promised to me, but when you heard that I have a girlfriend, you actually have such a frightened expression. You can't stop me from finding a girlfriend just because you don't have a girlfriend. Oh, my friend." No. Yiu picked up a tissue and wiped the tabletop, then looked at Thor's curious face. According to Yiu's daily reports on Thor from Shield agents, Jane Foster did not come to Thor either. Where did Thor's girlfriend come from? Could it be Catherine? Thinking of this, Yiu asked curiously, "Your girlfriend, can't it be Catherine? Definitely. Any questions?" Thor looked at Yiu with a weird face and immediately became vigilant. "You may also have taken a fancy to Catherine and want to grab my girlfriend. You can't, brother. You are not brother enough like this. Get out." Seeing Thor's vigilant expression, but actually his eyes were full of ridicule, Yiu rolled his eyes immediately. "Seriously, are you two really together? Does she know who you are?" Looking at Thor, Yiu asked very curiously. "Definitely, I told her my identity yesterday." Thor shrugged his shoulders and said with a proud face, "So that guy Steve is still thinking about the girl from his past. Tony is seeking his help, and you are alone, haha. I am indeed Thor, tusk tusk. Even finding a girlfriend is faster than you." Looking at Thor with a smug face, Yiu immediately covered his head. "Say something, how did this get so fast? Salskull has Catherine as his girlfriend, so what about Jane Foster? Jane Foster didn't become Thor's girlfriend, so will the woman Thor who picked up Mjolnir appear in the future? It feels like everything is messed up." But seeing Thor sitting on the sofa with a smug smile on his face and taking a sip of Thor from time to time, Yiu suddenly felt that it seemed like this was not bad. Catherine, Yiu understands very well, this girl seems to be a nympho, but in fact she is very serious about her relationship. And he is very upright and kind, otherwise he would not be a very good reporter. So if these two are together, it seems to be pretty good. I am the biggest variable in this world, so the life trajectory of the people around me has changed. Isn't it very normal? Well, although this is a bit too messy, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Especially looking at Thor's happy expression, Yiu suddenly felt that such a change doesn't look bad. Brothers, I have refined every one of the book reviews and comments. I know that many brothers don't like to read this kind of slow pace, and there are not many books about fighting for hegemony and slapping faces. The people are really nice, so please stop scolding and personally attacking me. Thanks, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Holding the wine bottle in his hand, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Thor looked at Yiu and sighed softly. Yesterday, Catherine told me that her father taught and loved her, which reminded me of my father. Do you think that father's teachings are all correct? Thor looked at Yiu and asked curiously. Have no idea. Yiu thought for a while, then shook his head and said, Although I don't know this, but one thing I can be sure of, no matter whether your father's teaching is correct or not, but father is always the one who loves you the most. Is that my fault? Thor became a little confused. Maybe it's just like my father said, I'm too reckless and arrogant, even if I want to solve enemies like ice giants for Asgard, but my method seems to be wrong. Well, Loki may be more suitable than me to be the king of Asgard, but he is a qualified king. He never initiates wars, but he is always ready for wars. But thinking about it from the beginning, it seems that I am indeed a bit unfair to Loki. At least everyone admires and cheers for me, but for Loki, there is always such a lack of respect. This has to start from 1,000 years ago. Don't tell me that. Hearing that Thor wanted to sign, Yiu immediately raised his hands, and then leaned back on the chair and said helplessly, Please, 1,000 years ago, how long did you have to talk? The matter between you brothers is best or don't tell me. I don't want to get involved in the love and hatred between you. Being directly interrupted by Yiu, Thor was speechless. I, the dignified Prince of Asgard, the son of God King Odin Thor, want to speak my heart to you now, but you actually refuse me. Sure enough, you are not a good listener at all. After finishing speaking, Thor stood up, still feeling a bit puzzled, and walked quickly to the side of his white cabinet, picked up a bottle of wine, then glanced proudly at Yiu, and then walked away quickly go out. Looking at the childish Thor, Yiu covered his head. In other words, the purpose of this guy coming today is not to talk to him or to share the joy of finding a girlfriend. It's all because he wants to use various excuses to drink alcohol. Shaking his head helplessly, Yiu picked up the phone on the table and dialed Helena's number directly. Helena, the production team is prioritizing preparations for the two films, Mutant and Harry Potter. Everything is based on these two films, and the rest are shooting without delaying these two films till then. After giving Helena an order, Yiu hung up the phone, and then began to approve the financial review and inventory conducted by the finance department he had recently formed. The Harry Potter franchise will make a fortune, but will the Mutant franchise make money? Natasha Romanoff asked Yiu curiously. I don't think that a movie with the theme of mutant will make money. Hearing the curious question from the widow, Yiu said very frankly, I don't expect the movie Mutant to make money. I just want to use the movie series to spark some discussions and give a vaccination. What are you trying to prevent? Natasha Romanoff looked at Yiu, suddenly thought of Thor, Captain America, Tony, and others, and then said thoughtfully, You are worried that ordinary people cannot accept their existence, so you want to popularize it to the audience in advance. That's right. Yiu nodded, this is my original thought. No way, the Avengers were formed to fight against the Chitauri brought by Loki. Although they won in the end, half of the people praised the Avengers and regarded them as superheroes. However, there are still a large number of people who think that their existence will make many ordinary people unsafe, so under this fishing boat, coupled with the subsequent Sokovia incident, and Wanda's superability was not well controlled, this led to the so-called birth of the superhero clause. So the reason why Yiu asked Mutant to shoot it was to give an explanation to ordinary people. You know, after the appearance of the Mutant series of movies, many people sympathized with these mutants, and with the guidance of Yiu's power, it may not be possible to solve this difficult problem from the root. Well, as for the wand-wielding little magician, that's pure money. After all, I also have theaters under my umbrella, so what if I don't use this to earn some money? How could Little Magician already have a foundation of many children's readers in the past 5 years? Queens inside a residential building. Carrying a dilapidated but very clean school bag, Peter Parker bounced towards home. The 8-year-old Peter Parker is very polite, so he is often welcomed by many neighbors. They all like this young but very sensible child. After greeting some neighbors with a smile, Peter Parker walked to the door and returned home. Aunt May, I'm back. Peter Parker put down his school bag and saw Aunt May sitting on the sofa with a smile all over her face. He couldn't help asking curiously, did anything good happen? Aunt May, you are smiling very happily. Hearing Peter's question, Aunt May waved with a smile and motioned for Peter to come over. After Peter walked over curiously, Aunt May smiled and asked, Peter, who is the person you admire the most? Definitely Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. Yiu who wrote Little Devil Magician. What's wrong with Aunt May? After hearing Aunt May's question, Peter Parker raised his face and asked curiously, Is such that? Aunt May made a fool of herself, then looked at Peter Parker and asked with a smile, Peter, you heard Yiu say on TV that you want to make a movie about your favorite little devil magician, right? Peter Parker nodded vigorously, then waved his hands and said excitedly, When the little magician is released, I will definitely save up money to go to the cinema to watch it. I love that little magician waving a magic wand so much. He's so strong, especially Hermione. little Peter Parker's words, Aunt May raised her hand and rubbed Peter's little head. So, if there is an opportunity for you to play the little magician, would you like it? What? Hearing what Aunt May said, little Peter Parker was a little dazed, but he reacted instantly, looked at Aunt May with surprise and asked, Aunt May, is what you said true? This is simply amazing. While talking, little Peter Parker jumped up excitedly, a very cute little face full of joyful emojis. After a burst of excitement, Peter Parker stopped suddenly, and the joyful expression on his face gradually disappeared. What's wrong, my little genius? Seeing that the excited expression on Peter's face disappeared, Aunt May looked at Peter curiously and asked, although I don't know why, Mr. Yi chose me to play the magician, and I don't know where Mr. Yi knew about me. But, speaking of this, Peter Parker raised his hand and scratched his head and said with a tangled face, but I'm afraid I can't play the little magician well. After all, I don't know how to act. I'm afraid I'll mess it up and let Mr. Yi also question. Oh, my sweethearts. Seeing Peter, who doubted herself, Aunt May pulled Peter Parker over with a smile, then touched his head and said very gently, My little boy, no matter what you do, don't underestimate yourself. If you all despise yourself, then who can value you? Although I don't know how the Mr. Yi you admire found you, but Peter, do you think your idol will make a wrong decision? Definitely nods. Hearing Aunt May's question, little Peter quickly shook his head and said very seriously, Whether it is Yi or Mr. Stark, they are both geniuses, and they are both super geniuses like 150. How could they make mistakes? Choose. In that case, why should you doubt yourself? Aunt May knelt down and looked Peter Parker in the eyes and said very gently, You know that you have never studied acting, and you have no experience in acting. So your idol, Mr. Yi, who can write so many best-selling, how could it be impossible to investigate these things if they can still acquire figures in the entertainment and media industry, which is a behemoth like NBC? But even so, he didn't question you, but chose to believe you, so you say, is Mr. Yi's choice wrong? Definitely nods. Peter Parker shook his head vigorously, and then his small face was filled with a serious expression. You can't do anything wrong, so I will work very hard. I am not afraid of hardship. That's right, my little mans. Aunt May smiled and rubbed Peter Parker's head, then said encouragingly, Then our little man has to work hard, and we can't let Mr. Yi, who attaches so much importance to you and chooses you himself, be disappointed. Peter Parker nodded vigorously, then looked at Aunt May and said seriously, I will work hard, thank you, be back, Aunt May. Good boy. After a word of praise, Aunt May stood up, walked towards the kitchen and said, Tonight, I can cook your favorite dinner, and I can also give you a license not to eat celery. No, I'm not a kid anymore, May. I can eat more celery. Little Peter Parker clenched his fist and said seriously like a little adult. Without turning around, May had a smile on her face after hearing Peter's words. 3 days later, the crew was ready. May asked for a leave of absence from school for Peter Parker, and the crew also prepared a tutor for little Peter. After leaving, little Peter Parker finally met the idol he had been thinking about. When they saw Yiu and Tony Stark walking side by side, talking and laughing, their eyes seemed to emit brilliance. Can I go and say hello? Turning his head, the excited Peter Parker looked at Aunt May and asked, Definitely, but don't bother them for too long. Aunt May nodded with a smile. Well, no, I just want an autograph. Little Spider-Man nodded vigorously, and then ran towards Yiu and Tony Stark bouncingly. Looking at the prepared crew at this moment, Tony Stark is constantly complaining to Yiu. I just can't figure it out. Why do you have to shoot a movie that only children like Little Devil Magician will watch? Will it make money? According to me, you should take the lead in shooting The Big Detective. I always feel, mingling among them, the role of Sherlock Holmes fits me very well. Both are geniuses. So if you want to shoot The Big Detective, you better ask me to play it, really. Tony Stark put his left hand in his pocket, pointed at the busy crew with his right hand, and said to Yiu, Come on, mans. Hearing Tony's complaints, Yiu said with a smile, Little Magician will be my first step to become an NBC brand, so naturally I have to shoot it first. You don't like Little Magician, but someone will, I think. The series of movies like Little Devil Magician can help me earn a lot of money, and it can also make my name famous. Having said that, Yiu looked Tony up and down. What's more, I can't afford to hire you, handsome Tony Stark. How about free? Tony looked sideways at Yiu, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, I can help you play Sherlock Holmes for free. I will help you with the crew. I will manage all the expenses, and I can even give you 200 million as a salary, no, 3 billion pounds. Hearing what Tony said, Yiu looked at Tony curiously. Dude, what are you going to do? I understand that you don't need money to play the role, but give me 300 million. I understand. Is it because after you plan to shoot the first part of The Big Detective, you don't plan to release the movie at all? You just want to collect it for yourself? Looking at Yiu's suspicious eyes, Tony Stark raised his brows triumphantly and said, "Definitely, look, I prepared the crew. I took pictures of the actors, and I acted the detective myself, and I even gave it back to you. After paying 300 million copyright fees, the movie is definitely mine. When Peppo and I are free, we can still enjoy this movie. As for ordinary audiences, don't make trouble, my handsome Tony Stark will act for it. You might as well just say that you want to buy the copyright." Yiu rolled his eyes, looked at Tony and complained, "That's fine too. Do you want to sell it? If you sell it, the price is 500 million. Tony grabbed the pole and climbed up, smiling at Yiu. "Not for sale." Yiu said righteously, 600 million, no more. Tony Stark said unwillingly. The one who answered Tony was Yiu's middle finger. I don't know what Tony is thinking, but he really fell in love with the detective series. "Then tell your own price." Tony looked at Yiu with a rich and powerful look. That expression seemed to say, there is nothing to—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.